Here we go.
So good morning, everybody.
Paul, just bring the mic closer, really close to the mouth.
How about now? Great. So good morning, and really nice to be here with you today. I hope you enjoyed yesterday, and first of all, thanks a lot to Steve and the entire crew who put this event together. So in my short 10-minute presentation, I would like to bring forth another important topic that is, I believe, one of the most fundamental in the age of AI. However, somehow it seems to be neglected. My background is law, and I'm also co-founder of a consumer data company, Prefina. And I will share a few ideas about the question, who owns your AI agent, or who owns your AI twin? So in my presentation, I will start with several examples, most recent controversies that bring this question forth. I will bring a new concept to our conversation, this idea of the need to have a new social contract, and I will talk and share a few ideas on data ownership. I find the most exciting concept to explain data ownership is ghost in a shell, so let's begin. So you probably all have heard this controversy between Sam Altman and Scarlett Johansson. Obviously, this incident brought forth the question of owning your own data and actually owning something that is more fundamental to your identity, things like your voice and image. We know how this thing ended. The most recent controversy was from last week. On September 18th, you probably have noticed some people talking on LinkedIn about a sudden and, let's say, silent update of LinkedIn's privacy policy, and the idea that people, by default, are being traced and tracked by LinkedIn to develop LinkedIn's algorithms and algorithmic solutions that are provided for premium customers. The big question here was about the starting point and default. The idea that people who do not want their data and posts on LinkedIn to be used, they had to actually find this tiny button in privacy policy and opt out. So the question is, why is the default that we are being tracked? And the bigger question is about data ownership. And I would like to introduce to you my digital twin, Paul AI. Is my knowledge twin. So my company, Prefina, is working on a consumer data platform where we try to find new ways to utilize data for consumers and build new applications that run on top of your own data privately. So Paul AI is one of those many applications that can be built on top of your own data, and it's also super simple. Basically, I have my own personal data container where I uploaded my conference talks, my publications, research articles, and I actually was using this in the academic setting to teach my students and told my students, please talk to Paul AI before you reach out to me. It was a revolutionary experiment, and it's really exciting even when you think when students have access to this new powerful tool or access to all kinds of AI models, what is the purpose of education? What are we trying to teach? So in the following presentation slides, I will share some insights that are actually based on these controversies. So the idea is that we are actually entering this new world where we have these new digital identities and digital entities that actually are coming to us. They are entering our physical world. Differently from a gaming environment, we had this universe where we would enter Roblox and some computer games to interact in digital space. Now we see something different. These digital entities are coming to us. And from the legal perspective, from policy perspective, we don't even have appropriate terminology, concepts to describe what kind of relationship this is, what kind of entities they are. However, regulators are rushing forward to regulate AI, establish responsible AI principles, but we actually lack consensus what's going on with these new digital identities. So I'm calling for us to pause for a moment and consider what are we trying to capture here and what are these new social relationships that need to be conceptualized. So the bigger question is, if we can actually reimagine this new universe, and if we could start from scratch, what kind of framework, what kind of legal, regulatory, policy, social framework can we think of? What would be this ideal scenario? And I think before we start talking about specific rules, we need to talk about principles. What are the core foundational principles that all of us would agree? And when we find those common denominators, then we can talk about specific rules. And actually, the experiment and trying to identify what are these principles is not that difficult, actually. If you look into the existing framework, regulations like GDPR or CCPA, these principles are already in place. However, they need to be further developed. We have principles like consent and control, the requirement for companies to collect minimum amount of necessary information, data minimization, data interoperability, purpose limitation. However, here's the interesting point. These existing regulations actually are built in the enterprise-centric environment, the environment of LinkedIn and OpenAI, where by default, companies feel free with regard to our data. The default is that we are being objects and data is being tracked. So I think the missing principle in this ecosystem is data ownership. The discussion about data ownership in one sentence has been pushed to the sidelines of the conversation before the adoption of GDPR. And the idea was that it was very hard to conceptualize what is data, to find the limits of data, and basically conceptualize what is data. So the conversation of data ownership was pushed away, and my argument is that it was actually done in favor of big companies by giving us this imaginary, illusionary rights to opt out. They actually entrench our centralized enterprise-centric positions in the market. And as we're entering this new agentic universe where applications can run on top of our data, especially when we talk about consumers, we need to think about more human-centric approaches to data. Just like POL.ai, it runs on my publications, on my data, on my server, and I have full ownership and control. I think it is important to establish significant principle for this new data economy, especially when we talk about consumers as well as enterprises. The idea is that our data should be private by default. So Sam Altman and OpenAI should actually ask Scarlett Johansson's permission in advance. LinkedIn actually should ask for our permission. Are we okay that our posts are being used to train their models? However, the starting point is that they do not do that. And the idea is that we don't feel as individuals powerful enough to demand that our data should be private by default and companies should ask for our permission and consent. Briefly, what is the challenge with personal data ownership? It has been really difficult to conceptualize because for an object to be recognized as an asset, legal and economic asset, this object, like your car, this table, or a chair, has to be clearly defined. It has to have, or the individual must have the ability to control this object, and this object must have some economic value. When we were talking about data, especially personal data, it was very clear to identify where are the boundaries of data, what kind of data are we talking about, who is able to control. So this data ownership concept was quite fuzzy. But I think now we're at the pivotal moment in history where individuals are actually becoming able to take control of their data. Think about devices that are actually running applications locally, like POL.ai is within my control, all of the data is in my container, it's clearly defined, it's obviously valuable to me. So there is no question, as I think, that POL.ai is my digital identity, it belongs to me. More broadly, I think we should reconceptualize and really acknowledge that personal data is part of our digital identity, and there is no question that it should belong to us. And the emerging data infrastructure actually opens the opportunity for us to control this data and own it. The most fascinating example about data ownership is this concept of ghost in a shell, right? You obviously probably have seen this Japanese movie or read a manga. The idea is that data now can be placed in the shell, which is your digital container or your physical device. And actually, the container is just the framework that is emerging now. So all these new digital frameworks that allow us to build new applications. But the most crucial part, actually, is the data that powers the twins, AI agents. So the concept of owning data is really paramount. In the enterprise-centric environment, we focused really on the shell, on the infrastructure that is owned by enterprises. But when we think about new data economy, especially consumer applications, Ghost and our data becomes so valuable, it makes sense to acknowledge ownership. And we can see that actually, even thinking about the interactions that I have with my AI knowledge twin, I know that it actually is part of my identity, and we see this new world emerging where people communicate with and through AI agents. So data ownership becomes even more important, and we need to talk about it more. And I think when we think about the future and the content creation, few things that I learned from my AI twin that has been alive for half a year now. So actually, as a creator, I see that the first thing I want to put my newly published content is actually into the knowledge base of my AI twin, and I ask people to interact with my knowledge through my AI twin. We can see that there will be 2 layers of rules emerging. First rule is rules for people to interact with these new digital agents. So I can tell that you can interact with Paul AI under these conditions, maybe free, or maybe get 5 questions for free, and then pay me $5 or $5 to charity. But there is another layer of programmatic rules that is emerging. So I can set Paul AI some algorithmic instructions to access data or access content in another knowledge twin published by another celebrity or another expert or my friend, and then we can actually see those agents interacting and having their own rules how content is accessed. But to think about these new emerging rules for agentic universe, we actually have to begin with the question, who owns our data? My answer is individuals are owners of their data. If you would like to create your AI twin, scan the code. It's super easy, 3 clicks. So thank you for your time, and I'm open to answer questions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Just raise your hand if you've got a question. We'll run the mic over to you. Any questions?
There is one question or 2.
I know. I don't want to. If I move forward, the feedback is going to kill us. Bring down the volume on this mic. The hand mic. Okay, that's better. Okay. First, I had up here. Raise your hands again. Who had the question right here?
I'm not sure how relevant is this question because it's quite narrow maybe for you, but I try to experiment with AI in storytelling, in narratives, and I figure out that my fantasy go far more far than a fantasy of AI. And actually, when I use my life experience, AI completely didn't get it, didn't catch it. And for example, all these software applications about creating a plot, characters, it suggests you something, but you don't like it, so you put your story. How you know that nobody used it in their name?
Well, I think if I understand your question is about using other people's names.
I think if I can rephrase the question, yes. If you're using AI to generate intellectual property, how do you know that somebody else is not getting that intellectual property?
Okay, so I think it's a long conversation. One topic relates to inputs and how we allow companies to ingest data to train their models. That's one. I think the question also relates, when we think about this input question, we actually need to recognize that there are so many layers of data. Some data is public out there, not protected by copyright. Other data is behind the paywall. Third segments of data probably is personal, right? It can be my sleep data or maybe my Google location. So when we think about it, the answer, obviously, in this new agentic world, the answer is not one rule fits all, one size fits all. There are so many specific nuances that has to determine whether it's okay to ingest and use data as an input. As for the outputs, it also depends. But I will tell you one example, actually, when I interact with Pol.ai that generates responses based on users' requests and the content that I have ingested in my personal AI knowledge twin. But the first question is, who owns the response generated by my AI twin and prompted by the user? And I think the initial response probably would be that the owner of AI knowledge twin should own. It's like an opening an encyclopedia, right? You get an answer, but the question is, like, what does the user then do with the answer that my AI knowledge twin generates? So if my student takes the answer and rewrites and probably continues elaborating on a topic, writing an article, then probably the student will at some point become the owner of the content. It's a long conversation. There is one more.
We have right here.
Yeah, a question about in terms of autonomy. If I have my digital twin and you have your digital twin, where is the point of human in the loop? Or are our twins going to do things that they shouldn't do? How is that controlled?
I think it's another broad topic, but one insight that I have when we interact through personal AI knowledge twins, the difference from ChatGPT interaction is that there is a human at the end of the conversation. If you talk to Pol.ai, you know that actually Pol.ai responses are generated on my actual publications. So you can see that there is human in the loop. There are many nuances here. I think if there are agentic conversations between agents, it's a new form of relationship, right? So we haven't conceptualized that even as philosophers or policymakers. So we need to have conversations and figure out what are the use cases and how are we handling them.
All right. So great talk. I support a lot of this, a lot of the messaging here that enterprise organizations would benefit from an opt-out model of our things, hence the LinkedIns, and that ideally, it's a great message that we as individual users would own our own data. Thus the same thing with your digital twin. So I really like a lot about this talk. And I guess this is a broader question, not just on you, because it's a very difficult one. How do we actually enforce this? And these models have been proposed before. I think probably in the more industry one that I'm familiar with, though not expert in, is I think around 2011, Intel proposed a data economy where I could lend out an app to my location and then I might get 5 cents back. Or I could lend a company, they could just borrow this set of personal information. It would be very open, very clear, privacy focused kind of models. So it goes from a trajectory, but that we do not live in that world, or we do not live in that model. I'd love to hear what you think on actionable things that this community can do to enforce it.
I have 2 points to your question. So the first question, in the enterprise-centric world of LinkedIn, right? LinkedIn actually could have acted in good faith and told users in advance, we're going to use public posts to train our proprietary model and inform in advance. This is the basic concept of transparency, asking for consent. And then the other aspect of this is the default, right? So they could have actually asked the users to opt in, but they chose not to. And then the question is yes, in data enterprise or data-centric world, probably there is this kind of default rule. As we move into these, I'm not saying that data-centric approach is bad. It's existing and it's helpful us in so many different ways. As users, we could only ask for opt-in option, And this is already required by existing regulations. But the second point is, as we are entering this new world of AI agents that are actually useful or built for the benefit of consumers, we can see that these new models can be built on top of this concept of human-centric approach. So by default, data is within my control, it's on my device. I have an opt-in option to decide whether I want to share this data with whom and under what conditions. So the emerging new universe of human-centric approach to data opens new opportunities and actually makes the concept of data ownership more tangible. Thank you so much. I hope you had some ideas. Enjoy the day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you.
Okay. Hey guys, my name is Sudha Reddy. I'm the co-founder of Rava AI. We are building an AI platform, and you must have heard thousands of times other people saying marketing platforms, content generation platforms. The way we are different is we are building a platform that can predictively recommend to you content that you should write that can rank on Google. So it could be about your competitors, it could be what's happening in the industry, it could be your customer pain points. We combine all of that to recommend to you on a daily basis, hey, here's the post you should write about. Here's the LinkedIn articles, LinkedIn posts you should write about. If you like it, go post it. Or you can edit it, you can tell it to do more things. So that's what we are handling. So today I'm here to talk about the future of marketing with Agentic AI. How does it look like? What does it mean? And I would welcome any questions around it. So let's get started. First of all, how did it all start? In 2017, Andrej Karpathy actually wrote a paper around world of bits, and he did say that agents are going to take over most critical tasks. That's where it all started, but at that time, what was not available was the technological innovation to support those capabilities. What happened is two big things in the last 4 years. One is training, and the other one is thinking. What it means is, so you see from 2017 to 2024, a lot of LLM models came about that can not only understand what you're saying, but the amount of data that are processed using each of the model has changed quite a bit. So in GPT 3.5, it was about 175 billion parameters, but GPT-4 can actually take up to 1.8 trillion parameters. That itself is a huge switch, which is like preparing us to go into the agentic route. That's one. The second one is the thinking, which is the computing power itself is changed. So if you look at computing power from like GPT-3 or GPT-1, 2, 4, it's changed quite a bit, but the costs have gone down quite a bit. Now GPT-4o costs about $5 for 1 million tokens, and that is insane. Like that is making a lot of this possible. That's actually what Sam Altman says. Super intelligence is possible in about 1,000 days. So you can have your own Jarvis and Iron Man, like each of you can like have them. Like that's totally possible. That's the vision we are going towards. Now, what does it mean for marketing? There was a time marketing just meant, hey, go run a campaign. Go do like this copy. Go do this content. That's one way of looking at it. Now with Agentic, you actually can think about like there is a person standing right next to you that can not only be your strategist, that can be your creative director, that can be your content writer, that can be anything that you want to be, literally your mind reader. To get that marketing activities and capabilities fulfilled is where we are going with Agentic route. And furthermore, like how it's evolved, even in the last like year or so, you must have seen a lot of evolution of co-pilots that are letting you either do copywriting, that are helping you with ads and few things like that. But from there, it's almost evolved into a little bit of taking over tasks and self-decision making as well. So for example, if you think about copy. So a simple copy was like you could tell it, hey, go write a LinkedIn copy with so-and-so context, and the agent could do that. But now it's actually evolved so much more. There was a version where it's not just copy, now it's multimodal. You could do images, and you could do so much more multimodal. But now it's not just that. You can say, hey, go run the ads for me. It not only makes the decisions on optimizations, it actually like makes a decision on what to run to who, how to segment the customers, what to think about for each customer. That's the route we are going. So to expand on it, think about, let's say you're running like a brand that is sportswear. The type of advertising you want to do on Instagram is very different from the type of advertising you want to do on TikTok or LinkedIn. So now you have just some assets, but these agents can make those decisions and say, hey, I am going to run this type of ad for Instagram, make it and make it happen for that, and then go say, hey, LinkedIn, this is what's resonating on LinkedIn. You can train it and say, hey, this is the type of content we are going to launch on LinkedIn is what's happening. But not just that. There is a lot more beauty in this. Think about the types of segmentations we do today. Marketing is all about finding the right customer buckets. And let's say you have moms, you have professionals, you have college-going kids, or you think about it as Gen Z, millennials. So that world is completely gone now. Now you actually have moms that love green or sustainability style of living. Moms that love Lululemon. You're almost going to the level where it's so customized and says, since this mom loves Lululemon, I think I need to use this colors, this type of words, and that's like what agents can do going forward. And even more so. So if you think about this world, it's no longer we going to websites, we going to like apps to buy things. It's almost agents coming to humans. It used to be that us going to computers to do things. I think in a world like where today, like eventually that's what's going to happen, which is the agents will come to serve us. It could be through Alexa, it could be through devices, it could be through our voice projections on different things. Now we're going to have like chatbots, no longer websites and all of that, but it's more advertising customized to humans at every different possibility. It could be billboards that recognize who you are and changes, a little bit sneaky, but like there could be so many personifications, so many multimodal possibilities that agents are, marketing is like, I think that's one place it's gonna impact quite a bit in terms of everything, like how you are being like catered to, what you're being catered to, all of this is gonna change. So that's possible. And what's making this possible is like essentially two things. Think about it as generative AI, which is giving you AI content, or more like multimodal content, but there is also conversational marketing, which is how each brand should approach customers. So that's where segmentation and all of this is happening. So this is, these are some of the use cases that I'm outlining, which is segmentation, personalization, syndication, then cross-model segmentation. All of this is now going to be possible. But now the question comes, which is, great, all of this is being possible. What does it even mean for humans? Now in this AI-driven future, is there a place for humans? Like if AI is going to take care of everything? This is a question that I get asked almost on a daily basis. What does it even mean? I don't think there's much like that there's a lot that's changing. But the human intervention can happen at every single step. Like there could be where you're ingesting data, where you're interpreting data, where you're analyzing data, all that is going to happen. But always, actually, what is going to happen is thinking about human collaboration versus takeover. There's always going to be a need for human touch. You can, no matter how much these agents can like emote emotions, end of the day, there is going to be like a situation where the creativity is going to matter. The humans will have so much more time for creativity. Let it take care of optimization. Let it take care of the segmentation. But you can now think about What is the type of verbiage that matters? What is the type of strategy that matters? How do you enhance this so that it relates to so many more people? How do you design it so that this relates to so many more people? So the right combination of things always are going to be agents plus humans. That's what's going to make marketing great. Like, so you need that emotion, you need that human touch to make this all come together. So I'll stop at that, and if you guys want to connect with me, that's my LinkedIn. And if you want to learn more about Rava also, I'm happy to talk about. But we are an end-to-end marketing platform. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Sudha.
Thank you.
Let's take a couple questions and then stay on our programming schedule.
Any questions? Oh, here we go.
Hi.
Hi.
So I can see a future where so many people are using similar agents for marketing that the whole world's going to be flooded with content.
Yep.
All right. So how do you solve for that?
This is where the human creativity comes into picture. The tools that can make taking that input faster, better, and giving you ideas to give that input are where the winners are. So I think one thing that we realized even when we were developing Rava, you can actually just put a wrapper around OpenAI and can just spit out content. That's the easy part. What is the hard part is, at strategic places, trying to get input from the customer and deriving it at the right places, asking it the right questions, saying, hey, here's the content you're writing. Who are you writing it for? It can already load the data, but ask like more questions. If you are thinking about like a content variations, talk about like, hey, what is your view on this? So the more you can capture and present the UI and ease of use in a way, the human creativity comes out. Those are the winners. And the end of the day, the output is also going to be where you can train it, where there is no hallucination, no AI-generated data. There's going to be a little bit of personal touch to how the verbiage is, how the vertical is. You have to use certain words in manufacturing versus construction versus healthcare. So all those key terms where humans are part of this is where the differentiation is going to happen and winners are going to show. Thank you.
Got a question over here.
If all the cool kids are using Perplexity to find their running shoes, where should I be thinking about using my campaign and advertising dollars? On online ads or just producing a lot more content so the future models drive them to my business?
A little bit of both. So SEO isn't going away, at least no time soon. It might eventually be at a point where we don't use Google anymore. So while this is happening, I'll still focus on SEO. I'll still focus on making sure, but now you can do it so much faster. So there used to be a time SEO would take 1 year to ramp up because there is a limitation on the type of content you can write. But now you can write content faster, and you don't want to make it all AI generated. You want to edit it, but at the same time you can see what are the competitors ranking for. Take that and write it. So I would definitely do that. The second question is a little bit more difficult question, which is where do you spend your dollars on? Where do you spend? So I would think about splitting it into experimental budget and something that works. So what I mean is that in this world of like trying, everything is coming up. I think experimental testing is going to play a big role. What I mean by that is that, let's say tomorrow Perplexity is allowing you to put some like ad campaigns around it. I would definitely go test it. I would definitely put some experimental dollars into testing that. Let's say tomorrow the Slack groups, Discord groups are now opening up like that are very customized to your audience, target audience, and there is a monetization options or ad options that are there. I would definitely go explore that. Definitely think about LinkedIn, Instagram, wherever your customers are. Don't miss out on those, but always allocate some budget to these experiments on a very regular basis. Marketing is going to win when you actually say, hey, no one is thought about this, but something came about. Let's put some money into it and see how this is turning around. Doesn't have to be a big budget, but think about like maybe like 30% of the time on SEO. Then think about like at least like 30-40% of your dollars into traditional channels and like 30% into experimental channels. So that's what I would do.
Sudha, thank you so much. That was excellent.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah.
Now, coming on up, we have Camille and Sebastian from Wordware. Let's bring them on up and do a quick changeover.
My name is Camille. I'm head of growth at Wordware, and Sebastian.
Yeah, I'm Sebastian, and I'm special projects at Wordware.
And we are here to briefly tell you about the fastest way to build AI agents, AI applications. But to give you a quick intro, quick background why it might be worth to listen to us. So around a month ago, we had our product on launch. It went okay. We got over 7,000 upvotes. And our user growth grew from 2,000 to almost 300,000 within a month. And since then, we've been growing like crazy. And let us tell you what's the magic behind Wordware. So to start with, quick background, quick story here. As you may have heard, as you may so lots of codegen agents, codegen startups are raising lots of money. And you may be wondering why is it happening, why is it the case? One of the reasons is obviously that software engineering is a huge industry, but why is it happening? It's because software engineers are the ones that understand software. It's much easier for them to generate quality outputs. That's something they can understand, and they are the ones that know what good output looks like. They can easily iterate, they can move much faster. And it's not the case in other industries. Software engineers don't speak legal, they don't speak marketing, and so on. It's much harder in all other industries to iterate on AI agents, build AI applications, and so on. And one of the learnings we got over last month is that iterations are super important in building AI applications. It takes a lot of time to get quality outputs. And if you think about basically output of LLM, it's the most important thing. And it requires sometimes a few hundred, sometimes a few thousand iterations, then new models coming in, and so on. So it's critical in building AI applications. However, everything like these days is locked in a code base. It's very hard for domain experts like lawyers, marketers, accountants to iterate in a code base. It's just not their domain. So how does the process look like? It's very annoying for both parties. And the code base is kind of like a wall between domain experts and engineers. They communicate through Slack, they communicate through some WhatsApp groups messages. It's lots of back and forth messaging. We learned that it's like collaboration, like in a slow motion. It's like walking the glue. It's a process that's painful for like to both parties. Software engineers are annoyed because that's not what they're hired for. They don't like to update prompts manually. And on the other hand, domain experts, for example, lawyers, they don't find it pleasant and fun to keep updating software engineers asking, hey, can you change the word from draft a contract to write a contract and so on. It takes a few hundred times a day, then another day and another day. We got clients that have been building this like for months, and they were pretty annoyed by the process. On the other hand, software engineers are not happy too. And if you think about what's the impact, like obviously it's the time and money burn. It costs a lot of time to build AI applications. You have a team of software developers that are just busy updating prompts manually. On the other hand, you don't see progress on the product. It's just not a win for anyone who's building AI applications. And that's the reason that Wordware has been born. We take this messy process of iterating and from the code base out of the code base to make it easy for domain experts like lawyers to easily and quickly build AI applications themselves using natural language. And to tell you about Wordware in a nutshell, you can easily, in a Notion-like interface, create your AI applications using natural language. You can build chain of powerful flows by using chain of prompts, which essentially are AI agents. On the other hand, we got advanced technical capabilities. So developers really like us because of the speed and how powerful it is. For example, using structure generation. And on the other hand, also we are like multimodal by default. So the inputs can be text, PDF, image, audio, input, output, and so on. And to tell you more about our customer types.
Yeah, to tell you a little bit more how Wordware is tailored to various customers and use cases. So far, we've been able to firstly sell to really early stage companies, let's say 3 people in a team building a product where the LLM is the central part. And we help them by giving them the backend for the LLMs to build the whole product. The second type of customers are enterprises who are trying to add AI features to their core product. And here we act as a Heroku where they can host and deploy the AI feature. And the last part, as Kamil mentioned before, are domain experts who are not technical, but somehow analytical people who know how to prompt but don't know how to code, and they can create AI workflows to automate their job. So to give you like the real examples from our customer base, let's start with Carthage. Carthage is a current YC company. They're acting as a middleman in the trucking industry where they connect truckers with shippers. What they did with a small team in a limited time, they built a whole agent that helps the middleman to answer complicated and unstructured queries of their customers. So what they did on Wordware, they built the agent that takes the unstructured query from a customer. Then with the LLM, they write a plan how to solve this query. Then writes live code to crunch all the databases and numbers, then checks if the code contains any errors. If yes, it repeats and improves the code and runs again, and as an output, it gives an answer in a form of a report, and it takes around 2 hours. Before, one of the customers, imagine Eugene in Ohio, was sitting with an old system, crunching all the databases, and sometimes it took her a few hours to answer some specific questions. And here the use case is that they were able to build the whole backend of a product in a few weeks rather than hiring additional AI engineers to do everything in a code base. Another example is AISDR, so slightly bigger company, also YC company from one of the previous batches. And here the user is a CEO who is analytical but not technical. He was prompt engineering for the past 12 months, and he was creating AI workflows to automate parts of his job. So in the past, he worked with his CTO and some engineers, but the iteration cycles were really long, and he knew how the perfect output should look like, but it took him so much to communicate what the perfect output should be. So after that, he also tried all the other no-code tools, but there were lots of limitations, and he was not happy with the results. And then he found out about Wordware by himself, and he created an onboarding AI flow, which took before his team to complete like 6 hours, and he created this AI flow, and now it takes around 2 minutes to complete it. So here, what we gave him is the power of creating AI flows without a need to iterate and work with AI engineers. And the last example is grocery delivery unicorn from United States. And here the user was one of the co-founders who was not technical, but again, analytical. He has in his mind this idea of adding AI feature to the main app. He has everything in his head. He could write down all the steps how to create this AI feature. Before, he would need to hire like 6 engineers or something, iterate, and build probably the first product within, let's say, first 3 months. Probably the first results won't be satisfying for him. So it would take around 6 months to build this AI feature. And the feature was to take fuzzy input of a person who would like to prepare, to cook a meal. Then the agent would search for the perfect recipe for such a meal. Then, based on the history of the purchases, past purchases, check what products that person was ordering, and as an output gives you the the personalized shopping list based on the meal that you want to cook and based on the past purchases that you were doing before. And here we convinced him to try to use Wordware. So he had a prepared list of steps how to prepare such a AI feature. He took this list, put it in Wordware, and then magic happened. After a few seconds, he had the first version of the AI feature. It was completely wrong, but he got the idea that he needs to iterate and iterate and iterate. So he logged in his office. He iterated for a couple of days, and after a few weeks, by himself, he built the AI feature that was working, and then he was able to pass the API to his engineering team, and they were able to deploy it into the production. So here, the impact that we gave him was he didn't have to hire an additional team of AI engineers or find those engineers within his organization. He was able to build everything by himself. So that's it. Please meet Wordware, the fastest way to build, host, and deploy AI agents.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. We have questions for Wordware.
I've got a question. I think the hardest thing with some of these things is getting the data in and out. Is Wordware able to kind of build the systems to do that too, or you kind of have a sort of minimum digitized requirement? And can it get into any system, for instance? Like, can it get into QuickBooks or any of your normal business processes?
I haven't heard the question.
So how do you get the data into the system so that the agents can run, which could come from kind of any different system? Do you have to have, like, build dedicated integrations for each one, or can Wordware kind of build its own integration? Or
Yeah, so you have various inputs, right? Input can be text, then the user adds. Also, you can connect it via API, then it's your data source. We have code execution component that enables you to connect to literally an API. So we get customers in VC, for example, that connect to Crunch-based database using API. And that's their input, but it's various depending on the customer. We are a horizontal platform, and we get customers sometimes using monolith, sometimes they connect to their systems. In an example, that Sebastian example, like Carthage, they connect, their input is the data, or the input is a question asked by the user, and it goes to our system via API.
Yeah, so basically, Wordware acts as a IDE to build your backend with natural language programming, with things that are also cool for developers. On top of that, you can connect it to the external data bases. We also have some integrations, but you also can write a code inside of Wordware, so the high ceiling is also for developers. And then on the other side, you have also tools, so like text-to-speech or whatever.
Next question. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I work as Director of Engineering at NVIDIA. In past, I worked at several other enterprises such as AWS, Adobe, and a few other enterprise companies. My expertise is in building scalable systems, scalable agents specifically, for enterprise settings at large scale with hundreds of transactions per second and having fault tolerance and reliability end-to-end. Today, I want to present a little bit about my experience and how POCs can be taken to production, and what are the pain points you see when you take these POCs into production when they have to run and scale. Before I go there, I'll give a quick rundown of a little bit on what's agent, what's RAG, what's agentic RAG, what's multi-agent system, so that I give you the context of the complexity before I run into the problems that you face when you go into production. How many of you know what's the difference between an agent and a large language model? Do you think they are same or different? They're different? Okay. That's correct. The analogy I want to give is large language model is in simple sense, it's like the brain of human body, And agent is like all the sensory organs that you have in order to perform a task. You need agent to connect your brain to your sensory organs so that you can raise your hand, walk, do things which are like physical actions. In simple sense, agent lets you do physical actions by connecting your brain to the parts of the body. As it shows here, it's a little bit technical. Agent is an atomic piece which takes in the state, takes in the inputs from the environment, and produces an output and does it in a loop. I'll quickly go over the timeline of agents. As you guys have all seen in the previous PowerPoints and other research areas, I think the first concept of agentic behavior came from this thing called RAG, which is retrieval augmented generation, which was published even way more than ChatGPT around 2020. And then the rise or the popularity of agent came in November when OpenAI released ChatGPT. And then the concept of agent in reality, connecting your large language model and agent, comes through a concept called act and reason, which came in 2023. And then that gave rise to enormous number of startups and all the cloud providers who've been providing agentic platforms to build agents, to deploy agents, to test agents, and to automate the workflows. And now is the era of multi-agents, where you have not just one agent, but a group of agents communicating among themselves and giving you automation end-to-end with and without human. It's a little bit technical, but I'll try to give you a mental map to remember what an agent comprises of. It has 4 main components. One, like I said, it's the brain, where it takes the planning component and offsets it to the large language model. The second piece is it has memory. It can remember things, it can store things, it can retrieve things. The third thing is the limbs, which I said earlier. You give the power of tools, that is executing APIs, executing actions in real time, using its brain and planning and reasoning. And the last and final component of it is action executor. That is, you got the plan, you remember what the context is, you have the tools to execute, you actually execute the action, and you repeat it in a loop. Some of the famous prompting strategies, as you might have heard, it's kind of a quick recap. It goes from the most basic to the most advanced. A zero-shot prompting, where you don't give any examples, you just do it out of the box using its pre-trained knowledge. And then few-shot examples followed by chain of thought, like I said, act and reason, which gives the power of the agent to do things by combining its brain with its action capability. And the more advanced ones are doing the chain of thought in multivariant path, which is called tree of thought. And the last one is the most advanced, where you ask it to critique itself. You've given me a solution, is it the right thing? Are there alternatives? Are there pitfalls with the solution, where it self-critiques and keeps doing it in a loop, improvising its solution. So this is the representation of the different strategies that I've told earlier. The leftmost is the basic one, and the rightmost is the most complex one, where you have multi-path, multi-feedback loops within it to reason, act, again check, reason, act, and take the evidence into the play, and then self-critique whether the path is correct or not. I'll quickly go over the concept of RAG, kind of like a basic version of RAG, but there are too many touch points when you go to production setting. There are 2 main flows for RAG. One, in software terms, you call it control plane and data plane. The control plane is where you feed in the data, you convert your data, which is textual natural language, into latent space, that is, push it into a graph like 3D or n dimensions, where you can understand the distance and similarity between these words, which is the top flow. You ingest all that data, convert into embeddings, store it in a database. And the second flow is where the magic or action happens. You get a natural language query, use the embeddings which you already stored in the vector database, combine it with the power of large language model, which can do the reasoning, and then generate a cohesive answer, which is again in natural language, which is easy to understand. This one picture can encapsulate the 2 powerful tools, that is the agentic behavior and RAG.
The top part explains how you can walk from a natural language input into prompting strategy, like I said earlier, into tools, into memory, and then use the retrieval, which is the search from documents, and give the answer, which is cohesive by combining both retrieval tools, APIs all together, along with your session management, which is memory. Here you have a glimpse of what are the three different main concepts that are involved in this black box within an agent. Agent, which can act and reason, RAG, which can perform retrieval and generation, and the final one is Agentic RAG, which can combine both action, retrieval, augmentation, generation together. Some of the real-world use cases which we use in most of the companies that I worked at, NVIDIA, AWS, Adobe, everywhere, the most starting form of using agents in production is for your customer support. That is the most easy way to integrate your agents, where you can automate the workflows because you have very defined scripts of how to talk with your customers for usual stuff such as I need a refund, I need a subscription extension, where there is not a lot of uncertainty that can go in. And you can translate that script into agent brain using prompting strategy and remember the context so that you can easily perform end-to-end actions. The second most important one where you can easily apply this is in information technology. That is, almost every enterprise would have internal ticket routing systems, ticket classifications, ticket resolutions. This is the most easiest way where you have, like I said, there is not a lot of non-determinism that goes in. You have very predefined way of doing things, which can be automated without a lot of uncertainty or error-prone behavior to get the systems working end-to-end. And the third most important thing, almost every company does hiring. Every company has this new hire onboarding, and there are at least 10 things that you do as part of new hire onboarding. You make them enroll in benefits, you make them enroll in 401ks, you make them enroll in e-learnings or mandatory trainings. What if everything is done without human involvement because it's predefined, very little uncertainty, very less number of things could go off script, and you can automate this entire workflow within agents. This is what I generally tell to our customers. When I worked at AWS, I keep telling that try with the most simplest things which are deterministic, which you can plug into your systems, which you can play, which you can figure for yourself what are the results before you put in the more non-deterministic and more complex and reasoning-related activities. And there are more use cases here. Like someone earlier told, you could do it within developer persona where you can automate for code generation, code execution, writing unit tests, writing integration tests, doing deployments. You could just plug in agent where the steps are deterministic, where you have a human in the loop to check the final verification and then just click through it. I won't go over the other use cases in the interest of time. Let me show you some interesting examples. So here we built an agent for, I'm not sure how much you can read, but let me explain the context. You have a CRM agent, which is helping your salesperson of how to set up the meeting with your customer and what agenda to cover. You'll build an agent. I'm kind of giving a background of how you can integrate these workflows with the APIs for a real-world use case. Let's say you have 5 APIs which says, list my customer interactions, get me the notes of what happened in the last previous meetings, and you know the customer preferences which you either documented in a database or an API. All you could do is build an agent, give all the API descriptions, API inputs, outputs that are available as tools, and then give a knowledge base which it can retrieve, which could kind of have FAQs or documents which has customer pain points written in a timeline order and everything. Hook it up into an agent, and your salesperson could ask a very simple question saying, hey, I'm meeting this, I have an opportunity to meet this customer tomorrow. What topics should I cover? The agent automatically calls all the different APIs. In this case, it says, hey, get my recent interactions, review the notes from these interactions, identify the customer's top pain points and interests. Based on those concerns, suggest me a summary. Now get time preference, what time does the customer like to have the call, what day, and how many minutes or hours he would like, and then return me a final suggested summary. So all the 5 steps that are laid out here are done by agent in the background, and it will give you an answer in less than a minute saying, hey, this is the customer's pain points are around shipping. Here are the top interests of customers. This is where you can set up time. And let's say Wednesday is good for the customer. Set up a call at 9 a.m. with the following agenda. So all of this is done without the salesperson digging through several websites, dashboards, things to prepare or set up a call with the customer. Another example I would like to show here is insurance claims company. Almost all of us uses insurance at every form of our life. Let's say there are a lot of claim processing that needs to be done by insurance companies in the back end. You could simply give all the APIs which tells what is the process of filing a claim, how do I assess the claim, what are the documents I need from the client to process the claim, and how do I approve a claim. And you could automate all these steps by hooking those APIs, and your insurance agent should just log into the portal and says, hey, get me all pending claims, send reminders to all pending claims. In the background, it's going to call each and every API, find out the pending claims, look for the verification because there are set of rules which are predefined, and then send the email reminder, and it can also use a human in the input to verify before sending the email. Some of the tenets that we follow in large enterprises before we deploy agents, this we call it, the easiest acronym to remember is FACS. You need data freshness, that is your content should constantly be updated. It cannot be a one-time thing. Your architecture should be extensible, that is you should be able to swap in and out different large language models. Be aware of the cost economics, see what different combination of models you could do. You don't need a large language model to do a simple thing like API invocation. So be aware of all the different possibilities that you have before you either fine-tune a model, use a large language model, use a smaller model, and build that ecosystem such that it is scalable and cost-effective. And ensure that with agents and the whole large language model coming into play, there's a lot of non-determinism that creeps in. So you have to account for testing cycles and automating the evaluation frameworks, because you change a small prompt, or you change the large language model, or you change your embeddings model, or you change your retriever. There are too many touch points that could change your final answer outcome, which is why you need to have automated evaluation in place to make it more scalable, to make it repeatable, and to make it extensible so that you can accommodate new large language models as they come in. And finally, security. I'm going to cover a little bit deeper here in the security. Let's say a company has documents about payroll and salary ranges. And let's say you put a HR help bot which accidentally has access to these documents. You don't want all your employees to ask and know the pay ranges. So the most important element when you're building such agentic or RAG systems is that now these documents are more easily available through chatbots and agents, so you need to really build very thorough ACLs or permission propagation such that sensitive information is not accessible, because now the search has become so much easier. Everything is searchable in natural language. So the permissions of each of these documents, permissions for APIs tools, have to be tightly integrated with strict ACLs, role scope permissions, and having fine-grained entitlements at each asset level so that your data is secure, your APIs are secure, and in the end, your agent doesn't become a leaking entry point to expose all that information. And lastly, in spite of the best efforts that you do, there is still a possibility that the large language model could accidentally access some hidden assets that are not supposed to be exposed to the normal users, at which point, both at the input, you do guardrailing, and at the output. At the output, because you don't know what combination of things is leading to a certain output, which is sensitive, so you need to have a guardrail which ensures that certain topics are denied, things like payroll, things like things which are sensitive, like business revenues, which are confidential, which you don't want all your users to see. So there are some more challenges, and as I mentioned earlier, agentic journey is an ongoing journey. It's not like you build one-time agent, you're done with it. You have to keep updating your data in order to have freshness. You have to keep updating your APIs. You have to keep checking the permissions. As you ingest new data, you go into that cycle to keep iterating on the permissions that are attached to these documents, and you keep evaluating because there are too many touch points in the workflow which could make your responses non-deterministic, non-reliable, and leading to regression. So it's an ongoing investment. It's continuous effort, and you need automation to make these agents more secure, accessible, and successful. This is the last slide. Some of the business metrics that I want to give as a thought point here to measure is your functional ones, which is obviously how useful it is. Are you getting the correct answers, which is accuracy and usefulness? And in how many turns are you getting it? Is it taking 20 turns to get to a final answer, or is it getting in one turn? And how fast is it, the efficiency? And the citation scores. Making the large language model and agents give you the exact source of where it got this information from is very important in order to avoid hallucinations. As long as you force it to give you a citation, it grounds its answer in reality rather than hallucinating. So citation score is one of the important metric that we measure in all the large enterprises to measure to measure the truthfulness of agentic and large language model systems. Non-functional, you all are aware, and obviously the business metrics such as feedbacks, usefulness, CSAT score, thumbs up, thumbs down approach, and then do a data flywheel where you can feed in the thumbs down responses and then keep improvising model. It goes back to the ongoing investments. And the last one is multi-agents. This is the future. These are the 4 different high-level paradigms in which these multi-agent systems could interact. It could be top-down layered. It could be decentralized peer-to-peer.
Hey, terrific. So I'm excited to talk about agents and agentic programming. I think it's really absolutely the future. I think it does require a little bit of definition. So as I begin, I think there's 2 different ways people talk about agents, one of which is as infrastructure, and the other of which is more like as an application, right? So an agent as an application is basically like your friend, right? Like an agent is like, oh, my travel agent, right? So that's an application. So an agent can be an application, and it's basically like the thing that the user talks to, right? That's really the kind of less interesting concept that I want to discuss today. I really am excited about agents as infrastructure, right? And one of the themes that I wanted to touch today is really not the theme of artificial intelligence, but I actually wanted to touch the theme of what I call artificial stupidity. So I think that artificial stupidity is very underappreciated. And what I wanted to do to talk a little bit about this idea is basically that when you really look at complex systems, biological systems, neurological systems, what you really end up seeing is you end up seeing a lot of the use of chance, right? There was this huge Twitter discussion that was talking about whether LLMs could be creative, right? And to me, like, that was an annoying conversation. It was annoying because basically the answer that I have is, who cares? Who cares? Who cares if LLMs can be creative or they cannot be creative? Now, obviously, you can attack that question from a variety of angles, but the angle I'm attacking it from is really this, which is, I think the problem with that question, the problem with the question of can LLMs be creative, the problem is that it presumes that LLMs are the be-all, end-all of AI. So that's the part that annoys me, right? Which is the reason why I don't care if LLMs can be creative is it's already proven that AI can be creative and has been creative and is creative, right? So the point that I'm trying to make is very simple, which is that the idea of artificial intelligence is convergent. And what I mean by convergent is that people are trying to program AIs to find the right answer, right? And so the convergence becomes this interpolation where it just reduces and reduces and becomes less and less and less creative, right? And obviously you can play with LLMs, right? So you can like play with things like temperature setting. So you can be like, oh, I want my LLM response to have a high temperature, you know, and that's so-called creative, right? But when you think about creativity isn't randomness, right? So you can't say something random is creative. That's not creativity, right? Creativity means that it has to fit the purpose, right? So for example, if you're a creative writer, right, then the writing has to fit the purpose. Like, what's the writer trying to do, right? And then once that is established, then did you do it or not, right? So establishing the criteria then enables you to create frameworks, and it creates frameworks for which you can support something that I call artificial stupidity. And this is, like, I think more powerful than artificial intelligence, because what we have commoditized with these capabilities is not commoditizing so much intelligence. Obviously, there is intelligence there, at least by my definition. But I would say that the thing that's more important that we've commoditized is patience and persistence, right? So the thing that's really amazing about these bots is that they can continue to perform bot functions while we sleep, and they could do it in parallel, you know, many trillions or millions of different times, right? And so in a sense, the reason why ChatGPT is more knowledgeable than me is because it spent more time reading books. And why is Tesla a better driver than me? Because it spent more time driving cars than I have. Right? So in a sense, the artificial patience and the artificial persistence is actually one of the superpowers rather than the intelligence itself, right? So in a sense, what's happening is we're talking about experience. So the Tesla car is more experienced than I am at driving because it's logged more hours of driving than any human being will ever get in their entire life. Right? And obviously ChatGPT has read more books than I've read. So it has more experience, obviously not experience at life, but only experiences reading books, but it means that it's smarter at books because of its persistence and patience, you know, and also speed, right? It's faster at reading than I am, much faster, right? So like, these are really, really superhuman superpowers. And even if the intelligence is, you know, what you might consider subhuman, it's fine. And the reason why I say it's fine is because, you know, part of what I'm espousing is the paradigm that already exists in reinforcement learning around agents, which is effectively a massively parallel agent framework where agents just bang around and they do really wrong things, right? But the creativity comes out of a meta framework, right? So within all of these erroneous activities, there's a gatekeeper that effectively judges whether something is performant or non-performant. This gets us into the realm of something like evolutionary algorithms, which I'm also super excited by, right? Because the meta algorithm that evaluates the output of a network of agents is actually, in an evolutionary algorithm, is actually generational reaper, which effectively looks at the bots that have successfully performed the fitness function, and the ones that have succeeded basically get to reproduce, right? So a lot of evolutionary frameworks actually have rule set recombination, you know, so they actually have sexual reproduction of AIs, right? So this is really exciting stuff, right? Because, you know, that's a really powerful mechanism invented by nature to get the best of both variation of behavior as well as the best of conservation of behavior, right? So it reduces the total amount of stupidity because what it's doing is it's combining things that have worked in the past, right? And it's kind of like varying those combinations in a very novel way, which kind of conserves the search space of solutions. So really what I wanted to espouse today is that when we think about agentic infrastructure, we should really be not aiming for artificial intelligence. We should be aiming for artificial, essentially massively parallel artificial stupidity, right? Which is the stupider we can be, the more creative we can be, right? So the thing that's incredible about these things is that they have patience, and they have patience for being stupid, right? And the thing that's really genius about AI is they also have patience for us being stupid, right? Which is an incredible superpower, right? So like, you know, I can ask ChatGPT or Claude or anyone else to basically explain a concept to me 30 times in a row, you know, and I can be so stupid that I don't understand it, and I can even ask him to dumb down the explanation, right? So like this kind of level of persistence and patience and attention is actually already superhuman, right? These things have, so people are like, oh, when will they be as smart as humans? That's the wrong question, right? The correct question is, how helpful could we make these things? As they are now. And the reason why I'm saying as they are now is that's what we have now. Now, in 2 weeks, we may have more powerful AI, right? But right now, we have to put them to work. And so the question is, what's the best way to put these guys to work today to get the best output, the best solution? Right, so to me, I'm building and making the case for what I call massively parallel artificial stupidity. So, you know, I just wanted to really talk about that as sort of the future for creative agentic frameworks. And the reason I think this is so important is because that whole debate about can LLMs be creative, right? It's sort of kind of pointless. Like, it's a pointless conversation, because it presumes that LLMs are all of AI, right? And to me, what I think of as creative is that you've created something that nobody's ever done before, and yet your solution fits the purpose, right? Your solution does what it was attempting to do, and yet nobody ever attempted to do it that particular way, right? So if it achieves that, it's a pretty amazing system, and it's a wonderful system, and it advances our society, right? So why is something like O1 preview from OpenAI, why is it so innovative? One of the reasons why is that it's performing something a little bit like what I'm describing, which is effectively it's using chains of thought, and a lot of the chains that it builds internally are actually dysfunctional, right? So the idea is it's almost simulating a human trying to solve a problem, where it's chaining thoughts and then it's evaluating the output, right? And sometimes it'll think something and think that can't be right, because it's checked its own output, and its own output is actually like doesn't have the fitness function. It doesn't work, right, for the fitness function. So then it's like, oh, I have to keep thinking, right? So sometimes O1 will just churn and churn and churn for like, you know, it's a few minutes, right? But in computer time, that's a long time, right? Because how many iterations did they do in that time, right? So the point that I'm trying to make is that this kind of multi-agentic future can be manifest even within the bounds of a single LLM, right? The thing that's really strange about talking about agentic infrastructure is, for example, we think about things like diversity of agents working and collaborating together, right? One of the really strange things that emerges is within the bounds of an LLM, there are LLMs like Mixtral, which embody the mixture of experts, right? So the thing that's really amazing is that even within a single LLM, there's multiple different experts, right? And so that's a fascinating, world. So the thing that becomes really interesting is that it may be that a single LLM will actually start to perform in a multi-agentic way, right? So the boundaries of these things isn't yet architecturally defined, but the architectural and design principles, I think that the reason why embodying a single LLM with multiple different expertise agents, and then actually having, so right now, I don't think we're at the level where a mixture of experts LLM is actually doing collaborative inter-agent orchestration using chain of thought. I don't think we're there yet, but I'm sure that's next, right? So I guess that's really what I would like to kind of impart today. I'm happy to take any question or comment or thought, but I just really wanted to espouse this paradigm of so-called artificial stupidity as a way of advancing our society.
Great, great. Let's open it up to a couple questions here. Let's see, Dex, can I grab you to run this mic while I make sure the mics stay on the stand?
Over here.
Just a quick related, I have an echo here.
Yeah, I got to stand in front of you.
Well, quick related question. The agentic model typically focuses on goals. And I think what's interesting about what you're saying, and obviously part of a collaborative intelligence model, is the potential to browse and to identify serendipity. And I wondered how that relates to what you're talking about.
Did you catch that, Miko? What the potential?
I'd love to have you summarize.
Yeah, the potential for an agent to browse and.
Sorry, the potential for serendipity, right? For browsing, in other words, to set aside the goal-based model of.
Yes.
Happy accident.
Yeah. One of the inherent definitions of agentic infrastructure is tool use, right? So as you start to see things like ChatGPT Assistant V2, or as you start to see these bigger frameworks, right? Like one of the frameworks I'm using today, every day, is Haystack, which I really, really am enjoying. I did take a detour into LangChain, which I felt was designed by committee. So LangChain was very upsetting. It was not a good experience. So I advise people to steer away from LangChain. But the definition of an agent in most agentic frameworks is tool users, right? And so you attach tools, and one of the tools you can attach is like a browser, right? And so that's the really amazing thing, is when you do see these combinatorics, right? Because obviously when people make decisions or they have ideas, it's based on input. And the thing that's super interesting when they start using tools like web browsing is absolutely serendipity, right? And so to me, that's really creates a lot of potential for excitement. You know, like my mom is, she's in her 80s, and one of the use cases that she's using ChatGPT for is kind of as like a haiku dictionary. So she's kind of asking it to help with really obscure dictionaries, because in Japanese haiku, there are these seasonal dictionaries called kigo, and these words only appear, they localize the poem in a season, right? So it's super interesting to watch these tools get used in creative applications. And obviously, like, she's not just interested in pressing a button and having haiku fly out, it's obviously tools. But, the thing that's really interesting becomes absolutely what you're saying, right? Which is that in some ways, the activity of the agent is bounded by the things that it's able to read or find or see, right? So that creates these really amazing combinations. I saw this amazing analysis of the rise of grunge and alternative rock. And the analysis was that Nirvana could never be created today. And the reason why is music discovery, which is that the analysis of Kurt Cobain's music is that Kurt was uniquely influenced by some very obscure bands. And that the reason he obsessively listened to these bands is that these bands had albums that were sitting in the buck bin at his local record store. So basically that he didn't have a lot of money, and he just listened to a fairly small number of records that happened to be sitting in his record store. So when you talk about serendipity, this idea that someone has a restricted information source can actually generate really unique and potentially very deep knowledge, right? Because they're really becoming expert in something narrow as a function of the lack of discovery, right? They don't know everything, and that the result is actually better, right? So that's an interesting example, I think, of what you're describing, hopefully.
Interesting.
Well, Mika, thank you so much for joining us remotely.
One more question.
One more question.
Burning question.
Yes, thank you. Great talk. I'm building a simulation framework which is based on science of basal cognition, and actually how intelligence is orchestrated at many levels from the cell and bioelectric code of the cell. And I just think some of the points you made are so important, that this idea, which is actually, I mean, one of the problems we have as an AI community is not having a good definition of intelligence, and we actually use the worst one, like the kind of idea of brain-centric, and now it's become very LLM-centric. But question, have you explored some of the way that actually we go from cell to superintelligence, the orchestration between neural nets, pre-neural nets, basal cognition? Because if you haven't and would like to see a simulation framework, I would like to show you.
So I think the question was, has he seen?
Oh, he can't hear the question.
It's a little bit muddled up here. It's not from
Oh, that's a big question. I'll have to ping. That I don't think you could probably. We could try. Okay, just ask. Has he looked at multi-agent systems that really informed by bioengineering, synthetic biology, how basal cognition actually is part of an orchestration system of intelligence? Oh God. Okay, I'll have to talk to him later. Sorry, I thought he could hear me. I thought this is one person who'll get this.
You're wondering if Nico has looked at systems that have multi-agent behavior, but looking at more biological, cognitive.
Yes, just ask him if he's looked into basal cognition and how pre-neural net architectures in biointelligence actually orchestrate intelligence in a hierarchy of experts. He's not interested, sorry. You can try.
Systems, one of which is Crew.ai. So Crew is really a lovely framework. It allows you to really create these subsegmentations of interactive agents. But one of the things that I think you're pointing at that I think is really, really exciting, right, is that you do get better results when you mix agents that have diversity of thought, diversity of capability.
Yeah,
and
diverse
one of the things that you can begin to understand is that the brain itself is very much a multi-organ system.
Yes.
So different parts of the brain could be looked at as different types of agents, right? And so I'm not super familiar with basal, but this concept of sort of these different brain systems, like for example, right now I'm playing with retrieval augmented generation, or RAG, which effectively serves as a long-term memory, but also sort of an associative memory, which resembles stuff that you would see in the hippocampus, right? So, in a sense, when we build these models, like as we start to get closer to human capability, there's sort of almost a necessity for us to begin to model different neural capabilities existing in the biological form. Even whether we intend to or not, we're rebuilding some of these capabilities, right? Like memory storage has different forms, whether it be a large context window or whether it be like retrieval augmentation, which is a completely different kind of memory store, right? Much parallels the idea of human short-term memory and human long-term memory, right? And obviously the thing that's really interesting about this is that the short-term memory and the size of a context window is already radically exceeding human short-term memory. So if you have a prompt window of like 128,000 tokens, that's a really, really long prompt, right? And obviously when you look at something like Google, Google has a context window of like 2 million in Gemini Pro 1.5, right? 2 million token context window, right? To me, that gets again close to the kind of tricks I described earlier, right? Which is, if you look at mixture of experts, it's really multiple experts sitting inside of a single LLM. And if you look at a context window of something like 2 million tokens, there's probably some kind of an embedded RAG system in there, right? They're probably quote unquote cheating, right? That's my guess, right? They would describe it as, the query is being cached and then the cache is being indexed. And it's like, no, that's RAG, right? So I guess what I'm saying is that all of these systems are being built And the final architecture is as yet unknown, but for sure it will have biomimicry, and for sure it will have, systems that seem biological in inspiration.
I think that's a perfect place to wrap up this conversation. Thank you so much for dialing in, Miko. I think this worked. I think we get a passing grade on the technology implementation.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to get the slides up. I just want to find out who's in the room. How many of you are AI founders? Wow, most of the room. It's an honor to be with you guys. How many of you are AI VCs, investors? There's like 3 hands. I'm one as well. All right, and how many of you have attended Llama Lounge? Make some freaking noise. That's, good God. Did you know at why is it called Llama Lounge? Well, there's a lot of events in the Bay Area. There's 100 AI events per month. And they're called AI this, ML that, AGI this. And I was like, I need something that's going to stand apart. And there's nothing like an alluring, attractive alliteration. So I went with Llama Lounge. In fact, I was at the AI Woodstock event over at the Exploratorium, and somebody brought 4 llamas there, physical llamas. And I was standing. This was right when everything was birthing. It was March 31st. You got it? March 31st. Oh, no, we don't have it. So why don't I grab my laptop? Will that work? Okay.
Okay. So raise your hand again if you've been to a Llama Lounge. Now, who's been to greater than 1 Llama Lounges? Raise your hand. Oh, only me and Sudha? Oh, and Paul, okay. How many of you have been to more than 2 Llama Lounges? 3 Llama Lounges. We're a small club. Okay, you got that? Okay.
It's because I sent it to you in an email a couple days ago.
Oh, okay.
No, good, don't worry.
Then I could have pulled it up out of there.
Yeah, it's all good. So is it displaying behind me? No, that's good. All right. We're going to pull it up full screen. Anyway, so I was saying somebody brought a bunch of llamas to that event, the AI Woodstock. Was anybody at that event? There's 5,000 builders. And I looked at that llama. It didn't spit on me. And the inspiration came. Let's do Llama Lounge. And I launched that event series the next week. It was like, let's go. It was clear that the market was ready. All right. So let's see if we can swap screens. I don't know how to do that easily. Well, we're just going to go. All right, so we're going to talk about how AI agents are going to disrupt the world. And I have some brand new research to show everybody here today. So I'm a GP at Blitzscaling Ventures. We invest in seed stage and Series A startups. And a recent investment I did was Multion, and also in Skyfire as well. I used to work as an industry analyst at Forrester, and I worked in corporate and things like that in startups. As you know, there's a ton of AI projects, 16,000 as of this week. It's growing at 1,000 per month. Now, we heard from the prior speaker from NVIDIA who did a great job of articulating what is an agent. But what I'm seeing right now is that a lot of the founders are confusing an AI copilot. Ooh, that stopped. An AI copilot with, it's not coming up, with an AI agent. And there's a difference. So a copilot is typically within the app, and it doesn't come out of the app, versus an AI agent has ability to do independent thought and often assign itself tasks and can maneuver and spread through multiple apps as well. So it's important that we understand that is often one of the key differences that we're seeing. And I like that last thing that said that the AI agent can manifest and actually do actions, and I think that's right. So this is Llama Lounge. If you haven't been, it's typically 300 AI founders and 50 VCs. And Llama Lounge 13 is coming up, and we have lots more that will be booked. So here's the investment thesis that I think we should just totally drive on. And you guys will get a chance to see all these slides. You can download them. I'll show you how to do that at the end of today. So the thesis is, right now, the internet experience really sucks. It's actually shit. Have you used the internet recently? It's poor. Now, if you want to go find where the best restaurants are, you actually have to go to a Google search page, and it has 10 blue links, even though Google already knows the answers, but they don't give you the information. The information's scattered around the web, there's misinformation, and then as you peruse the internet, you have now retargeted ads following you around like a zombie. It's a really crappy experience. So in the future, instead of humans going to the internet, this is the key thing. Tomorrow, the AI agents will go to the internet, or apps, or enterprise software, all of it, and they will go get the information for you and bring it back to you. This is a significantly fundamental change, and as you can see, it's already disrupting Google. You don't need to go to the apps or the internet. It comes to you. So that's thesis number one that we're going to be investing on. Number two is that the AI content will reassemble in the way that you want, in the interface that you want, multimodal. Text, video, AR, VR, it doesn't matter. It's all going to come to you, and you can consume it in the way you want. Imagine a website. Let's imagine you're looking for cars. So your agent goes to the GM site, the BMW site, whatever. And imagine they don't have video, but you love video, and that's how you consume information. The AI agents with foundational models will create a video for you on the fly. So websites, are they going to be needed in the future? I think that's the question that we need to think about. All right, so let's just take a look at some examples. Just in the last week, Agent Force took over San Francisco. 40,000 people came to hear Mark Benioff talk about this, and there's 3 use cases: customer care, pre-sales, and marketing. And they have a form of agent orchestration called Atlas. So that's like the first big push, and now every big brand in the world is interested and curious about agents. And I think that's something that we're just grateful that Salesforce lit up the market on this space. HubSpot also launched Agent.ai. Have you seen this? It's a marketplace he has. It's a marketplace that has very simple features, and I exchanged some emails with Dharmesh, the founder, and they're rolling it into the product. They're going to integrate it into the product. So you can see some of these key features right now: doing research, making content, LinkedIn creation, web page copy editor, very basic tasks. I barely even think these are agents, really, because they're really just like simple tasks. But they should be able to glue these together and then sequence the tasks, and then maybe you have an intelligent agent, then you say, go find the top customers that I need, and then contact them and schedule a call with an account exec. That would be a real agent, right? All 3 tasks strung together, and it should assign those tasks to itself. So you can see that these are just the early pinnings, like an early child, just getting the basic motor function, then they're going to string them together. All right, Skyfire, one of the portfolio companies, Blitzscaling Ventures, is an agent payment protocol. So in the future, or now, agents can pay other agents to get tasks done. And this will be a way to do that. So they're using a stable coin. They're partnered with Polygon and Coinbase. And there's credit card on-ramps and off-ramps. So imagine that most of the transactions that happen are microtransactions. A credit card would not be a sufficient way to do that. So why would an agent pay another agent? Well, one agent may have information. Let's just go back to that use case of finding prospects. One agent may have that database to go find that. And so your agent, your marketing agent, would go over to that agent and then hire that agent and then get that data, serve it up, and do a microtransaction. So those are some of the changes that we'll see, those things. Now, let's imagine that there's no agent that is able to complete the task. Agents can hire humans. And there's a startup called Payman, that does that. So does this sound crazy that your boss could be an agent, an AI? Well, every Uber driver in the world already reports to an AI. Okay. This is Multion. Multion enables consumer agents. I don't know if we can show the video. Let's see if it'll work today. No, it won't work. But essentially, you type in a prompt, and there's a live YouTube video. When you get this deck, you can actually experience the video. And you can say, go shop for me on Amazon. I want these books. And there's a Chrome extension on the browser, and then it simulates the click path of the human, and then it will actually buy those books. It can also go and populate your Google Calendar invite with a meeting. So Renee and I are going to have a meeting. I'll say, hey, Multi-on, go book me that call with Renee, and then Renee will both get that invite. And imagine Renee and I are going to be meeting next week, or sorry, tomorrow, so I can tell the multi-on agent, and this is all in the demo, hey, find out when my next in-person meeting is and book my Uber. So the AI agent goes to the calendar, looks at my next meeting, it's with Renee, we're going to meet at the Transamerica Pyramid, and then it goes to the uber.com browser-based website, books the car, it's got all the logins, and it does all those things. Of course, when there's money in being involved, there should be a transaction period where you can review that, so we should expect to see that as well. So all of the tasks that we don't like to do, AI agents are going to do those. Quick question, how many AI agents do you think you'll have working for you in 2 years? Numbers? 10? What else? Paul, what do you think? Many. What's the limit, by the way? Unlimited, infinite. Are there going to be more AI agents or humans in 5 years? More agents. More agents. Another pop quiz. How many hours per day does the average American spend on the internet? That's exactly right. It's 7 hours per day the average American spends on the internet. That's 8 years of your life. And everybody in here spends way more time on the internet than 7 hours. Is that a good use of humanity? Oh, God. Listen, we all came here physically together. We could have done this on a Zoom call or in a metaverse, but we wanted to be together. Listen, we only get around 4,000 weeks of life on average, 75 years, 4,000. I'm already past the 2,000 mark. Is this how we want to spend our lives? No, let's have the agents do the shit work. All right, now to the brand new content. This is the AI agent ecosystem. I interviewed 20 to start with AI agent founders and VCs, and now it's over 30. And I built this market map. It is public. It's out there. And there's a number of layers that I wanted to show you so you can understand this map. And if you're an AI agent startup, you need to know where you are. You need to know where the competitors are. If you work at a big tech corporation, you need to know where your strengths are. If you're a VC, you need to know where to invest. All right, so at the bottom layer is the data layer, and there's 3 things happening there. There's exclusive data where the AI agents are getting this, typically from RAG, and also within the firewall. Remember, 80% of the world's information is behind a firewall. It's not public data. OpenAI only trained off the public text-based data in GPT 3.5, which when you added it up and compressed that data, text-based data, is only 1 terabyte. It's small, it fits in your phone. Next is the open data. So there's some startups there like Dendrite, which are scraping the web and also going into logged in using their own browser. They can log into, like, let's just say your Instagram account or your LinkedIn account, and then it can get all that information, and then you can resell it to agents to use that. And there's this constant discussion whether there's going to be unified APIs for agents, and so that's a discussion that's being done. And I think the best thing about standards in the Bay Area and Silicon Valley and tech in general is that there's so many to choose from. It's such a wonderful thing. That's a joke. Didn't land. We will probably not have a standard because people just don't agree, because there's Apple versus Microsoft versus Google that are happening in this space. So next is the management layer. There's quite a few AI agent startups here. So you've heard of the term KYC. The new term is KYA. Know your, say it, know your agent. So we're going to see a new verification system emerge where the agent represents, let's say Paul. So Paul, let's just imagine that you are going to buy a brand new Mercedes. You can send your buyer's agent, Paul's agent, to go to the Mercedes website, and you could choose. Should it say, I'm not going to disclose anything, just go get information and render the car and get a quote and haggle for me. Do you like haggling? You do or don't? He likes it? Well, now your agent can do it better. And then 2, you could also say this AI agent represents somebody with, you look very trustworthy, with a high credit score, high net worth, right? Or it could say this is somebody who lives in San Francisco with a high credit score, high net worth. Or you could say, I represent Paul. So we're going to see a new form of agent accreditation verification that's going to emerge. And that means every CRM system is going to have a new record next to a human. Who is their agent that represents them? That's about to happen. All right, next is on the management side. There's orchestration, there's observability, agent ops known as agency.com. They're the leaders in that space. We're seeing arbitration that will emerge. If we have, imagine 1,000 or 1 million AI agents try to go get tickets for the Taylor Swift conference on behalf of the human buyers, who gets first access? So we might see a new form to determine the people with the highest credit scores, or who was fastest, or who's a loyal customer. Like, we'll see that start to emerge. And then payments, we already discussed that. And then the AI agents are improving. They have the ability to understand what to do. We're seeing, I talked to companies that do simulations in order to predict what agents will do. There's a lot happening on that fourth row. All right, this is the largest category here, the app layer for agents. So there will be thousands and thousands of agent apps on the left-hand side for every single category. And typically, those are going to be vertical-based agents. We're going to have agents for finance, agents for marketing, agents for travel, agents for fitness. And then on the right-hand side is the horizontal AI agent platforms. That enables people to actually, or developers, could be coded or non-code, to actually build their own AI agents. So Wordware, who just presented and sponsored, is going to be added to this next version. Multion, Adept, who Amazon acquired, Crew, Lizer, LangChain from, these are all the ones that I'm seeing in this market, and that's going to be a fast-growing sector. And of course, they connect to LLMs, as we heard from NVIDIA. At the highest layer is the ecosystem layer. There's numerous marketplaces that are going to emerge. Now, this is a really interesting thing. So every big tech company in the world, Google, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, they're all going to launch their own agent marketplaces, or they'll be added to the existing app exchanges right now. Again, the thesis one, remember, the humans don't need to visit a website or an app. We actually don't need that many apps in the future. If the agentic web actually comes to fruition, you only need one app. It's the agent app that serves you. We call that a meta agent or a primary agent. And of course, Google's going to offer you one. Apple's going to say theirs is the only one that's private. I think you know what's going to happen. All right, so numerous ecosystems. And so this is the current AI agent ecosystem map. And I wanted to show that to you. There's some significant changes coming, as you know. Google is slated to lose 25% of their traffic by 2026. That is catastrophic because of agents. And even Bill Gates says that whoever has the agent, you don't have to visit a productivity site again, a search site, and you don't have to go to Amazon again. That's a huge thing to expect for us to see. So Gartner and even Bill Gates says this is the future. So I'll close this out with 5 final points. AI agents are going to bring the internet to you. You don't have to visit a website or an app unless you want to. And I think the only apps that you will want to visit or websites are entertainment, media, and gaming, maybe travel, maybe some shopping if it's, a visceral, cool experience. But all the other stuff that is on the internet, you don't really need and want to experience. Think about it. We're just forced to because of the advertising model. Thesis 2, all of the content on the internet will be brought to you in the interface that you want. We don't have to visit the internet. The internet comes to us and reassembles in the way that we want. Number 2, obviously, big disruption coming. Media and revenue models will shift. We're already seeing Perplexity is going to include sponsored questions into their system. So we should expect within GPTs, Anthropic and Claude, that we'll see sponsored sentences because that revenue, that advertising dollars that's going to leave Google will go to where the eyeballs are. I also expect to see by summer that e-commerce will be integrated into the foundational models. You should not have to go to an e-commerce website. It should happen in the interface that you want. Now, obviously, the big companies in the world see this as a massive power loss, so they're going to do a couple things. They're going to launch an API for agents. So when agents visit websites instead of humans, that's actually not a great experience. The agent is simulating the human click path. The smart companies in the world are going to create an API that serves up the relevant information that the agent wants for Paul so he can buy his new Mercedes. And so we'll see a new class of companies, and the existing CMS companies are going to launch an API that feeds just directly to those agents. Okay? There will be more AI agents than humans. We already talked about that. And there's going to be a debate. Should you have one agent or should you have 10 agents? Should you have one agent for every different type of email you have one? Personal one, a spam one, and one for work and your employer, right? It's unclear. I don't know yet. I'm not quite sure. And then lastly, this one, I want you to open your minds a bit. I think San Francisco crowds can do this. These agents are going to create their own economy and their own societal norms, and as they mature, they will operate on their own with little or no human oversight. Just like we will see this species, a swarm emerging, where they'll be able to function and they'll be generating revenue on their own. In the near future, we're probably going to see an AI agent company where there's no human that created it. It's able to provide value, sell its services to humans and to your agents, and generate revenue on its own, collecting crypto. That is probably going to happen in 2 to 3 years. That's what I heard. I saw cringe. Okay, cool. All right, well, if you like those slides, you can download them. This should go to a QR code to a Google form, and then you put that in there. And as a bonus, you get subscribed to my newsletter, which doesn't have any spam or advertising. And I hope that this was helpful to you. Let's open it up to questions. I'll try to do my best to answer it. If I can't, maybe we'll summon an agent. Back to you, Stephen.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Yeah. Well, I had a question. Okay, people just raise your hands, and they'll ask you to raise them again. I got a quick spot. I was wondering first how the Google acquisition of HubSpot was going to affect what you were saying about HubSpot, and then I just Googled and I saw that acquisition's no longer going forward. And what might you know, any insider information that you can make public?
I don't have any inside info on that. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So questions up here.
Hey, Jeremiah. What are the trends that you're seeing that have not worked in the last 1 year and a half? Because
not worked?
Not worked. Because we obviously are talking about everything that's like multi-agent and everything that seems promising, but what have you seen has been invalidated so far?
Yeah. There was a lot of point products. There's features, not products. So a lot of generative AI image companies and generative AI video companies. And then creating content, they got completely destroyed by the foundational models. There's nothing, they get run over from one PR announcement or tweet from Sam Altman. So that's sad, but it's reality. What I like to say is we are on a hike through the wilderness, but it's unlike any hike or as we traverse the wilderness, because the mountains, which are foundational models, they move. Have you ever been on a hike when the mountains are moving? Like just moving around? That's what's literally happening. It's a very chaotic place. So how do you defend against that? Have access to exclusive data, and you have network effects and viral effects beyond the technology. Technology is not a moat right now. You actually have to have the business model that scales. Network effects, viral effects, and have access to exclusive data. That's how you survive right now.
Hi. How do you see interaction between hardware and software having a tighter integration? Because the earlier agents were mostly software focused, but now Apple and OpenAI are trying.
It already exists. Have you been outside yet? Did you see the Waymo? There. That's an agent. So obviously more robotics will come, and then AI agents will be running those. So there will be more of that. That's right.
Hey, Jeremiah. I was wondering, what are your thoughts, or how do you see companies dealing with humans interacting with agents, like visually, or being able to trust their agents to do the job because they'll be scared of hallucinations, or see if, how are they predicting experiences and all that?
That'll be a continued issue. So the AI agents that I expect to see in the Generation 2 They will have access to your email accounts. They'll be listening to what you're saying, reviewing your SMS messages, look at your browser history. So they should become more intelligent based upon your personal cloud. And that should hopefully reduce some of the errors. But now that actually brings up an interesting question. What's the business model? So we should assume Amazon's going to launch a free AI agent for everybody to use. Of course, when you want to go shopping, where's it going to point to? Right? Amazon.
Yeah, hi.
But if you pay for an AI agent, then it should serve you, right? And so that's the question, how many people would actually pay for it? Not a lot.
Yeah, hi. What would trigger mass adoption beyond San Francisco? Question number one. Number two, do you think we'll have winner takes all?
I didn't hear the second part.
Winner take all situations in,
Yes,
with
okay.
agents?
So there needs to be a killer use case. I think one would be email management is the killer use case, an AI agent. So Flood is trying to solve, it's an AI agent to solve your email inbox. That's run by Sarah, and that's an interesting one. So email is the killer use case. So whoever can go through all of that spam, filter, and then suggest responses, and then do those with review, and review your prior sent messages that had great responses, that is the use case to watch. So email will drive mass adoption. And is it winner takes most? No, because Amazon versus Google versus Facebook versus TikTok, like there will be enough large companies that there just won't be, nobody can win that whole market. I think the primary agent will be ecosystem based. Yeah.
You mentioned Salesforce, Agent Force. I wonder what's your take on how is that going to impact sort of enterprise agent workflows, if you will, and do you see a role for startups to get on top of that agent force and streamline? And because they talked a lot about security, scalability, and that's something that small companies can't really achieve. So do you see that as a game changer or just another feature of Salesforce?
Yes, so both, Dreamforce and HubSpot, both, right? So they will have the most they launched the most basic use case, ADR, BDR, SDR, customer care, and basic marketing. And so those are the basic functions. There's already hundreds of startups that are doing that. But they will have to launch this platform where everybody can build on top of it. And enterprise deployments are complex, and so that's a great opportunity for system integrators and the big marketing and agency firms to do customized agents. So I think it's an opportunity. I don't see that as a threat. I see that as a threat to the people, the physical humans who had those jobs, though. That's a different topic. Companies mean customers?
No, ISVs.
Yeah, they're going to for sure be into that. I think that's all opportunity. I think if you've seen new enterprise software emerge before, it's going to be the same type of rollout as prior. Okay.
I found your last point really interesting around multi-agents. Sort of interested in terms of what you think is going to evolve in terms of a multi-agent universe, concepts like Fetch.ai, where I'm going to be able to have multiple agents. Are my agents going to be able to arbitrate and negotiate based upon cost and speed so that I can perform exactly what I want, get my emails done faster or slower depending on my cost?
Correct. So assume you have a primary agent, then you could tell it, I need this task done. Here's the budget. Here's my Skyfire account with the funds in it. Then you can optimize. Do you want a swarm or two swarms? And do you want an arbiter to do QA? Like, you'll have all those types of choices to get those. And it depends on the task. What is the task? So yes, multi-agent is very likely. Although I've interviewed some people that say you will have only one agent, and it will just access the APIs and do everything for you. So I hear different things in the market. It's not conclusive.
Hi. I'm wondering, it's what a lot happen with humans in business world and just political world, whatever. What happened with agents? Are they going to be corrupt? Can somebody just buy all these agents? Can they spy on each other, business insights or something like that?
Yes, all of those things will happen. All of the good agents and all of the bad behaviors will be just as we've always used tech. That behavior is a human behavior that will be transferred to yet the latest technology. Just as our first technology, fire, was used to cook food and our brains grew bigger because we had more nutrients, and it was also used as a weapon. And so that is going to happen for every new technology set. So yes, prepare yourself for your good agents to fight the bad agents.
So we've got 3 last questions, and just keep the questions brief.
I think almost everybody in the room has asked a question. Can we make it? Let's go.
I know. We're going to have to schedule an entire summit just called the Jeremiah Oyang Summit.
Love this energy. I love it. Thank you.
When do you think the hyperscalers are going to start the agentic arms race?
Yeah, it's already happened, right? I already showed you Salesforce, HubSpot. Amazon acquired Adept.ai, which is a team that is doing agents. That's already here. You can see the early pinnings of Siri coming out next month with artificial intelligence. What do they call it? Apple Intelligence. Yeah, it's here. It's here. It's here. As a startup, so again, I'll go back to the things. What's defensible? Access to exclusive data. That could be a cloud, government cloud, personal cloud, military cloud. You have network effects in your business model. As every new user joins, the value increases for all other users. And you have viral effects, which is known as product-led growth. The product spreads on its own with no marketing or advertising. Not really talking about social media mentions either. Like the product's designed to spread. Dropbox, Slack, Facebook, LinkedIn, Airbnb, Uber. They all have all 3 of those things I just mentioned. That's what we invest in, by the way, at blitzscaling. You have to have those 3 components.
Great job presenting and making this relevant. Here's my questions. 1, how can we make this so we can prevent some of those problems that you're talking about the agents? No, I didn't stop. And number 2, would we please be able to figure out what kind of factors that people are looking at? So like, for example, you talk about credit scores. Would we be able to make that in a big, bold font so that people who have vision impairment can be able to read that and be able to select stuff that they want their agents to leverage, like their credit score, so people can opt out of those things? And then, yep.
Okay, that's a lot already. So, yes, there's going to be bad agents, so we're going to see new types of security agents emerge. And I haven't really interviewed a lot of those companies, but they'll be in this category over here. Agent permissions and security, that's that category. I'm looking to talk to those startups who are going to do that. Now, regarding your choice on what's going to be displayed, that's to be determined. It's not clear what information will be shared yet. The market is just forming right now, right? So, but again, I believe that the information that you want will be formed in the way that you desire in the multimodal way. And then you should have the choice to determine what that agent displays around you. It's called abstraction, right? Yeah, but we'll see what happens. I just don't know with the big tech companies how they're going to push their will into the space.
Hi, Jeremiah. My question is also ask for an advice because we're thinking this direction. I look at it this way, that agents can be an analogy of new workforce entering market.
You said new workforce?
New workforce, yeah.
Correct, yes.
And other side is, let's call it a factory, a workspace.
A factory, got it.
Yeah, so we are doing agents and factory as well. Agents can be replaced, or maybe it will be something like, as you mentioned earlier, like generative AI startups making small models were gone once ChatGPT announced GPTs. So this workspace or a factory that is like CAPEX expenditure, and these are OPEX more or less. Do you think this emphasis on building workspace where these agents can perform work in a certain industry and provide outcomes is something that will be valuable in future as well, not only bet on agent individual development, but create the workspace, a factory for these agents to perform their outcome?
I haven't heard anybody talk about that specific metaphor of a factory for agents. I mean, I think they just, right now what I'm seeing is web-based agents just traverse the whole internet. the whole internet is their workspace. So if you're saying, like, if your metaphor is a vertical, let's just say like travel AI agents, then they will just traverse those websites. I haven't seen anybody create like just a platform for any particular vertical of those agents to work there. So I haven't seen that. It's not like they have a physical body in that way. I just don't think that metaphor applies.
I see.
All right, maybe take like 12 more questions.
That makes a baker's dozen. What do you think? 13. Yeah, okay, thank you. Whoop. Everybody, give a great round of applause for Jeremiah. Appreciate his...
I'll do a quick demo of one of our agents. This is a demo account, and for something like a company, imagine like Waymo in autonomy driving and vision technology, something like that. So I'll start with that, and let's do something. Like something like just a normal update a company could have. We also do personal brand and business brand. And this AI agent can perform different functions and also can differentiate what is needed for content or what is just a conversation. So I would ask like, like that. Like, and it, as you see on the right on the preview, it changes. Yeah, like do formatting, whatever, and we will give it more freedom as you use it. So you will not have, you wouldn't need to do like micromanagement of it. Like that, and you can also, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Is it any better now? So it will also generate image without you prompting. It understands context, understands your brand identity, your vision, values, everything like that. So this is a generated image here, and I can add add bullet points or whatever, and you just instruct it what you want in this points. Whatever. And this is now, for example, for Twitter, X, and I can then tell it to do something. Okay, do it more article-like, like for LinkedIn. So I can switch to LinkedIn. Yeah, it created different thing. Add CTA, for example. And yeah, so you are like on a Zoom call with your AI agent. You can actually talk to it like that. Add relevant emojis and remove bold fonts. Okay. Something. Yeah. So you are creating for all social media at once. You can adapt, change, save, and right here we have assets management. So yeah, now it's changed as you see here. We have assets management where you can generate images, upload your own assets, whatever that is, video, photo, search GIFs, or add some on your own, whatever. And also, you can have your own assets synced with Dropbox in our assets management system, videos, everything. Here we have social media accounts that you can directly connect and scale all this content and manage it across multiple platforms. Like I can also tell it like, set a reminder for tomorrow 2 p.m. So it will perform that action, and it will populate on your content calendar. From here, you can change it for different social media, change assets, search assets, invite your coworkers, leave comments, and add the roles. So let me just take you how the other part of this works. First is brand formation, and we have separate AI agent who is forming that from your basic description, or it can be just a link to your website. This is content management part here, assets, with different folders, everything, content calendar, and social media accounts. Some is in production, and integrations. And right here I could switch from to another brand, and the whole workspace changes. I have different members in each brand. And they have different roles. They can be viewer, owner, admin, just member, editor, like that. So it allows you to basically streamline what you are doing live, and also it proactively knows what you are capable of talking about or provide insights, and it will ask you your industry related questions, news, so even if there is nothing going on, still you will be able to build your online presence and then channel those of your followers to more communities that you control, where your content will reach them. And to maintain that, you constantly need content. So that's how basically story works. This was a quick demo, and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer on this topic or general on startups or what Agentic AI. I'm open to anything.
Sandro, you ready for questions?
Yes.
Okay, raise your hand if you have questions for Sandro and Story AI. You have a quick, are you okay? Wait, here.
I'm filming this for you. So I want to be able to make sure that I have this in your demo if you need it, okay?
Okay.
All right. So can you go back to that main screen? You know how you can pick between either a personal brand or a company brand? How did you get to this screen? Yeah. Okay. So go here. Okay. Click it.
So which one do you want, company or personal? Company, right?
Yep.
So here I can enter a URL, and it will scrape automatically and create your initial brand identity. Then you can change, regenerate to whatever you want. So yeah, I could enter.
Cool. And then show me where you found LinkedIn and everything, all that kind of area.
Here, you can connect them with accounts.
All right, perfect.
Okay, thank you for that reiteration. Raise a hand if you're curious more about how Story can be implemented. And
thank you.
Sandro, thank you very much. Wait, let's get the mic out there, hang on.
Sure, just go on the Story, and I have shared with Steven promo codes, so you will get 100% off for 1 year on any plan you choose. So you just go to storyai.com here. You see it?
STORI AI. ORI AI. No QR codes?
No. I can show you like video, and maybe it will be better representation of what we do. Quick 50-second video.
You're going to have to mic the screen if there's sound. Just put your mic to the... Great, thank you. And the URL one last time is?
Sorry?
The URL, people were getting confused because they were trying to find the URL and they see some other things popping up. So it's storyai.com?
Yeah, storyai.com.
Great, great. Thank you very much, Sandro.
Yeah.
Let me, we have to move on. So.
Yes, will our post disappear after that? Post on social media?
I will be there and we can talk.
Yeah, so if, let's say, I use your soft to create my online content in social media, then next year I decide not subscribe, what happened with my previous content which was generated by your software?
Yeah, so we have freemium business model, and some paid features will be removed. Otherwise, you will be able to access and to still do things without any payment at all. So you will not lose any progress that you created previously. You might not be able to directly schedule and publish from our platform without payment, but the rest you can do still do, but it will be just with some limitations. But nothing what you worked on, even if you cancel your subscription or whatever, it will still be accessible and controlled by you. So it won't. You will not be blocked out or something and lose access to your assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandro. I really appreciate the offer of the free offer, and then also to answer, paraphrase the answer to that question is after the pro plan, your plan just gets demoted to a free plan, but you don't lose your data. You just lose some functionality moving forward until you upgrade, which of course you will, because it's an amazing product. Next up here, we have Robert Scoble, aka the Scobleizer.
Oh boy. So I'm between you and lunch. That's what's going on here. All right. That's good, because I'm going to shorten this down from what he told me. I'm Robert Scoble, and I was invited here not to really talk about agents, because I think you've heard a lot about agents, but I've been around Silicon Valley for a long freaking time. I was Apple's first child laborer back in 1978. My mom taught me to solder on Apple II motherboards in our kitchen. We made about 2,000 of them in our kitchen, and that started me on a career of understanding new things and new companies that bring the new things to us. Siri was launched in my house. I had the first ride in the first Mercedes-Benz autonomous car. I launched Flipboard, Cloudera, Instagram, TechCrunch, TechMeme, a whole bunch of companies. And I wrote 7 books predicting decade-long trends. So I sort of wanted to just start a conversation about where things are going. What all are these agents going to be doing for us, maybe? If there's one thing you should take away, is that I've completely mapped out the AI industry, including 23,000 people in the AI industry and 5,500 companies on X.com. This is what my X.com looked like this morning when I recorded this, and it goes by pretty quick, which is the first lesson for everybody. There's a lot happening in the AI world, and it happens at a very fast speed. On the way here, OpenAI just announced they're launching their new advanced voice features for everybody this week. So, finally. I've separated each of these people into lists so you can put them into X-Pro and actually watch the world go by, or just take who you like and build your own lists out of that. So I like to talk to people about where are we going, because there's a lot that's going to ship in the next 18 months. In the next 18 months, we're going to see a variety of new AI-driven glasses. We're going to see humanoid robots start to ship into people's homes and businesses. We're going to see virtual beings shipping. We're going to see a new thing called the holodeck. And every night on X.com with a researcher from Unity, we talk about the holodeck. We were up pretty late last night. So I wanted to talk a little bit less about technology and more about what I learned by launching so many companies and being around the ecosystem for so long and watching trends over time. And the one thing that I see a lot of AI people just not quite get there is how to tell their story better. My friend Andy Grignon was one of the 12 guys who built the iPhone, and after he left all that, he started a company, and he went and visited investor after investor and got rejected. And one of the investors said, you know, you need a better story. And he actually had a story coach. His story coach said, stop doing slides. Your product doesn't have an affordance for that. He had a book made and a deck of cards made, which after 2 pitches to investors, he got $6 million. So it proves that storytelling is hugely important in this business of driving you forward. So let's talk about some of the storytelling things I've seen. Great companies are built, not launched. This morning, Insta360, which is another company that I launched, they came and visited me in my house to launch their company, launched a new product. But they've given me that product for a month. A lot of AI people write me the day before their launch and say, hey, we're launching tomorrow, can you cover us? Well, I can cover you, I can reshare you, sure, but that doesn't give me some personal insights about your company or about your product or how good it is or what it's good for, or where it's useful for, and I see this mistake being made a lot. Siri came to my house twice. And they gave me the product and it still wasn't working. They came to my house twice because I found a whole bunch of bugs the first time they came out, and they had to go back and work on it. You shouldn't look at your launch as an event, but rather a process. There's super users in the world. And if you're on Gmail started out with these advanced users, super users that were heavier email users than anybody else. They sort of siphoned off the best users and made their product. That user made the product better and spread it and all that. These super users now are actually on OpenAI, and they're feeding back data into the model so that the model gets better over time from the users who are telling it. Over the summer, I've been going around to museums all over the world and other places, taking pictures with OpenAI and talking to it about the picture. It knows everything in the Smithsonian, by the way. It's crazy. But it's these early users who are feeding back data like, oh, you got a fact wrong. Or, oh, you didn't know about this artist very well. Let me tell you some more. That gets fed into the model, and eventually it shows up as a better product. I wanted to talk a little bit about failure, because I study failure. Who knows the Microsoft story, for instance? Microsoft didn't have an operating system at the beginning. Their first product was a basic compiler, and IBM came to Bill Gates and said, hey, we need an operating system. We're building a personal computer to compete with Apple. This was back in 79, right, 1979. And Bill Gates sent them down to Gary Kildall down here at Pacific Grove, who ran DRI Research. He had the best CPM of the world, the best operating system then, called CPM. My dad bought a $2,000 RAM card for his Apple II to run CPM, which cost several $1,000s back then. And that was the problem. When IBM went and told Gary Kildall, we need an operating system, you got the best one, they wanted to pay $25 per seat. And Gary and his team just couldn't wrap their head around that and sent them away. Bill Gates eventually got the message and went across the street to Seattle Computer Works and found a copy of DOS, or a copy of CP/M called DOS, and that a guy named Tim Patterson wrote, and all that. Failure is a good way to pitch your company too, particularly if you know your customer was having problems before shipping here. I just took an Uber ride here because I went to the wrong ride. It took 1 minute to get an Uber. I remember standing on a street corner here in San Francisco. How many people were here before Uber was launched, like in 2009? A few OGs, yes. Back then, you had to call a dispatcher and wait for a taxi to show up, and they often didn't show up, and you'd be sitting there for an hour and a half. You know this story, don't you? And then Uber comes along. Uber was invented right in front of me in a Paris snowstorm, and Travis and Garrett were having a conversation, and like, why can't we see where the cars are on our phone? Well, they were taking on the failures of the taxi industry, and now I can get a ride in 1 minute. A lot of if you go to this slide alone will save you 7% of equity, because if you want to go to Y Combinator and get the Y Combinator treatment, what do? They force you to reduce your story to 10 words for the brochure, and they practice it over and over and over again by bringing people who are like me into the building, talking to you. You have to pitch them. You got 3 minutes, you got 10 words. And many entrepreneurs just can't simplify their company down that much. They just haven't figured out what they really do. Like, I'm taking on Uber. That's less than 10 words. A lot of entrepreneurs tell me their biggest mistake when they started their company is not focusing on culture enough. Culture creates products. Culture creates trust. Culture creates excitement. GoPro, for instance, had a unique culture. They started out on the surf waves in Half Moon Bay by Nick Woodman, right? He wanted a camera that he would be surfing and that he could push a button and take a picture. That was back in the film days. But he took his executives every morning on board meetings out on the waves to work on their companies, right? When they went IPO, they killed this, and I think it's dramatically hurt GoPro's innovation culture compared to that. I know several people who left GoPro because the bean counters came in and killed the culture. There's a lot of ways that we could change the culture of a company and all that. Pain launches a lot of products. Pain is something that AI people are actually studying. If you go to University of Washington, they're using VR to study pain in a new way. They found that putting a burn victim into VR was better at solving pain than using morphine. In fact, 5 times more. So that's a pitch for a company, right? Oh, we have some pain. We have a way to solve it. Here's the answer. Here's how we go. A lot of companies don't do the basics very well, including studying their competitors. That's why I built the lists that I have on X.com. I have lists of investors, lists of tech journalists, lists of founders, like 10,000 of them, and all that. If you don't study your competitors, you're not going to have a good slide deck. You're going to have a weakness in your slide deck when you go and pitch entrepreneurs or investors. So, Steve, where is Steve? Steve, come on. Why don't you come up here?
Okay, yeah.
It's easier to have a conversation with you about, some of the things I've seen. Here's one. Airbnb was failing for 1,000 days.
Until they made like Obama O's or something.
No, they had that before that. What did Paul Graham say to them? Go meet your customers. They actually took a road trip to meet some of the early customers, and they discovered all sorts of ways to fix the website, fix their messaging, appeal more to people. All of a sudden, the business started working, and here we are. Right?
Yeah, so I should have taken these lessons before I failed at my early startup companies. They were different. They were different failures, but.
By the way, this is why investors know that a second-time entrepreneur is much more likely to succeed than a first-time, because a first-time entrepreneur doesn't quite know all the ropes, doesn't know how to manage people. Tony Hsieh told me he hired a bunch of assholes because they had credentials right on his first company. And his second company, Zappos, he didn't want to do that. He built a culture that rejected assholes. He even offered people money after they interviewed to go away, to see if they would take the money and go away, right? An asshole would take the money and go away.
Yeah, don't bother me again. Yeah, I find it really rewarding, as I'm sure you do also, to, for those of us who have been around in the industry and watched a couple cycles and had a couple, we have some battle scars, to be able to really help guide startups, away from those things, those common mistakes that it's just too easy to make.
Let's talk about agents a little bit from a market perspective, because there's a lot happening. I just got pitched on the way here by another entrepreneur company who's building a conference around their product, right? That's a smart marketing campaign. Invite a bunch of people to Santa Clara football stadium to hear your pitches and hear the marketplace talking, so that you can have a relationship with customers and maybe turn that into sales someday, right? Because I assume that's still the goal of most companies, to get a customer, get some profits, some sales, unless you're starting Instagram. I was the 79th user of Instagram. They didn't have any sales when they got bought for $1 billion. In fact, I was speaking to a group like this the morning they got bought, and this group was from Ireland. They were here in Silicon Valley to study, why does Google and Facebook and Meta and all these companies start up around here and not in Ireland? And I stood up and said, hey, Mark Zuckerberg just bought Instagram for $1 billion. This is a company that had no sales, no profits, no assets, 14 employees, not many employees, right? Worth $1 billion. And I said, this company in a few years is going to be worth $100 billion. And they started arguing with me. Mm-hmm. They were here in Silicon Valley to study why innovation happens here and not there. And they started arguing with me.
And they couldn't give up their bias.
Because they ran big businesses. They were billionaires who ran McDonald's, right, and factories, things with a lot of employees, things with a lot of assets, things with sales and profits, and they couldn't wrap their head around this. Why did I know that it was going to be worth $100 billion?
Could it have been velocity?
No, I spoke at Google's first advertising conference. I was working as a strategist at Microsoft back then. And I was the only Microsoft employee invited to speak at Google's conference, which was highly entertaining. And I sat next to Tim O'Reilly, who was writing the Web 2 memo. I wrote Bill Gates a memo saying he should buy Web 2, true story. He rejected me. He could have made a lot more money. Not listening to me cost him $6 billion, because I told him to buy Skype before eBay did.
Listen to Robert.
Yeah, see, I've been around. I've been places. I might have some stories. Anyways, where was I going with all that?
Well, I'm getting Instagram. So when you're talking about Instagram, remember I visited their offices right, before they were acquired. They were right here off of Battery Street, just north of Broadway. I had my Here Planet offices were right around the corner from them. So it was an interesting time in the industry, probably the late aughts. Early teens, but yeah, go ahead. Well, the one thing I just wanted to mention and pull Jeremiah's name into this conversation, because I think what smart investors know here is that looking at velocity and how a company's doing, you don't need revenue if you're just scaling users, and then you can turn to somebody like Jeremiah and Blitzscaling Ventures to fuel that fire, because we know there's a pot of gold at the end of that rainbow.
Because of that conference, they sat me at the sponsor table, because I was the speaker, that's what happens, right? And the Kraft food executives, I was talking to the Kraft food executives, I was like, why do you spend so much money with Google advertising and all that? Oh, because it works. How do you know it works? Oh, we instrumented everything. We know if we spend $1 on here or there, it shows up in sales, right? They spend $34 to acquire a 16-year-old to try their cheese. Super Bowl ads are not cheap, right? So it costs some money to acquire new customers. You got to do you might keep that in here. Yeah, if we're spending $34 to acquire a new customer, that's about what Kraft Food was paying. Instagram had how many users when they got bought? 100 million, and it was growing like a rocket. Now it has 3 billion users. If it's $34 per user that an advertiser's paying to get to those people, that's a lot more than they were valued at.
$34 billion.
Right? And so I knew that Mark Zuckerberg had a money system, an advertising network that was very efficient, and that when they hooked it up to the users, they would be highly profitable. And that's certainly how it worked out. But most people can't see the future, even if they're highly educated, highly wealthy, and are in the right place at the right time.
Right. So do you think it was the calculus Mark was doing was, okay, I can buy this and I can turn that into a money-making machine, or was it more defensive?
No,
like, I can't build that, they're already capturing the market.
Users. He bought WhatsApp for $19 billion or something like that, right, for the same reason. He knew each user's worth, it's $34 to one company, right?
Right.
He could sell those users over and over and over to many, many companies, right, and make a lot of money. And he had an advertising network, and he was looking for other properties to hook that advertising network up to. So let's talk about glasses, because I just was at a stealth mode company last week, seeing the glasses.
I want some lightweight glasses.
They're coming end of next year, at least with one display and eye tracking and hand tracking, motion tracking, right? And an LLM in the glasses, or at least in your phone, that's going to fire.
A small language model, maybe built by Premi. Oh, no, they're just plugging our sponsors.
A fairly nice model. So you're going to soon be walking around a museum, because if you go to any museum in the world and take a picture of anything in that museum and ask ChatGPT about it, it knows just from the picture. It's fucking insane.
Yes.
It's totally insane. How many people have used
the vision? I want the Terminator vision, where I can scan the room, see the person, get their background, get my LinkedIn, get their LinkedIn information.
With your name on it, we could do a LinkedIn.
I usually have that friends, I have the audio thing, but I want the heads-up display. I don't want to kill people, but I want the heads-up display, like there's John Connor, and really know, like, who am I speaking to, even if I've never met them before. If I don't recognize them, we have being at places like this, we meet thousands of people.
So these glasses are coming with a large language model that you talk to. At the same time, I'm seeing company after company coming in the next month. I just saw a spreadsheet with an agentic spreadsheet. So I don't know if you saw my video on this, but you start out with a column of like customer names, column of addresses, and then if you need another column, you just start another column and prompt the column and say, I need all their social media addresses. And it kicks up, let's say you have a database of 5,000 names, it goes to all 5,000 at the same time and starts doing RAG lookups around the web to figure out where they are on social media and put that into the spreadsheet. It's freaking insane. I've seen a project management system that helps you do the same thing. You just tell it, I want to run a marathon in 2 years. And it starts filling out a plan step by step by step by step, and it's pretty accurate, right? A new kind of user interface, a new kind of user experience is showing up, because that's very different than a spreadsheet. And I just interviewed an email automation company that answers all your email, because it looks at all your email you've ever sent and all the ways you've interacted with people, and it customizes the wording to your own language. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I love that. So I think we really are, what I think you would agree, we're in this Cambrian explosion of agents, and certain ones are going to evolve into the next species that benefits humans, that Mark buys, or Meta or Google. Maybe this is part of the reason why Google didn't buy HubSpot, because they would have been buying the users. I think HubSpot's a great product. I use it.
Yeah.
But maybe we can now disrupt that. So I think disruption is going to be much easier. Hey, just look at all my media, because that's my pain point, is I've got all this communication. Unless I CC or BCC HubSpot, it doesn't know.
Yeah.
How do I just have that manage and tell me, like, ultimately, so here's a killer product, maybe it'll be disrupted. I want an LLM to just tell me what's next. So I don't have to think like, oh, what's the most important thing? Because I've got a million things to do. The LLM probably can surface that for me, knows I'm getting in the car. I can do certain actions in the car. I can make phone calls. What's next?
Yeah.
You know, like, so maybe, hey Siri, what's next? Or hey, whatever that product is, build that product, please.
We need to automate people's lives to make them superhuman. Right? There's a good group of people here who's doing it to put people out of work, right? You know, oh, let's put all the truck drivers out of work with our autonomous vehicles, right? That is happening.
But obviously that's not the motivation. Like, people aren't thinking, you know, everybody's looking for opportunity. That might happen.
Is how do you do an Uber cheaper than Uber, right? Get rid of the human. That's $18 an hour. The car only costs $2 an hour. So, you know, if you get to the promised land of autonomous vehicles, you can make a lot of money eventually. Right now, Waymo is losing a lot of money per ride because they're still growing. First of all, they have a lot of cars to make to bring this to the rest of the world, right? There's 300 cities in America, only 3 have autonomous cars, right? They have to convince a lot of people. The auto industry had me go around America and ask people, are you willing to get in a car without a steering wheel? And everybody, even here in San Francisco, is like, fuck no. Right? Now San Francisco is starting to change because people are actually getting experience in the Waymo.
Right now we're sitting there being like, why is there a steering wheel?
Yeah, but it proves that there's a lot of resistance. This is where I was going with the pain slide. There's always resistance in paradigm shifts. 1 million people protested the newsfeed at Facebook when the newsfeed turned on. Now every LinkedIn and Twitter and Threads all use newsfeeds. So we all are using them, right? Mm-hmm. But we all protested because we don't like change. Humans do not like change, and that's something you have to take on as your
resistance is futile.
Resistance is futile because eventually you see there's so much utility. I mean, a spreadsheet that can fill in a column for you, that's utility. If you want to resist that, you're not going to have a job soon.
Right, and that's just the evolution. We've all been experiencing it. You know, what did we do when we had, you know, chemicals on paper and we were printing film? I grew up doing photography in high school, dark room. I was in the chemicals, in my, you know, breathing that crap, and, you know, then digital, and we could just see what was coming. So I think we're good predictors of what's next, but the adoption curve, because of that resistance.
People are, me and you might be a predictor of what's next. And Jeremiah, most people can't figure out, like, why do you need a humanoid robot, right? You ask a normal everyday person, they're like, what? That's strange. I don't, it's, and then you tell it about some of the things it might find in your home while it's cleaning out your drawer, and that it's imaging those, and it knows everything in your house already. The multimodal models are insane. If you haven't used the vision features, aim it at your spice rack and tell it, what's on my spice rack? It'll tell you if it can see the labels.
Yeah, what's missing from my spice rack?
Or what can you make for dinner?
And what spice might I like that I don't even know I like and I need?
So how do you think agentically? You know, other than being a spreadsheet entrepreneur who's going to fill in columns for you and have agents go out and fill in all those column spaces, right?
Mm-hmm. How do I personally think agentically, or is it?
Think agentically.
Yeah. Let's see. Maybe we have another mic we can run. Anybody want to come up, grab this mic? I have other mics here. I can. We'll get the audience into the conversation here.
Yeah.
Dex, are you here? Who's available
I can tell you lots of weird-ass stories.
Grab this mic.
Around, huh?
Yeah.
Ansel Adams' son walking around
I'm a prompt engineer, but we have a lot of prompt engineers in the room.
That's why I didn't focus so much on technology, because I figured I was talking to people who are in the AI space. This is
okay. This is the next phase of this talk is called Stump Scoble. Okay, so raise your hand if you want to be part of the conversation.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Yeah.
Chime right in.
Hi. I have been following your Twitter for a long while and love your posts.
How do you keep up with his Twitter?
It's hard.
Yeah, but it's a series of a lot of insightful posts, and also learned a lot from what you have been telling. Talking to customers is more important, and building it is more important than launching it, which I can relate based on a few things that I've been building. Yeah. So for this agentic space, what would be the best way to get something into the market, given that the incumbents or the big companies have the distribution advantages?
Yeah.
How could startups survive?
You have to do the basics, right? You have to have a website and a product, right? Before you come and see.
You need a Scoville retweet.
Yeah, bro. Hey, I got a new announcement. Can you retweet it? Right? That's one way. If you're really trying to launch a company, you build relationships with investors and journalists before you launch so that they have a good idea of who you are. That's hard to do at TechCrunch, right? Because TechCrunch is all incented to rewrite a press release and put it up and not do a lot of thinking, a lot of in-depth analysis of this product versus this product, stuff like that.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll try to keep it really brief, tell you a fail story. So now I'm kind of proud of my failures. Maybe it'll get me funding for my next company because I have a lot of battle scars. So I formed a company called Here Planet back in 2008. We launched in 2009 at Macworld, which was at that point at the Moscone Center when they used to have the board meeting on the first day. I think it was January 4th or something. One of my guerrilla marketing people got a flyer into the hands of Al Gore, who was sitting on the board at that time. It must have percolated up to Steve at some point, because I run into Apple people and they're like, oh, we know about you. But anyway, guerrilla marketing, and this is my fail, we got this bus, a double-decker San Francisco bus, the big blue buses, super sightseeing tours. I had this vision, we're gonna have a party on the bus. It's going to be like Burning Man. We're going to pull that bus up in front of Moscone. We're going to own the place. People were asking us like, oh, what's your booth? We're like, no booth, bus. So we didn't pay a dime to Macworld. They were so pissed off, they called the cops. The cops were like, how long do you need to be here? I was like 20 minutes. They're like, okay, just go drive around and come back. So we'd give tours actually, because it was an audio guide to the world, geospatial, on the iPhone. Apple ended up making us new and noteworthy when there was only one, and we were getting 25,000 downloads a day, which was big at the time. So here's the fail part. Off of that, I tried to raise money. We hadn't built the social hooks in. That was the key, because it was supposed to be an engaging sharing app, but we couldn't have noise, everybody just belching and farting into the microphone, recording that, and that's what you saw. So we needed the social graph. Didn't have the money to build the social graph in. Went to investors. Well, we're coming off of, we had over 1 million downloads, and back in 2010, that was a lot, but we didn't hit that inflection point. So everybody was like, oh, come back when you hit that inflection point. So the lesson I learned, and that I'd impart to you, the smarter launch strategy is to go slow, go from 100 users to 200 users. If you do that in a month, that's 100% growth. If you can maintain growth, you're going to be able to show investors velocity.
And don't let those people churn because they don't like your product. If they like your product, they'll tell other people about it and it'll grow pretty quick. Even in 1996, ICQ came out in November 1st, 1996 to 40 users. By mid-December, they had 65,000 users, right? The first users were super users who really were passionate about this new product, and they spread it pretty fast.
Right, we had passionate users, but we had so many looky-loos, I would say, because we got into all the press. Then Apple said, oh, give us a version of your app that we're going to install on all our devices in-store. Then we were like one of those demo apps. You'd go into the store, we were on the iPhone, we were on the iPad, and that just, people just like, oh, that looks interesting, I'll download that. We're in the full-page New York Times ads that had all the, 9 apps on the screen or so, and we'd have the little call out, Here Planet. So they really liked our vision, what we were doing, and we launched with 300,000 voiced points of interest, and that was great. To me, coming from marketing, that was a success, not having tried to raise in the Valley before. So that's the lesson I learned. Hopefully that's got some value.
Yeah. Take a lesson from Ev Williams, who started Twitter, right? Before he started Twitter, he started Blogger. And
Odeo, was it?
No, before that, he started a company called Blogger. And the day I met him, he was broke, he fired his employees, and he was begging his users for money to keep the service up, which they did kick in, and they kept the service up and rebuilt it, and eventually sold it to Google for, I think, somewhere around $30 million. And that gave him the capital to start Twitter when that finally happened after ODO. He tried to start a podcasting thing. Other companies figured out how to do podcasting, which brings up a good point. Market windows. If you're not in the right time zone, you're not going to have success. I had a friend.
If you're early, you're wrong.
If you're early, you're wrong. I had a friend who had a photo sharing app right before Instagram, and he couldn't make it work for a number of reasons. His developer team quit on him, right? 6 months before Instagram came out, and sort of killed their progress and their momentum. So that's one thing. If you're in a hot space, figure out how to keep your employees, which goes back to culture. Do you have a culture that the employees will stick with you even if they're getting $1 million offer to go back to work at Google or Facebook or Meta or something like that?
You need not mercenaries, but I'm blanking right now.
Yeah. The other thing is, Evan...
Missionaries, not mercenaries.
Evan was very consistent at all the companies he created. They were all about personal publishing, right? Even a podcasting company was sort of personal publishing. And he's still thinking like that. You start Medium, right? This stuff takes time. If you come out tonight, you're probably not going to be successful tonight, right? It takes a long time to build a multi-billion-dollar company. Okay, Uber did it in 3 years, but it takes somebody with that kind of vision. And if your company won't succeed really for 3 years, like Airbnb didn't, you have to think about where is the puck about to go. And we're about to go from 2D screens to 3D screens with glasses, with devices on your face. Even TVs are going to go 3D. I was just at the Display Week show, and they had a 110-inch light field display where a 3D thing comes out at you from the 2D plane.
Is it 2.5D or true 3D?
True 3D, yeah, it's pretty cool. And they're coming out with light field watches and light field, all sorts of light field stuff is about to hit displays at the Consumer Electronics Show next January, which is what I study a lot. If you're faced in a year with only 2D agents and you're not thinking through how your agents are going to drive a 3D user interface, you're not going to be sexy next year.
Right, so where are the green fields? So what we're getting at is where are the green fields? Where can you penetrate where others haven't gone and penetrate the market? This is another way to get market adoption. The market might not be there yet, but you know there's going to be a market in a year. So if I develop this with that time horizon and I'm right, I can start getting users now, the early adopters, and then it grows with the market share, with the market growth.
Midjourney is doing this right now. Today, Midjourney is a 2D prompting engine, right? You prompt it and it gives you back a 2D image. I just met the founder of Midjourney. He says, I'm planning a shock and awe campaign next year. He says, I have lots of little 3-person teams, each of which is building something mind-blowing and something unexpected. So a little surprise is a storytelling technique. And he says, I'm going to write a white paper about the holodeck coming later this year, which is this new 3D environment that's real-time. My friend Dylan calls it real-time hallucination, right? Real-time hallucination of everything. Because you're wearing glasses and you're now a fish. It's hallucinating a fish on top of you.
And I can apply avatars to the different people based on my thought of...
Where I'm going with this is, if you're building a company for today, yeah, there's not many 3D customers. But you might plan out, 5 years from now, a lot of people are going to be wearing glasses, talking to them, touching them, right? Using their eyes. How do you get ready for that world and make money today so that you can survive for that world, right? Because that's the trick.
Right.
That's the real trick.
That bridge.
You gotta figure out how to satisfy today's customer and make some money so that you can survive there and so you can get a second round of funding right when you're about to go to the glasses world.
Right, and you're not going to raise funding as maybe a consulting services company, but you can maybe leverage a consulting services company to develop what is later going to be a SaaS product. And I think back to greenfields, the thing is like thinking about and some of the things we were thinking about back when the iPhone first came out, and sometimes you don't know that people are going to need it and be like, how did I ever live without this, until you put it in their hands. You put the robot, the humanoid robot, in their living room, and it's doing all these things, and they're like, how did I ever live without this? And the thing we were looking at was, okay, now we don't need these screens. I did all this research on how many words does it take to, how much time does it take to type a word? Because we're going from keyboard, maybe you're a really good typist, 85 words a minute, you go to your thumbs and you're down to like 20 words a minute, or 40 maybe if you're like rapid fire. Voice is 120, 150 words a minute. How do we, that is probably, before we have like mind meld, which is probably coming out there somewhere, we're going to have this real-time voice communication. The thing stopping it right now maybe is that everybody can hear it. If you have to vocalize it, maybe I can murmur it, whisper it, vibrate something that is detected in a way. So if you get into that space, because I think the new thing, and I think Jeremiah speaks about this a lot, what are the new IOs, what are the new interfaces that can be created to leverage all of these language models, generators, transformers, all of that?
You brought up a great point about the glasses. They're soon going to have eye tracking, right? So they can see where I'm looking, like a little cursor, right? If I am walking down the street, do I want to be talking to that, or in a bus or something? Nah, probably not. Do I want to be sitting there like a dork doing this, with your Vision Pro glasses or something like that?
You're just going to be the guy looking around blinking.
And let's see, if I look at a button, how many agents is that button going to fire up, right? If I look at I need a report, or I need to know what I'm doing next, it's going to fire up a few agents and going to bring you back that report, right? All from your eyes. So your 2D work that you're doing today feeds right into the future, but you should have an idea of where you're going. You should also have an idea of how is autonomous cars changing the world, changing the consumer. Google knows it actually changes the consumer. If you get 3 rides in a Waymo, you're probably not going to drive very much after that, they found out. And they knew that 10 years ago. Which is crazy.
And that's a great, think about disrupting billboards and disrupting, you can advertise to a captive audience visually or orally. So if you build the car, it's like an advertising platform.
Yeah. So now you can think about, there's a new customer because they're in their autonomous car. My car drove me an hour and a half to this place today, right? I'm sitting there, I'm talking to the new OpenAI voice thing about my speech that I'm giving, right? I'm doing homework.
You're not really here right now, are you? Let me see if I... Oh, wow.
I'm still a pretty good simulator.
Light field Scobel.
Yeah, anyways, there's a whole lot of things coming that you should be planning on in your strategy, because that's how you're going to pitch, right? If you go in and say, hey, I got a new agent company, and my agents are going to run robots, and they're going to be affected by autonomous cars, and I have a plan for the glasses, all of a sudden they're like, oh, man, you're a forward thinker. You're really putting the homework in and doing the basics, right? Doing your homework, thinking through what is going to matter to your company over the next decade. Because I hope people are building a company that will last a decade, right? It's not every one that'll last, but you should be planning on it to last.
Right. Well, in a decade, you should get to 100 million valuation, right?
100 million.
That would be, but I mean, baseline.
We need a lot of
100 billion.
cards.
Well, we are getting up to the time, where it'll be 3-person companies getting to $1 billion, 1-person companies maybe getting to $1 billion. I think everybody sees that with, real potentiality right now. That the resources it takes to build services that can be truly disruptive do not take that kind of, a lot of them. Some do still take hundreds of millions of dollars to get there, but soon and now probably don't need that much money.
Yeah. It's a tough one for entrepreneurs out there, but there's so much change about to hit human beings, and back to the customer is changing. This is what most companies don't get. Why did Bill Gates turn me down when I told him to buy all of Web 2? I literally told him to buy 13 categories of things that became Web 2.
That was before they even adopted the internet, before Internet Explorer?
No,
or
he just couldn't believe that there was business value here because he hadn't heard any of this before, and he didn't he wasn't sitting next to Tim O'Reilly, he didn't understand it, and his executive team, the answer was, we're running a $100 billion a year business here, go away. You don't have any business value. This doesn't have any business value. It hasn't made any money. My favorite question is, would you rather have $1 million today or a penny that doubles every day for a month? Bill Gates can't see the penny doubling until it hits about 15, 20 doubles. Then it's starting to get interesting, right? They can't, if you bring a doubling penny, if you bring somebody 2 pennies and go, hey, this is going to double tomorrow.
Right.
Do you want it? It'll keep doubling.
I'll give you $1 for that.
They can't understand that. They do if you lay it out like that, but this is why people miss the future. They don't understand the doubling effect that's coming, and they don't understand where the business value is on humanoid robots, right?
Right. And I think that's a good thing why we have smart investors, smart angel investors here, because they can see that. So we've got different money and smart money at different stages of the game, so they can see that penny doubling now, and they can predict that that's going to keep doubling for a month or a year or whatever that is, whereas others, it's too small for them to spend time looking at. So you take a Sequoia or somebody much larger that's going to come in, they want to plunk down $50 million and 10x that versus come in and 1,000x the penny. Of course, they may 1,000x the 50 million, but different scale.
Doubling, and the numbers get interesting after a few doubles, right? Let's get them off to lunch. Back to agentic thinking, right? I already gave you one piece of agentic thinking, which is a lot of entrepreneurs are telling me it's like having 1,000 interns, only they don't work serially. Because if you had 1,000 interns, you'd have to go, hey, you, go do this. Hey, you, go do this. Hey, you, go search the web for this, right? It can do it all at the same time. So but if you think like managing an intern, you're already ahead of a lot of people because you're thinking how to tell something else what to do, right? And if you tell it what to do at scale, it can do it all at the same time and really blow your mind.
Well, I think let me just answer that, and I agree with you. We should, well, in a few minutes, we've got a few more minutes here. Everybody's being very patient. Hopefully, we're entertaining them. I see faces looking up, not just looking up at the ceiling. So one of the things I think is super valuable that AI is doing, because we're still in this super early stage, and I think creating workflows, AIs that can actually manage their own workflows. Because if I want to edit a video, I've edited video, I've done a lot of marketing. Great, I can prompt, I can get a 4-second video, or probably a lot better right now. But if I want to prompt the story as let's say I want to be in the director's seat as a human, but I want the AI to do all of the crew positions. And you have to orchestrate that. Right now, we've got the fundamental building blocks, who's building and where are those valuable green spaces in creating workflows so that I can just start it and I can just say, change this, keep going, don't change that, keep going, and at the end up with a feature film, let's say, just use the metaphor of a film, where I can just keep looking at what the AI does, have it almost instantaneous, not give it to a crew, they bring it back a month later, just in minutes. For all the time I have, there's more direction for me to give it, and it can just do it. I don't need to get my hands directly on the keyboard to do any of that.
One thing for lunch, how do we get the normal everyday people over their fears? Because I've been doing a lot of research with people all over America mostly, and I keep hearing, I'm scared of AI, I hate AI. I hear that over and over again. I don't like it. It's not a human. How are we going to get them over that with a bunch of agents? Maybe that's the lunchtime conversation that everybody should be having. How do we convince other people to join this AI revolution that's here in San Francisco in spades, but not many other places?
I think we might be preaching to the choir.
Yes.
And I think maybe that's why humans age and age out and die, because we would not necessarily have evolved if we had, 1,000, Mel Brooks is a 2,000-year-old man being like, no, I want my wheel to be a rock. I don't want rubber.
I started out with, it'll read the Bible to you. Meet them where they are, right? If they're going to church and reading the Bible, tell them what it does for them, right? Start with them, with their needs. Listen. It's really hard for people to listen, I know.
If you solve people's problems, they will give you money and they won't ask questions.
They'll join you, yeah. Question from the audience.
So that was a beautiful segue to my burning question. I was hoping to stump you, which is, in a future world with billions of AI agents, how does a human being create economic value beyond consuming? So Jeremiah was brilliant. I went to go talk to him. The only thing he wanted to know was how big the checks were that I write. And so there's an issue, I think, around maybe asset ownership for the masses, perhaps.
Yes. My short, pithy answer is get weirder. Because human beings' value is being weird. A rock star, a high jumper, right? If you can get to the edges of humanity, you're going to have value for a while. So get weirder, figure out how to do something really crazy weird. I mean, I'm looking at these lights. Soon we're going to have glasses on, and we're going to be in a holodeck building AI things around us in a Gaussian splat, which is a 3D scene around us, right? We're soon going to, the reason I started building a list of AI artists is because those are the weird people.
When the going gets weird.
They're the early adopters. They're the first ones to use Midjourney, and some of them are getting very advanced at that prompting. They really understand, well, they have a vision for making a piece of art that's like, wow.
Yeah,
they're going to be the rock stars of the next world. You're going to go and watch them create entire 3D worlds around you, and you're going to watch them work, because it'll be very interesting to watch those people work because they're so productive. I know some of the artists have done 300,000 prompts already, right?
Oh. And I'll just add to that. So what you just said, I just had a little bit of an epiphany the other day, and I was realizing that even people that are really accomplished, they have all these credentials. So some people may be thinking like, oh, my PhD isn't worth anything. All that money I spent going to graduate school isn't worth anything. But I think it has me think of a really, first I think you have to be smart, and getting weird. I think getting weird is great if you can break through the noise. Also, if you have those credentials and then you get weird, or you're already weird and then you get the credentials. So Mickey McManus has presented, I don't know if you know Mickey's Boston Consulting Group, so good friend, he'd be here if he wasn't out of town, so shout out to Mickey. But he's pretty effing weird. I love the guy, and he thinks outside the box. So he's got all his degrees. He's worked for, I'll think of it in a second, but before Boston Consulting, he thinks really outside the box and creates just these really cool imaginative things, and he probably gets paid more money to come lead teams and things. So I think we're never going to take the human out of the equation, because ultimately humans are going to make the decisions.
Well,
agents may execute.
How many years are we talking about? I mean, in the next 18 months, you're probably right. But,
yeah, I think ultimately we're just going to
20 years. You're
send AI off on a rocket ship to. I'll tell you how this will show how weird I am, and then we can go for lunch, and maybe you'll expose how weird you are. But I think I had to think about the end game. What's Occam's razor for how we got here? Yeah. And I think things are recursive, and biological humans can't go out hundreds of thousands, billions of years to run experiments on other worlds. Yeah. But robots and AI can. So I think we'll end up building those AIs, send them off into space.
Think about how to get the data to do something unexpected with something users already have. Dag Hitlau started a company called Riva Health. He showed me he put his finger on a smartphone and it told him his blood pressure. He needed a fuckload of data to make the model to do that, to see the color underneath your skin, to figure out what your blood pressure was. So think in AI terms. AI always starts worse than a child. Keeps learning, keeps learning, keeps learning. My autonomous car, when I bought it in 2018, could barely drive in the straight line. Now it's driving through town, right? It got better and better and better and better to where it's almost humanless now. And in 18 more months, it will be humanless. It'll fix all the rest of the mistakes it makes.
Right. But that's still to serve humans.
Maybe your
Until we go all
robot-
Matrix.
Maybe your robot had an agent that I need some milk from Safeway, and your robot set the autonomous car to Safeway, where another robot put a grocery bag in the car, right? And
Right, that's just LangChain for shopping.
Yeah, automatic shopping is coming.
Yeah,
You
but
know
that's still
this.
serving. I'm saying, yeah, I agree with you, and I'm saying that's serving us. So
In
humans
theory.
at some level are going to be, and it may not be us.
Maybe
so
it broke its arm and it needs a new arm, and it sends it right. It does its own request for its own needs.
it can serve itself too, but ultimately it's servicing itself to serve us. So at some point, I think we all need to be in a position where we're controlling what it is that we're building, but the things that get funded, until the economies change and the AI or the robots or whatever feel like, okay, we've got too many humans, we can transact on our own. That's science fiction stuff, maybe, maybe not. I think right now, we're trying to improve lives. I think we can, do incredible things using transformers, looking at, measuring things we couldn't before, improving our own health in ways we've never imagined, finding drugs that can solve, orphan diseases. There's just so much potential out there. We don't have enough humans right now to work with AI to solve things at the rate that they could be. So I think there's huge potential and huge value available. And I think a lot of what we're doing here is trying to figure out, okay, how do I participate in that space?
Yeah.
So we got one more burning question, if that's okay.
1 second. The men in this audience are not going to get this. You need to ask AI for help. It'll tell you. Tell it, hey, I'm in a medical industry, or I make baseball bats at Louisville Slugger or something like that. Ask it for help. How do I remain relevant? And maybe it'll come back and say, well, it's really hard for you to remain relevant in this world, but here's some things you could do with the skills you have elsewhere. And maybe you need to go back to school, and here's some ways to think that through. You got to ask it for help. It's really good at that.
Right. Humans with tools are more powerful and more productive than humans without tools, whether it's a hammer, whether it's Photoshop, whether it's AI. So I think the resistance is, I don't want to learn another tool. But for people that are like, okay, humans, our lives are about learning new tools, keeping up with the tools. If we're okay with that, then we're going to embrace AI, and we shouldn't look at it as this evil thing that's looming and going to kill me, because that's just fear-based and it's not reality, at least today.
All right, one more.
So I have a couple of questions. I'll be really quick. It's exciting we have all this innovation in AI right now, but social adoption and even B2B sales in AI is very difficult. You've got like contractors, military contractors, who have a thing where you cannot have a software that uses AI in it, or they can't adopt you. That's one point. And then the second point would be your point, Robert, to companies are going to start to grow with maybe two founders that built a company worth millions, a couple hundred millions or $1 billion, but how do you convince another organization, like a B2B sale, to trust a small company and adopt it? So my question to you would be, how AI is moving so quickly and we're building all this innovation, but if you can't prove out adoption, you can't get funded, you can't do this. So where is that going to balance out? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Sort of.
I was talking to people who are selling stuff to factory floors, manufacturing lines. What's the number one trick to selling to a worker on a factory floor and convincing them that this new thing, whatever you're selling, a glass, HoloLens or a robot or whatever is good for you? You got to have the relationships. You got to work the floor and build those relationships and meet them where they are.
Go to the customer, Brian Chesky.
It's hard work, because I've studied how people change all their careers, and I hear it over and over again. I'm not going to. Here's one. Gary Vaynerchuk and I were doing a keynote one time in front of 2,000 people in the early days of Facebook, like it was a year old. And not even a year old, it just came out. And we were showing it off on screen and saying, oh, this is going to be a big deal. And we asked, how many people are going to download it in the next 24 hours and try it? Not a hand went up. People don't like change. They resist it, and they certainly have lots of reasons to resist it, and some of them are very legitimate. So you have to take on those legitimate reasons and see if you can work around it, or say, hey, here's a system with AI, here's a system without AI, and show them the results that they're getting and start convincing them that this is a better way to build software than their old way.
Right, and education is friction. So if you have to educate a VC, that's friction. It's going to be harder to get a sale.
I asked VW's augmented reality team, they had digitized their entire factory floor for training purposes, because if you put somebody in VR, you can teach them a job at home, right? Before they get on the factory floor, and teach them how to work with the robots that are around and not get crushed by them or whatever. And I asked them, when are you going to put a camera on the factory floor and study your workers in real time? And they said, oh, we have laws against that. We're not allowed to do that. Well, China now has completely automated factories building their Xiaomi cars, and they're killing VW. They just laid off 30,000 people at VW because they couldn't change. And this is a cautionary tale, and I've seen it over and over. Eastman Kodak invented the digital camera, but they were run by chemical engineers. They couldn't change. Xerox had the entire tech industry in one fucking building, little building too, and they let it go because they couldn't change. They couldn't change their mentality and or their approach to the world to get this new world. And now we're all using these things, right? So the world did change around them, and they couldn't handle it.
That's the pace of evolution. That's what happens. You change or, you
assimilate. Die, or somebody like Elon Musk comes along and it decimates you. Mercedes-Benz, I asked them, why don't you have a touch screen in your car? Why do you have a knob between the seats controlling the computer? Oh, we suggested that to the German executives, but they told us we don't want fingerprints on the glass because we're German, right? It's like, and how do you convince somebody like that they're wrong? Oh, that's a tough job. It's a real tough job. Maybe that's the lunch.
So what's the high note now?
The high note is if you're Elon Musk and you come along with a touchscreen car, you get to do a robo-taxi someday, and Mercedes-Benz is not going to be it because they don't have it.
So that's an opportunity for disruption. Find the people who won't change and be the change you want to see in your touch screen.
Force the change. Right?
Be the change you want to see in AI.
The taxis are still here in San Francisco, but they all have an app now like an Uber, so I can order it directly and not call a dispatcher. Actually, now I might have a dispatcher where you call it with your phone. You're talking to an AI.
Call the Batmobile to come pick you up.
AI is building that for nurses' stations, right? There's a whole bunch of companies building different voice agents that are going to respond to a voice call and talk to you, and they're really good. It's really hard to tell they're not human.
So with that, let's have lunch and talk about what we're building. Network, another big part of this. The main reason for this is I started doing events to bring people together into real space to have interactions. People are working and collaborating with online tools all over the world. This is the opportunity that you get to meet each other in real time, to share what you're passionate about, and find people who can help support your passion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Can you hear me all right? Thank you so much for coming today, and really great selection of different speakers. Want to keep this brief and short, but I wanted to introduce an exciting new community called the Icons community, where different icons of different industries are going to be talking about how they were able to be successful in different areas that they were really able to get to the top of their field. We're going to have our first Icons virtual meeting on October 7th at the House of Web3 with Emmett Shear, co-founder of Twitch, interim CEO of OpenAI, and Y Combinator investor. So Emmett will be there in person at this event. It's also hosted by A16Z Tech Week. So the link to register for that is going to be on the right here. And then to follow along and listen to the Icons podcast, where we're going to be interviewing different icons across a variety of different industries, including AI, VC. We're going to do a whole series on AI agents led by Emmett, so really want you guys to take a look and check out that podcast. We're also going to be interviewing people across Hollywood, across art, and things like that. So we're going to have Anna Sawai, who's the Emmy award-winning Best Actress from Shogun on our podcast as well. But this is a really exciting community for people who are looking for virtual mentors who want to be successful in whatever they are doing. There are key takeaways that everyone can definitely learn from. So would love for you guys to take a look at this Icons podcast link, put in your email. We'll be hosting a variety of different events, and then as well as the A16Z launch party where Emmett Shear will be speaking. And yeah, just really excited to get to know and meet you guys. I'm Melanie. I'm the COO of AI Wave, an emotionally intelligent AI agent platform founded by Bo Chen, who is the head of AI, former head of AI at Tencent WeChat for over 14 years. So we're working on AI Waves. You can check us out, aiwaves.tech. And on the side, this Icons community platform. Really excited to see you guys there at the A16Z Tech Week launch party of our product, and also meet you guys virtually online. Thank you so much for your time.
Does it work well? Dr. Pavel Vinitsky up there.
Does it work well? Microphone good? Hi everyone, how are you doing today? Good mood? Everything fine? Okay.
Yes, yes, we're going to bring up your volume a little bit.
Yeah, volume a little bit will work. Yeah, good. So yeah, just like I will. Yes, so hi everyone, my name is Dr. Pavel Vinitsky. I'm CEO and founder of Synexis. It's a pre-diligence AI platform for startups and investors. We build next-gen fundraising. Yeah, so shortly about me, I'm a serial entrepreneur for 24 years. I hold PhD in quantum, and for the last 15 years I worked with more than 100 companies to help them grow and launch. And specifically for this last 6 years, we worked mostly with startups. We made the analysis and improvement for the strategies and growth for them. Yeah, and what I found that startup management and fundraising are tough processes. There are so many various tools to help founders in this, but still fundraising is a full-time job for founders, right? So it takes a lot of time, and unfortunately, according to the data from Carta, fundraising time grew up to 65% in the last 4 years. And what does it mean? It means that for pre-seed companies, it takes around a year or more in average to close the round based on data from Carta, and for later round seed and Series A, it can take from 1 to 3 years to close the round from the round to round. Yeah, so I decided to learn why that happens, because like working always with analysis, for me it was the question why that's happening. So I made more than 200 discovery calls and interviews with venture capitalists and serial founders, and traveled across 10 different startup ecosystems all over the world to see what's happening. And there are so many various reasons mentioned, but overall, how to summarize them all, how to see the problem is there the startups, they struggle with accessing capital, being non-VC ready, being non-transparent, and running out of cash. That's the whole like joint summarize reason what's happening, and the question is how we solve that. So how many founders here that are fundraising now? Please raise hands. Okay, awesome. And if you're going to raise in the next 6 to 18 months your rounds, please hands up. Okay, awesome. You can ask guys who already raised, did they expect to make it fast, or how it was based on their expectations. I believe it didn't fit. Yeah, so if you are going to raise money in the next 1-2 years, you need to start now to build relations and work on the round now, because time unfortunately stretched too much. And yeah, like I mentioned about the time, the other thing is that early stage capital also dropped by nearly 2x in the last 2 years. And unfortunately, unfortunately, third problem that happens with early stage founders is that, first of all, it's always lack of resources, right? So working as a fundraiser, you miss working with the product, working with the clients. And the second piece is always lack of understanding how the VC capital works, and it is why the cold outreach takes a lot of time, and you need to make a lot of meetings in order to close the round. And here a little bit of data to illustrate what I just told. This is a clear picture showing growth of the raising time year to year. It's a continuous process, and it's just going up year already for several years. The second illustration here is the drop of the venture capital that is invested year to year as well. And the year 2024 goes the same trajectory, nothing new changed. And the problem is that we see that not only from VCs to startup side, but we also see that from the LP to VC side. So we have a significant drop on the LP financing that everyone will feel in the next year, right? So it means why that happens? Because there are lack of exits, there are lack of unicorns coming. It means that money of VCs, they are frozen, and they can't refinance the rounds. It's a big trend, and this is data by PitchBook, and this information was published by Outlier Ventures. And this is clearly fits the story with the unicorns. We all can see big drop in the unicorns being reached in the last years. And if you will get the picture of the venture funding, they exactly fit each other, right? They correlate. So it's not. So what does it mean? It means that VCs continue to lose money annually. We speak about AI agents, but there is a question about why we don't automate and not make it more efficient, the fundraising system. And we definitely, to make that growing to the rising trajectory again, we need more quality startups for venture capital markets to create more, to get more exits. Please tell me how many VCs here and the investors here in the room today, please, hands up. Okay, awesome, thank you. So based on all these interviews and discovery calls, how we identify the whole story from VC side is that there is a low quality deal flow at the top of the VC funnel that brings an excessive time and workforce to find their next opportunities. It takes a lot of time, a lot of conversations, and another reason of that, as I told, we have a lot of fundraising and investment tools, but the question is about how accurate and how fresh and validated is the data in them, right? So every time if you grab the data, you need again to reevaluate it completely. So these are the problems. But okay, let's talk not about only problems, but what's positive now. And we talk about AI markets, right? So what's happened in the last years, we're in the right place with you all because USA got back the positions in the venture capital market worldwide. So the largest investments this year going in the US comparing to all other ecosystems, even if we sum up them together. And that is what's happened in 2017. So we can see with you that the most of the domination was on the Asian markets, right? You can see almost every large Asian startup ecosystem was here. And what's happened in just like 6 years perspective, and this is happening because one of the reasons it's AI, we see the huge growth of the American ecosystem back, and Bay Area back to the #1. And if we check the hubs, we can see how large Bay Area investments environment going comparing to all others, even inside the US. So, what we have with you? We have, in the last year, we have 350 billion invested in tech companies globally. And out of that, we can see 67 billion invested only in the US in the UI, in AI, in artificial intelligence apps, right? And including large involvement of corporate VCs investing in this area. And this number is growing from 2021 consistently every year. But we remember with you that there is still the question. We need to see the effectiveness and we need to see the exits. And that is the whole point where AI community need to look for now. Because out of all the Gen AI companies, 58% decided to monetize their products already so far. Only 3% succeed. This is a very scary number. And another one is that last year the world spent 50 billion on GPUs, but only we saw 3 billion back in revenues again. So the question is about efficiency, and the question is to choosing the products that really can reach the market fast. In that case, we will see the good returns and good growth of the ecosystem further, not just now. And I believe every one of you checked the 600 billion question article from Sequoia, where they highlight this specifically. That's a 500 billion gap is very visible and very clear. Yeah, so a little bit more. So we have like 60,000 companies in AI niche, and yeah, only 3% of them generate revenues, and quarter of them inside the US. And we remember that the more the companies appears on the market, the harder it is to raise money will be for everyone, because it correlates with the drop overall in the financing. Excitement of the AI anyways will be measured already in numbers and revenues. So the whole point is how we make this system of fundraising more efficient. And we talk a lot about how agents will be multi-agent systems, orchestrated systems, self-critical systems, how will be they efficient. We need to do the same. We need to apply that to the venture capital and fundraising approach, and use that to increase efficiency there as well. So founders, they will not spend time to raise money for years, and instead they put their best intelligence and best knowledge to building products to serve their customers and gaining traction. That's in fact what we need here. And the whole point with startups will be to make them VC ready, to help them to understand VC market more as customers, because this is a crucial point, because this is the gap, and it's not only money, but understanding VCs as business, and that will help change the situation. Yeah, so for founders who are just watching that now, I will skip a couple of slides, I will focus more on that one. So there is important thing to understand the VC funnel, how it works. So top of the funnel is a very fast scoring of the stuff based using the red flags approach. It's when they check not how good you are, but what's wrong there and how to kick you out of the funnel. Because there are so many decks, there are so many meetings, and they need just to get a small percentage of them that will go to the general partners, and that will go to the due diligence, because resources for due diligence are limited. And in that case, you would like to be in the percentage that's ready for the mid and the bottom of the funnel, and avoid all problems with your documentation, with your business models, with everything that is checked on the top of the funnel. So ideally, we would like to have this funnel be more efficient than just 0.5 to 1% for average VC firm. And yeah, so like I told, we want them to find you in a position where they don't have anything. Well, why not to invest in you and start talking to you all about the real things? Yeah, and to address this spectrum of problems I showed you, in fact, it's just like it's a one thing in a core, and we call it pre-diligence. It's a top of the funnel efficiency, and we created Synexis. It's two beautiful words, synergy and existence. It's a pre-diligence AI platform that validates and prepares startups for fundraising and provides vetted deal flow for investors. And what we do, in fact, so we grab companies, we validate and verify their pitch decks, help to create investment memos, one-pagers, and check all this data. And then continuously populating the data with integrations and internal tools, we automatically update these documents and continuously match with the investors that fits that current state of the company on this particular moment. Because company today and company in 1 month, it's already different companies, specifically on the era of AI, right? And for VCs in the meantime, for investors, we provide the possibility to find the companies that fits the best with the actual state, with actual data, and with actual benchmarks on top of that. Yeah, so let me briefly show you how does it look like. So this is how does it look like from startup perspective. So we onboard companies, we give them the possibility to create first the startup profile, to upload the documentation, the DAC. If it's a Web3 company, all other docs as well, it's possible to do first. After the DAC is uploaded, it's possible to validate that, request the validation, get the audit, or they get benchmarks for VCs. Legal data, cap table data, and then, based on all the interviews we created the instrument to create and prepare fundraising profile. On the language of VCs, it means investment memo, and we validate that as well. It is where we find out all the points where the red flags can appear, right? And out of that, on the VC side, we have also the same approach to understand what they need and how to match that together. So this is how it looks like on the VC side. It's a real one. It's the actual state of up. We are live. We have paid and clients and paid traction, and we work with VCs already. And this is how you as a VC can instantly see how company is ready for talking to you for your current state of things based on all this data we operate. You can contact them as well instantly, and we also provide you the tools instantly to see what's going on about this company on various resources other than the data they provide to us and validate with us, such as LinkedIn, independent web data, and instantly to get the investment memo and all the documents you need to do that. And yeah, and we do this all securely. We use blockchain as the infrastructure for managing all the sensitive information in an encrypted way. This is what we are now. And back to the deck. Yeah, so we moved our headquarters here to United States in July. So we operate here, and we grow now. And so it's why I invite all the startups here in the room, join us, use us, give us the feedback, let's talk. We are glad to help you to grow. We invite VCs to become our partners in this journey. As clients, build it with us, and make the investments in us as well. Yeah, because only together we can make it really an efficient system that will bring the next growth for the whole ecosystem and grow the capital going back to the system on a much faster scale. Yeah, that's it for now. Let's make it more efficient. Let's make it better. We are on the mission to change and bring efficiency to the startup ecosystem. Thank you so much. And scanning this code, you can contact me. You can onboard to the platform, request the pitch back, or book up the call. We'll be glad to continue the discussions together. Thank you so much.
Can you go full screen with that QR so we can see it? Pavel, Dr. Pavel.
Yep. Thank you.
You can leave that up there. We're going to do a little QA. Do you want to go full screen on that QR code? Is that resolving for people? Yep. Here you go. And Dex will run the mic. Raise your hand if you have any questions. I think this is a really valuable conversation about fundraising and how to work the, not only know what it takes, but work the system.
Is this one making the
questions?
Any questions, guys? So okay, so good, it's all clear then. Thank you so much. So thank you for the day. Have a good day today.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. This is very exciting, meeting everyone here. Just a raise of hand. How many of you are managing teams here? Awesome. How do you feel about that you are able to spin up AI teams for you, for your team, and be able to augment on top of your current team? Would that be something exciting? Awesome. So this is what we created. So we are actually a AI platform allow you to augment and create your own AI, and our goal is to be able to replicate your team's intelligence and be able to augment on top of that, so it helps you improve your efficiency and drive your bottom line. So we're going to take a look at what that looks like. So talking about AI team is a little bit abstract, so we're going to start with an example. And this is one of the problems that we face as we're onboarding more and more customers. We are a startup, we didn't have a customer success manager, and we urgently need help to help us to make every single customer feel like they are the VIP. So some of the, how many of you here work with customers day in, day out? Manage that fantastic. I think you'll find it's very familiar. Some of the challenges that you face every day, right? Customer, they have very high expectation about having that very personalized experience. Very often than not, you don't have all the context about your customer. And as a customer success manager, you also wanted to upsell, cross-sell, and be able to contribute to that revenue generation. So we designed our first type of AI team to help us solve that problem. And we designed first of all, we designed 3 types of AI team to mimic how a real human success, customer success team would function, right? First of all, we wanted a AI agent that's customer facing, right? So whenever there's a question, there's a need, and our AI concierge is there 24/7, be able to not only provide support, but also anticipate what they need. Because AI is able to learn constantly and be able to detect patterns, be able to see abnormal behavior, and so they can address that before human even notice it, right? So that's extremely powerful. And then the second type of AI agent is actually your team's co-pilot. So finally, we actually onboard one customer success manager who's managed our entire customer base. We have about 100 customers, right? And he has a co-pilot help him to understand what are the priorities every day, what are the key follow-ups he has to go through. And every morning, the co-pilot prepare a report for him, and which detailed what are some of the inquiries that came from the customer, and what are some of the, what are the responses the co-pilot proposed to answer. So he just need to review that and click yes, send, right? And then last but not least, and the co-pilot will also be able to nudge our team, telling him, hey, this is a VIP customer. You haven't spoke to him in 3 months. It's time to follow up, right? Have that very timely touch base. And not last but not least, the co-pilot will also be able to detect any product-based abnormality, right? For example, if one of our customers spends 3 hours on one specific feature, there's a notification for the team that someone just spent 3 hours on this very simple feature. You might want to reach out. That could be an issue. It could be an opportunity, right? So that helps us to really understand our customers, be able to build features or improve our features based on exactly how they are using it. And then the last type of AI team is for the decision makers, right? How many of you every day shift through all the data trying to understand what should I do in terms of product decision, the roadmap, the strategic decision, the partnerships? And this is where our AI analyst comes in. It aggregates all the data from different aspects of your operational organization operations and be able to detect different patterns, doing predictive analytics, and help you to make that very data-driven decision. So this is the type of AI agent you are able, or AI team that you are able to create to help you run your organization. Take a step back. So what makes a good AI system that's really aligned with your business, right? So after some study, after some experimental with our own challenges and also working with our customers, there's these 4 areas we can identify as a unique way of looking at how do you want to deploy your AI team, right? The first thing is you need to be able to aggregate all the data and create that contextual customization, not only for your customers, but also for your various team, functional team from sales to marketing, and also your product, right? So have that 365-degree view of what's happening really helps AI to aggregate data and help you make that better informed decision. And then second thing is personalization, right? So we're all spoiled by the likes of Facebook, the LinkedIn, the Netflix, right? We got everything that we care about served in front of us. And this type of behavior are expected when it comes to using your software. talking to a consultant, talking to a lawyer, right? So we have that expectation. You should know me already because I'm your customer, right? So have a data model, have that machine learning, be able to personalize experience for every single customer, understanding who they are, what their needs are, why they're here, what their need for, and what they can offer is the fundamental key to success. And then the third thing is KPI alignment, right? We make decisions about our business every day. And KPI changes every day. Maybe this quarter, I'm focusing on retention. And the next quarter, I'm focusing on grow my sales, right? So when you think about designing your AI system or your AI team, you want to make sure there's a way for you to dynamically change your KPI that's aligned your business goal. And it is 100% possible. And then I already mentioned the last one, right? That dynamic adaptability, that having an AI team is the same as your human team that needs to be dynamic, it needs to be adaptable, it needs to be able to learn, it needs to be able to grow, and be able to, become smarter together. And I'll share this is where our secret sauce lies in, right? So we all know AI is incredibly powerful, right? It's like a Ferrari running 1,000 miles an hour. I wish they could. But put that aside, is even if a fast car, you still need a super smart and experienced driver in order to get the most out of your fast car. Right? So for us, our technology, we don't build large language models. However, we build the precision driver that's going to give you the optimized output from using whatever LLM of your choosing, right? So our technology is really focused on building that driver. And when it comes to driver, you have to think about what kind of tire should I use? How can I make that turn that's going to be optimized, make that sharp 90-degree turns, right? So all of this consideration falls under, how do we design this driver? So in our experience, or the way I architect our product is, it consists of 3 main aspects, right? The first one is structured data engine. Because that's where you are able to integrate all the data from your organization and structure that in a way it's going to train your AI teams, right? And then the second part is it's our proprietary machine learning and AI engine, right? So we focus on that decision-making aspect of AI, right? So if I'm thirsty, I grab this water, drink it, right? There are multiple things happening there. The fact that I realize I'm thirsty, I want to drink water, that's me making my decision. And then after I made that decision, I reach out, grab this water, and that's my execution. Right? So LLM, it's incredibly powerful at making that execution, but without the right decision, LLM often doesn't know what to do. Right? So our machine learning, our AI is really to focus on create that personalized decision for every single customer, for your team on their best next action, or for your decision makers, what kind of data will be able to help them to make that informed decision. And then last component is our dynamic customizable RAGs, right? The reason it needs to be dynamic customizable, it goes back to the last slide that your AI needs to be aligned with your KPIs. It needs to be aligned with your business goals, right? So you need to have a RAG that's going to support that. Another thing that I want to share is this is our famous infinity rings, right? That we call that infinity rings. And the reason we draw this is if you think about hiring a team, I'm drawing this parallelism between hiring a real people team versus AI, right? You have to think, when you build an AI system or AI team system, you have to think about the same process as if you're hiring a human team, right? What consists of hiring a human team? First of all, you have to define that role. Like, who are you hiring? Why are you hiring? What's their daily task? What do they need to do? What kind of output are you expecting? What kind of feedback can you constantly give? And all of that you need to design into your AI team as well. And then, so that comes to our supervised learning, right? When someone comes on board, you have to train them with your existing your existing knowledge within your company, and then the AI team will be able to leverage that to do the initial tasks. And on top of that, you need to constantly train your human team, and same applies to your AI, right? You need to constantly train your AI as well. And this can be taught the same way as you're training your team. For example, if you're hiring a marketing person, right? That person needs to understand the latest MarTech technology, the latest tools, the latest, most effective ways to do marketing. And same thing as AI, but you can tell the AI in a way that, hey, every week, go out there, research for all of the latest marketing trend or marketing tactics, and summarize that, try it out, see which one works the best, right? So this is the type of instruction you are able to create and structure for your AI team with our system super easy. So what I shared earlier, those 3 types of AI, they're actually the first one that I didn't show, because that's the one mimicking some of you who are the managers. So under the hood, we actually also have an AI manager that's going to monitor all of the AI team to understand how are they performing. Are they meeting the KPIs? If they're not, what can they do, right? So this constant feedback, the constant measuring, that's what ensures the AI is performing, meeting the KPIs, outperform the KPIs. Just to kind of summarize, what to think about when you do define AI teammate, right? We kind of covered that. The first step is define the role and be able to continue to develop your AI teammate. You have to do performance evaluation just as human being. Otherwise, how do you know they're gonna do better and be aligned, be always aligned with your organization KPIs, right? And then last but not least, make sure it's constantly, dynamically learning, improving. And the best part about AI team, right? It's not just one single agent. One single agent, it's much harder to learn. But if you have a group of agents, they are able to give feedback to each other. They are able to, become smarter together. And then under the hood, they are monitored, supervised by your AI manager. Just quickly share some of the impact after we start using our AI agent, our AI team, right? We actually saw 40% of the revenue increase by cross-selling, upselling, because we understand exactly what are the gaps that we are able to fill by either offering a service, selling a product, or create a new product category, sell to our customers. And then retention is another key metric that we measure with our customer success, right? We also see pretty incredible 44% increase with retention. And then in terms of operational efficiency, we interviewed actually about 50 VP of customer success. What do we commonly notice is up until today, there's still 50% of the work that's manually done by their customer success manager, which should be automated by AI, right? And our AI is able to reduce that manual work down to 15%. And those 15% are the high value, high outcome actions such as building relationship, and be able to pick up the phone, call that person, right? Those are the things that human being will never be able to replace. And just a little summary about, what are some of the key benefits of AI team, right? First of all, you can actually create and train your agents. It doesn't have to be customer success. It could be your sales. It could be your marketing. As long as you're able to convert a manual human process, and we give you a tool to convert that into AI team. Other great benefit is, all the centralized data on your customers, on your product, on your strategic decisions, right? And be able to help you to leverage that to make decisions. And risk is another area, right? Any wrong risk that we make, the more successful we are, the higher, the pitfall of that risk might, brought us back for years, right? So that's another way that can leverage AI to help us mitigate that risk. And have a strong customer base is really the key to help you to grow your company as well. Up until today, we still get 80% of our customers by referral, right? So that's really helpful to help us to grow our company. This is myself and my co-founder. The reason we're super passionate about this is we've been working with startups together for over 2 decades, right? So I myself, I don't know if any of you remember the Motorola Razr phone. So that was my first job, and that was my only corporate job. And after that, I wanted to not only be able to design a product, I want to understand the why. And that's prompted me to become an entrepreneur, to be able to understand why we do certain things, how can I improve that. And through different journey, not only working with startups, but also I run a product marketing agency prior to this, and really helped me understand how can we support our customers. And then my co-founder, he used to be CTO at Indiegogo at Redbubble. He used to run Yelp's mobile team and brought that to the top 10 in the world at the time. And this is where he brought all that knowledge to be able to personalize experience at a scale, and we convert that knowledge, that technology, to what Scale Growth is currently built upon. So more and more of our customers, entrepreneurs, will be able to build a successful company without having to spend $100 million. So that's us. We'd love to get in touch with all of you, whether you wanted to try out your AI teammate or interested in our technology, wanted to chat more, please reach out and scan this QR code. It's going to give you options, what type of conversation you want to continue.
Anna, thank you. It's Scale Growth AI, and let's open it up to some questions. Just raise your hand if you have any questions. I know some of our presenters are so good. You just kind of fill in all the blanks for us, but love to see if anybody wants to engage and ask a question.
Yeah, you said that you don't think that like in the funnel, when you make phone calls, AI cannot replace humans. Can you explain why you think this is not going to happen?
I think when I say picking up phone, making that phone call, the underlying intention is building relationship, right? When you think about building a relationship, you always want to have that looking into the eyes and have that human touch. And you don't want to replace that with AI, because like, what's the point of building relationship? We are building that with AI, right? So our goal is really to give all the time to our team, the actual team, to spend time to build relationship with all of our customers and have that conversation, have that FaceTime. Because honestly, like, we're so busy, there's very little time that we can do that. And so every single customer of ours, they get 1 hour every quarter to spend one-on-one time with us. That's what we can offer to them.
Any other questions? Well, that was a great presentation. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We're going to move into our next presentation. We have Sai here.
Hi, everyone. Today's been a great series of presentations from eminent speakers, and I've learned a lot on what's going in the agent space. It's an exciting time to be building apps and solving problems both on the customer end as well as the enterprise end. I'm Sai. I'm machine learning manager building Gen AI applications at Adobe. Today I'm going to talk about what's my perspective and the evolution and impact of agentic AI. After ChatGPT was released, November 2023, and there was a lot of skepticism and optimism both around how it could impact the day-to-day events or usage or problem solving and the interactions with the environment. And we have seen over the last almost close to 2 years that there's a phenomenal change in the usage and the day-to-day apps and how the world has perceived this change. And in the ongoing optimism, today I'm going to talk about what's the possibilities that we have and what are some challenges that we face as we see while implementing. So as we know, the Agentic AI is made possible from the traditional AI, which is mostly predefined rules and algorithms, probably some kind of decision trees that were done long ago, just based on some programming. And then came the generative AI, where we were saying, hey, it's not just text, but we will generate multimodal content, whether it's text, images, or music, and then it's trained on large data sets, whether it's day-to-day data sets or curated ones to generate outputs. And then the new Agentic AI, where it has been a goal for the last several decades, but it's closer to reality now, where we are saying we'll make decisions and execute tasks on an autonomous basis independently, where it interacts with the environment, learns from feedback, and does actions in real time. It's differing in the way that most of it does not include the human in the part, which frees up the human time and exceedingly speeds up most of the tasks and the ease of use and the cost and so on. So just to put in terms of how the different things are changing, so earlier it was a series of model parameters which decides how a model should function and the capabilities in the traditional AI. And the large language model, the language we talk is through prompts. Like, let's say we give a series of instructions and hope the system to adhere to that. And in the agentic world, we expect we would be training on the agent-relevant prompts, which will be much more simpler and easier, and probably even better for human to interact with. And this could mean better user interfaces and easier ways of communication and lesser work for humans. But it would involve a lot of trial and error and crowdsourcing the data and getting the mechanisms right. So for the LLM-based autonomous agents, there's a lot of research going on how to make sure they work well in production or in practice. So there's a bunch of agents, both real world like Autogen, Crew AI, and other startups or frameworks which have identified 4 key parts. The profile, which is not being leveraged a lot, more like containing my personal individual information, demographic, social, and probably even some of the past actions I did. And then the memory part, which is more about, let's say, a series of databases of all the things I'm interested in, all the knowledge that I'm looking for, and then either converted into embeddings or languages or lists, etc. So these two are the ones which are leveraged a lot in the last 2 years. But the planning and action is where agents would really shine, where the planning you could do without feedback and with feedback. There's been a bunch of literature around chain of thought, and then React, and then Woo React, which all are versions of this. So what they do is, let's say there are a series of actions or series of steps that need to be done to achieve an end goal. Then at each step, they could either take a multi-path where they might execute multiple possible paths parallelly so that they could end up with the best possible scenario, or they could do
pick the best one and come to a conclusion. Depending on the use case and the scenario, some of these would trade well. As we build more and more agents, we would use more of these planning with feedback and without feedback. And then we have the action. So there's a lot of steps, whether it involves environments or what are the different kinds of tools that the action could leverage on, and what's the amount of memory it should pick up. So all of this has to be properly configured depending on the agent capabilities that we are designing. So if we look at the list of agents that we have seen over the last 2 years, gladly there's been a big ecosystem developing around different modalities, whether it's video, audio, text, or even the user interface, and even some autonomous driving or game development. All of these agents are pretty good at one single modality or vertical, which helps in either video understanding, where previously there's millions of hours of video, whether it's security or language understanding or something else which could never be leveraged. But now either you could create your own video content for a format that you are looking for, or understand something in a matter of few seconds or minutes, which makes knowledge sharing or knowledge understanding a lot more faster. So we are going to see these multimodal agents adoption much faster. However, they are all working on their own, and we have to see these agents working together so that they could perform more complex actions like a human does in the real world. So for this reason, we have seen a lot of startups building platforms where users could bring their own sets, like they could bring their own LLM, they could bring their own model, they could bring their own code executor, or even their own data documents, and then they could use all of these as tools or provide these as some of the inputs to the platform. And then we expect the platform to do better orchestration between all of these components and give us the output that we are looking for. And this is one promising place where startups could really help, because it's easy to build agents for a vertical, but there could be a lot of components that needs to be done for a complex task, and that's where some customization is needed, and these platforms could really help in getting these done. Similar to Jeremiah presented this morning, we have different levels of training that we could do depending on the data you have. Like, you could learn from many sources, whether it's from the physical world or virtual world, and you can train across both the physical virtual reality which is the cross reality. And as you see, there's theory, data, infrastructure, and application layers where you could train your model. In infrastructure, whether it's microphones or cameras, where you would try to almost put your models, deploy edge models. And similarly, on the application level, if it's a virtual world, it's more like virtual reality or some sort of innovation around the GUI and apps. And within the agent paradigm, how do you do the assistant so that it could do personalize for your interests? So all of this is captured, and as it is evolving, some of the startups are picking these verticals so that they could be good at it. But also there is a range of actions that they could perform. One is around the task planning and skill observation and the perception, and then it also spans around the learning. For example, depending on how complex the agent is,
agents, maybe it could look at it only once, or maybe few examples, or sometimes if it's a very common task, then probably it's already in the pre-trained. So especially if in the field of robotics, this is really important because the action space that a human can do is really large, and if a robotics startup has to implement the action space that the human does, then it has to pick between some of these action space to be good at, and then train on the rest. And then, of course, the memory component is really important for not just personalization, but also having ability to complete a task over a longer period of time. So this is an interesting framework that someone has hypothesized that we would see going forward. So at the bottom layer, we have the data. That's where most of these large language models are consuming from, whether it be the usage data, someone like Reddit or Twitter, and then the environment data or what's happening everywhere, like in news, etc. And then we have the memory layer consuming this data or storing some of it, which will have some personalization APIs. For example, if I'm executing a task that's mostly relevant to me, then I would want to have some information that keeps my context and my interest in mind, so that any output that comes to me uses these APIs, personalization APIs. And then a mixture of agents is where different players could probably own. For example, there's horizontal agents, which could improve productivity, software engineering, HR recruiting, and some of the examples on this end are either Workday or Salesforce, or even GitHub auto copilots and Cursor, and all these companies doing a pretty good work on automating these coding agents. And there's these vertical agents, which are very niche and domain-oriented, but also need a lot of compliance and enforcement around it, like healthcare, legal, education, etc. And each of these space, again, could be owned by a different company, so that they could specialize and provide an appropriate service. And the more complex ones are the embodied agents, like the robotic foundation models and humanoids or autonomous driving. As we have seen in the last 10 years, a lot of effort and research has gone into autonomous driving, and we are still trying to catch up because of the complexity in it. So that's where most of the some of the effort could still help there. And then, as we discussed earlier, the orchestration is where the ability to combine these multiple agents that could really help a human do an end-to-end task. For example, let's say I have to perform multiple actions, like running a company, which includes hiring or recruiting, and then making sure whoever I hire write good piece of code, and then do appropriate business and sell it, and also monitor all the business at one place. All of this needs different agents, mostly performed by AI or supervised by AI. So these need orchestration so that the right input goes into each agent, and hence it could be fine-tuned over the time, so that and hence evaluation and performance monitoring is needed, along with reliability and lifecycle management. So this orchestration layer is where most startups could see value, or even the platforms which are hosting some of these agents, like a marketplace, could help day-to-day users with complex actions. And then there's this deployment layer, which totally depends on where this agent is being used. If it's somewhat like a mobile or on a device, or it's a privacy-sensitive device, etc. Based on that, there could be security and privacy concerns, edge deployments, and real-time optimization. All of those concerns need to be addressed, again, based on the task. One example is that maybe for someone like legal or healthcare sector where they are extremely careful, or even financial sector where they are careful about the user's data, they would want to have mostly a high level of security, privacy, and even sometimes edge deployment so that the user is a lot more comfortable with having their data on their own device. And inference optimization is where I would want something real fast, like if I'm talking to ChatGPT, like today, a feature was released where it was a lot more faster in terms of how I interact with the voice agent. So the optimizations along the inference would really help in terms of more use cases come up. And that's not just for individual users, but both for business enterprises where, as we see, Salesforce was promising 1 billion agents over the next few years. And that would really help the businesses lower the costs and also increase the value that they could generate. So overall, this architecture is what we could predict the next few months or years is going to be. And there's a good chance for not just incumbents, but startups to take up some of these spaces and excel in it and take over the agent world. Other than that, we have the ownership, like some memory layer could still be owned by companies like OpenAI, and the orchestration layer by big companies, mostly because of the distributional advantages. But however, if new startups could cater to the exact needs of certain niche users, then they would be able to do a pretty good job. One challenge where most startups as well as enterprises are facing the difficulties in the adoption is because the agents are so automated, there's a lack of flexibility, which would improve over the time as either the users would get familiar with the systems or the agents would learn more and more from the feedback from the users. So these are some of the challenges both in enterprise and consumer space, like the safety and control. This has been the case for autonomous driving, where even the 99.9% of safety wouldn't be sufficient enough, and they need more control to make it 100% deployable on not just Waymo in San Francisco, but everywhere across the world. So the unintended optimization that agents do on an ideal world will not work for impractical scenarios, and that's where the safety and control is still needed as long as the humans have those characteristics. And the deceptive alignment, which talks more about similar case, whether on the road, if you find someone, where do you want to move your vehicle to? And then the transparency and explainability. So most of the times the agents perform in a certain way, and it's sometimes difficult to explain why they have performed in a certain way. And if they do this randomly, one or the other time, depending on the use case and the risk associated with it, most folks would not be comfortable using it, especially in terms of surgeries or any health-related issues. They definitely want to know why a particular prediction was made. And O1, which OpenAI released recently, was in the same direction, where instead of making a black box decision making, it shows a series of steps, probably called thinking, and telling why it came to a certain conclusion. And having this explainability gives more confidence on, oh, maybe I should ask a different question or tell it to do it in a different way. And then the performance and scalability.
we are just at the beginning of the AI agentic AI evolution, and we have seen over the last few years the costs of the large language models are decreasing by 10x, if not 100x every year. So we would be seeing increase in performance and scalability. So this is something we do not need to worry about a lot. However, testing and evaluation is where we need put a lot of effort, because as we use these for more complex use cases involving a lot of environments and system, there could be many scenarios where it could go wrong because there's a lot of flexibility for the system to do on its own. That's where we need this. And similarly with ethical considerations, depending on the data and the kind of person using it, it might have to provide an answer that takes ethical considerations into picture. And then the generalization. There would always be new situations which were not seen in the model. For example, large language models hallucinate a lot whenever they see something that it was never asked before. And this is where we need to put some guardrails around not being able to perform, or maybe doing the right thing when it's a complete new situation. And how does it resolve conflict resolution in such situations? While in this journey, the human-AI collaboration is one of the easiest way to reach the goal of final agents. So one way is the intuitive interfaces for the oversight, so that we could make sure the agents do not perform any complete bad actions. At the enterprise level, some of the approaches need to be a lot more robust. For example, for safety and control, we have to do more audits, put more safeguards, and have a check at every layer, and even probably abort the mechanism if something goes wrong. And for transparency, we want more open source projects rather than something like closed models where we do not have visibility into what's happening behind a particular output. And then the performance, as we see, the cost has been decreasing, but for some enterprise use cases and for some consumer use cases, the cost has to further go down so that we can achieve the scale of billion agents that could interact with every single human in the world. And the testing, we have to keep standardized benchmarks so that the new agents could try to improve on the existing benchmarks rather than reinventing the wheel every single time. The adaptation, so there's a lot of new frameworks, multi-agent frameworks like Wordware that are working on adaptation, so that for new situations, they would try to do their best so that we could, using transfer learning and adaptive learning, so that we would not completely in the blind and could generalize better. The human-AI collaboration is still needed until we completely achieve fully autonomous agentic AI, so that we would be more comfortable using it in our day-to-day life. That's all.
So I really appreciate you coming, and appreciate what Adobe is doing, big things in the space. I've been using Firefly quite a bit, and just the extension of the product. Hopefully they won't keep locking you into like the 1-year contract when you just want to use it for 1 minute. Yeah. But anybody have questions for Sai? Just raise your hand. Raise your hand. Yes, yes.
Well, is it possible to get a copy of your slide deck? You had a bunch of great helpful information, so how would we get that?
Sure. Yeah, so I guess if you can send it directly, do you want people to approach you, or do you want to just send me a message saying it's okay to send? Okay, great. Yes. Okay.
Hi, my name is Fai, and today I'm going to tell you about best practices when you code with AI. And the reason why I can talk about this topic is because I am an AI-enabled coder. What does that mean? I didn't come from technical background. My background was actually in finance. I did investment banking, VC. I actually ran a tons of, I actually was running a venture studio, working with tons of software engineer, designers, product owner, but I didn't know how to code until last year. I was playing around ChatGPT, and then, so here's my story actually. So I came to SF last year. I didn't know how to code. I got intimidated by all the tech bros here in SF. So I gave myself 1 month to learn to code and join a hackathon as a solo hacker. The first 3 weeks, I was learning it the traditional way, doing Code Academy, free online courses, like watching YouTube tutorials, reading about it, but I still didn't see how I would like start building my own project and attend a hackathon as a solo hacker. So I started building with ChatGPT, and a week later, I won a hackathon. Thank you. So that's a good story that I tell people. What I rarely tell people is, I got scammed by AI. What I mean by that, so when I first started, my first coding project, I built a Chrome extension that gives you an explanation as if you were 5 on any difficult technical words that you highlight. And I was copying and pasting code, and it was so much fun because it worked until it didn't. And I actually had to like start understand what my code does, because it was working, and then it didn't work, and then AI couldn't tell me like how to fix it. It told me the solution, but then it kept making the same errors, giving the same thing. I was like, no, this is not what it is. Like, I just end up arguing with it, scolding it, putting cry emoji, and then it still couldn't fix it. So I was forced to learn the whole thing, which took me more time and more frustration. I'm still coding with AI though, and I'm not saying that you should not code with AI. I'm just saying that you should not just blindly following what it's giving you. And here's my best practices. You have to use AI as a co-pilot at most. You should not give up control. You should not just copy and paste. Whatever the internet's telling you that you can just let AI do the thing for you, no, you still need to have it as a co-pilot, and you're still a pilot driving the plane. And in details, here's the best practices. So first, you need to have clarity. Plan your project. You need to know what you're building, like for real. You just can't say like, I'm building a marketplace. There's so many things that goes into the marketplace, right? Wait, by the way, do we have like a non-technical people here, or are we all software engineer? All right, we have at least a couple like non-coders. So yeah, these are the things that software engineers will probably know, but beginners would be kind of figuring out when they started coding with AI. And second, ask an LLM to break down the steps. Don't just like go from 1 to 10 straight away. Ask it to break down the steps so you have control of all those steps. And even better, discuss those steps with it. Also, be curious. Learn by doing. Don't trust the LLM too easily. Just ask it the questions, go back and forth with it, and be clear in your communication. Give context, especially when the project gets larger. You should give it some kind of context on the existing code and all. And ask an LLM, also an easy way to do that, you should ask an LLM to add an inline descriptions, especially when you're a non-technical person. So it's easier for you to follow, and over time you'll learn, like you kind of pick up from these descriptions that it's giving you, like, okay, this function does this from this description that it is telling you. And test your code often. I was too lazy to test my code. I was just too excited to like copy and paste. And then when things go wrong, you just cannot trace back on when did things start to go wrong. And don't ignore bugs. I'm sure software engineers know best about this. And then be creative in your solutions, be it fixing bugs or approaching your project. And lastly, keep your code modular. These might sound pretty overwhelming and not the same as what the internet's telling non-coders, that you don't need to learn how to code anymore, it's so easy and all. It might sound intimidating, it might sound overwhelming, but trust me, as I said, I didn't come from technical background, but now that I know how to code, it's so helpful in building your own project. It's so helpful as a technical founder. And I also have a great news for you. So I'm still coding with AI. I've generated over 10,000 codes by AI right by now. Sorry. And I actually built a tool that gets you to just build with AI and have all these best practices right away. Let me show you. So I built a product called Beluga. Beluga is a coding assistant designed for beginners. Anyone want to give me like a project to try? Anyone have a project that they want to try maybe? Okay. Sure. More, too easy. Give me more. I can do a snake game, but it can give me a weather app. Huh? Weather app. A weather app? Okay. An AI style list that tell me what in the morning, link to the closet. I think that's like a hardware thing, so let's skip that for now. So this is, you tell the AI just like briefly what you want to do, and then it helps you, it forces you to think, okay, what are the features, what are the user journey? So it's suggesting to get, for the features, it's like personalized outfit suggestion, wardrobe management, style preference setup, weather integration, and calendar integration. Let's just say that we're good with this. And if you're not, we can just always discuss with it. Imagine if you know about the software development process. This is like when you work with the product manager to get these details out. And now it's going to prioritize the features for you because you're not supposed to build everything all at once, right? So it prioritizes the core value prop to build first. And also as a beginner, you wouldn't know about all these tech stacks. So it's giving you the options on the tech stack, and also give you the suggestion on what the combination it think is best. And let's just go with the suggestion for now. Right, and now it's generating a design brief and then sending to kind of like the design LLM to generate a clickable prototype as if you're so this is a step where as if you're working with the designer to get them do like Figma or whatever to generate a clickable prototype. I might run into a bug here, but let's see if it works. Ooh, okay. And you can configure this, you can change the button, add a button. Let's just say you're okay with that. Now, it generates all these files for you in the UI. Oh, by the way, the things that you had discussed earlier, it generates it as a product, oh, it's too small, I'm sorry, but it generates the product requirement document for you. It has like, okay, this is a project name, AI stylist, a value prop, user journey, MVP features, enhancements features, and technical stack. So if you need to work with other people, you can also forward this, or also if things change in the future, you can also edit this, and then the AI will understand that. Coming back to this, now that we have the requirements, we have the mock-up, now it's time to make it functional. And we give you this. We don't do this for you, but we handhold you step by step on how to do it. We give you the action plan, everything from setting up, implementing each feature, all the way down to testing and deployment. And all you need to do is, if you don't know how to do it, you just click on it, and it will tell you how to do that. You can also just like click to run in the terminal, or if the step involves generating code, it will definitely generate the code for you. But not only that, it will also tell you what to do with that code. Here, so it's like, hey, step one, you need to create a file and then add the code, and you can just like click to add, and then this is automatically in your folder. So that's pretty much what I built. If anyone's interested to try, Here's the QR code to join the waitlist. We're in private beta at the moment. You can follow us. We are Beluga IDE on X. And my name is Fai Sukontanit if you'd like to follow me on LinkedIn. I'm also hiring amazing software engineers. So anyone's looking for a cool project to work on, I'm happy to discuss. Thank you.
I don't know, that was like the biggest applause so far for any presentation. So I'm going to open it up for questions. I'm sure some people have questions here. Okay, this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, so really cool. Just had sort of like a question about how what you've built compares to like things like V0 or you know, like Claude. Like what's the sort of differentiator here?
Yeah, so we are, V0, so Claude and ChatGPT is like an ad hoc LLM that you can just ask it to do anything as long as you are good at prompting, right? And then V0, Cursor, even Replit Agent actually, you need to have at least some basic coding skill or at least know what goes into software development. You don't need any of those with us. If anything, you learn along the way with us. So our value prop is we completely remove the traditional learning curve required to start building something. You just start and learn along the way. Thank you.
Thank you. And you have a lot of fans here. Do the fans want to ask any questions? Oh, somebody had a hand up over here in the seats. Put it up again. Oh.
You mentioned that you're looking for project ideas.
Pardon?
Did you mention that you're looking for project ideas?
Yeah, I mean, I was just doing the demo. Yeah.
Okay, but are you looking to build tools using the software or this tool that you built?
Are you looking for project ideas to use the tool, or are you just providing the tool for people with project ideas?
I'm providing, so this is a coding assistance. Anyone who wants to code for what, an aspiring coders, be it because you have a project that you want to build, or be it because you're kind of like, you don't know how to code today, but you see that you need to learn how to code because AI is coming so strong, right? But it doesn't make sense to learn it the traditional way anymore. You cannot also just jump into using Cursor right away because you need to learn something first. We bridge that gap. So we're providing this tool for you to start coding something, and you can build any project at all because this is coding. So we're not like a no-code or prompt to app that optimize on certain languages or certain use case. We assist you through your coding journey and give you that items on like how you can approach the coding project. Yes.
I just wondered, are you considering leveraging this in schools, like to help teach kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, just this seems like it can be very useful in the education system. Is that something you're looking at?
I got a lot of suggestions on that, and that could be cool. What I learned from talking to them, though, is they're not actually teaching kids to build like a project. I don't know, because I never actually attend those classes either, but what I learned is they don't really teach kids to do the project, but they're more like teaching kids on like the syntax, like building small games and such. So I'm not too sure, but I'm happy, I'm open to that if anyone like would love to have a try on like schools. Or one of my most favorite moments from, so I did a private beta a few weeks ago, and one of our private beta tester, he lives here remotely, and then his kids like back home. So on the weekend they do like a Zoom call, and then he used this as like a bonding time with his kids. So he was like playing around Beluga and coding with his kids on the weekends. That's something fun. Yeah.
Hey, Phi.
Yes.
I got a great question. I wanted to know who, if not the educators, the education industry, who is your target user right now? And then what's your go-to-market strategy for attracting those users?
Thank you. So yeah, as I mentioned, aspiring coders, right? So aspiring coders bid because you aspire to code because you have the project that you want to build. Mainly, these are non-tech founders, especially female. I would like to create a community of female non-tech founders, get them to at least do the MVP, equip them with some knowledge on this software development, and then it's easier for them to look for technical founder. And then another group is aspiring software engineer. So I'm making a big bet that, and I think people agree with me, I think the skill required to be a software engineer in the future, or at least today even, is going to be different than the skill required to be a software engineer like up to now, because AI is writing code for you. That used to be a big part, right? Now you don't need to do that part anymore. So your role become like an orchestrator. How do you like manage these AI? How do you, I think, in my opinion, I think the skill to break down the tasks, the problems into small manageable tasks is very important. And of course, AI can do the first work, but then you should still tweak that. So there's so many more things around that will become a very important skill. And Beluga is not just a learning tool. We're actually an entry point for the next generation of coders to start using it, learn with us, and then develop the skills need to be the future of software engineer. So that's the target user. In terms of go-to-market, I really, really love to be a community because, let's admit it, this is so new. People are still questioning, hey, how far can you code with AI? You've seen my demo. I built that all by myself, and AI wrote 100% of the code there. I didn't write a single line of code in that demo. So that's how far it can go. But people are still kind of hey, how far it can go and all. So I think building a community with strong use cases, get them to understand how it works, and then expand, spread the word from there is my go-to-market strategy. If anyone have any suggestions, please feel free to come talk to me, though. I'm happy to chat. Thank you for the question. Thank you.
Well, let's give a big round of applause for Faye.
Steven says I have 15 minutes, and I have 50-some slides, so I'm going to go really fast.
No, you have longer than that, you know.
I have a little bit longer?
As long as
Okay.
people remain engaged, keep going.
Okay. And, if you need to use the restroom, just go use the restroom, okay? It's fine, it's a long
Just
day.
leave the room if you're going to use the, don't do it here. The restrooms are in the back corner of the other room.
Don't do it here. Yeah, so the title of my talk is called RAG 2.0. Are we there yet? Right? It's like the Verizon thing, can you hear me now? I guess a little bit first about me. I started this team at Apple called the Messaging Apps team. We built 2 chatbots, one for WeChat, one for Apple Business Chat. I was there for 8 years. Last January 21st, I started using LLMs, which is why I am now an expert at using LLMs. Right? No. But quite honestly, I went to the Scale AI hackathon and I realized everything we built was obsolete, right? You can use our chatbots, you can use Comcast chatbots, you can use Best Buy's chatbots. You're just why are these things so dumb? So I said, okay, I have to make a change, and I joined Llama Index. I actually met Jerry at a hackathon, hit it off, he's a great guy. We shipped a bunch of different features. It was a lot of fun. Okay, so quick survey. When did you all start building with LLMs? I always love to see, right? Anybody start in the last 3 months? Okay, cool. All right. What about this year, 2024? Okay, all right. 2023? Okay, we see some 2023 folks. Anybody before 2023? Okay, come up here. You can talk now. I'll go downstairs. No, good job. See, so, it's a very young community. Okay, now what about RAG? Who here doesn't know what RAG is? Everybody knows what RAG is? Okay, cool. Awesome. This is the first time that's happened, actually. There's generally at least 1 or 2 people who don't know what RAG is. You go on 101 now, you see these billboards, right? Hey, you need to learn about RAG, that's how you make money. Then why am I not rich, right? I have to sue them, right? But RAG, retrieval augmented generation, I like to talk about it as better output with search. I think it's too complicated wording. You think retrieval, it's search, right? So fundamentally, you think about search, right? So because RAG has made so many people rich, not me, but lots of other people, now people are saying, well, you don't want to do RAG, you want to do RAG 2.0. Who here has heard of RAG 2.0? Okay, nobody's here heard of RAG 2.0. Okay, you guys aren't getting rich. Okay, maybe you guys are already on 3.0, right? But the point is, why? Why, like, if nobody currently here is using RAG 2.0, are they coming with the methodology? And I know whose fault it is, right? It's my old boss, Jerry. It's his fault, right? So, because this is what I like to call RAG V0, okay? And you can't really see the code, and that's fine. Like, you can just copy it. We call this the 5 lines of code in Llama Index. It's actually 6 lines of code, you know, just to confuse you guys, throw you off the game a little bit. But this is literally the simplest way to start your RAG system, right? And a lot of people surprisingly think this is where it ends, right? I'm going to do retrieval augmented generation, so I'm going to put these 6 lines of code in a Python notebook, and boom, I'm done, right? And what's the problem with that? Well, one problem, it's not in the paper. That's actually not a problem because nobody cares what's in the paper, okay? You can read the paper, but nobody cares, okay? The problems really are that retrieval works some of the time and not reliably to work any of the time in production, right? So it works great for a demo. You're showing off to your boss. You're like, hey, I learned this new thing. It's called RAG. What is it? I can't tell you. Don't worry about it. Here's, you know, look at all this code I wrote. It's only 6 lines. I copied it from the docs. Boom, give me a raise, right? But it doesn't work in production because your boss comes back to you and is like, oh, that was a great demo you showed me. Let's put it in production. And you're like, it actually doesn't work, right? So this is what I would call RAG 1.0. You can't really see this, but this is a slide from OpenAI Dev Day where they basically said, look, if you just do the naive cosine similarity, the naive RAG approach, the 6 lines of code approach, you're going to get 48%. They did this with a real customer. I don't know who it is, but they said got 48% accuracy, which once again, great for a demo. In actual real life, it means half your answers are wrong. Nobody wants that, right? So then they layered on different approaches, and they got 98% accuracy, right? So very big difference. And we have had all of this in Llama Index for, you know, like a year now, basically. So these are all techniques that you can use to make your RAG system better. So I think when people are advertising RAG 2.0, what they're really advertising is this, right? They're advertising, hey, look, it's not the 6 lines of code, it's something better. But most of it are these features, right? So if you haven't heard of re-ranking, you know, look into re-ranking. If you haven't heard of hybrid search, look into hybrid search. And they're in Llama Index, and since I'm no longer at Llama Index, they're also in LangChain and Haystack, so they're in the various tools that you may want to use. Okay, there are 2 features that I would say come a little bit after that. I'd say RAG 1.5, if you want to call it, right? One is small to big RAG. That's actually a term I coined, so, you know, obviously I think it's special, right? And then there's Llama Parse and other LLM-assisted document parsing tools. Let me talk about Llama Parse real quick, because I think it is something that you should be investing in, right? Because if you are building any kind of RAG system for production, right? For demo, once again, doesn't matter. For production, the problem is you got to convert your documents into something that the LLM understands, and the LLM understands, well, most LLMs understand text, right? So how do you convert the documents to text? That's where Llama Parse, and there's actually some other projects that are really cool that are coming up, are working on. And the performance is much, much better. So, you know, you have the old saying, accurate, cheap, and fast. With Llama Parse, you have all 3, right? Check it out if you haven't yet. It's, you know, quite affordable. But are there any things that might say, okay, this justifies the 2.0 moniker, right? Are there anything that's significantly better? And when I was coming up with this talk, really, I came up with two things. One is Agentic RAG. This is a term that you might hear of a lot. And the other thing is Multimodal RAG. And I do think these are, in some ways, step function improvements over what we have currently. So, back to the future. I had this slide up, I don't know, like almost a year ago, Steve, right? So here's the exponential curve, right? And we were saying, look, where are we on this exponential curve? Are models plateauing, or are they still getting better exponentially? I consider this to be the most important question of your career, right? If you get this wrong, you might be working on something that's not that useful. Because if you're working on something assuming that the models are going to get better exponentially and they don't, then the thing you're going to working on is probably not going to work. And vice versa, if you're working on some kind of optimization, assuming that the models are plateauing and then the models get much better, then you're going to have problems also. So Steve, when I pitched this to him on LinkedIn, he was like, you know what? Everybody's an exponentialist, right? You guys all believe models are increasing exponentially, right? Well, I mean, turns out it was about 50-50 at the time, right? I did this poll on Twitter. We also had some in-person conversations with, folks who are very deep in the AI space, right? And they said, hey, half of them thought that the models were going to start plateauing. Well, they were wrong, right? The plateauers are wrong, right? 01 preview shows this, right? The models are continuing to improve exponentially. So you can see it from the IQ results, right? Like, ignore that one on the right there. You look at all the ones on the left, all the models on the left, and you're like, oh yeah, these models are plateauing. They're just as good as every other one, and it doesn't really matter, right? They're all sort of stuck, just a little bit dumber than your average human, right? And then 01 comes out, and it's 120 IQ. It's significantly smarter than your average human, right? If there's any time to shut down Skynet, it's today. We need to shut it down right now, right? But no, it's true. The model has gotten significantly smarter. So, and it all came from this, right? There's this tweet. It's like, hey, we're gonna have strawberries, and people are like, what the heck are these strawberries? I was like, this is so dumb, right? Like, what are these strawberries? Well, it turns out the model before couldn't figure out how many R's there were in strawberry, and now it can, right? This is how we know it's smart. Right? Like, you guys are all nodding, like you're like, yeah, that's, just as intelligent as my 5-year-old. But it's true. This actually made the difference because we allowed the models to reason, right? So OpenAI in their infinite wisdom said 01, and then what's the feature in 01? It's reasoning. OpenAI has never been good at figuring out names for their models, and they're not going to be until AGI comes out. So, right? So you see here this logic. This is the reasoning here, right? It's essentially the agent loop. Right? If you've worked with agents before, you kind of recognize this. I'm going to take my task and plan it out, and then do it one at a time, right? And if you follow Riley Goodside, who I strongly encourage you to follow on Twitter, you can't really read this here. I'm going to read it for you. But he's like, look, name an English adjective of Latin origin that begins and ends with the same letter, has 11 letters in total, and for which all vowels in the word are ordered alphabetically. Respond only with your answer. Does anybody know what this word is? I didn't, right? It's called sententious. I don't know what it means. I don't even know if it's a real word. But it's clearly this model is, in some capabilities, already superhuman. So all good, right? Like, we've solved it, AGI, we can go home, you know. Now the bots are going to do everything for us. We don't need jobs anymore, right? Just go relax. Not quite. So the problem is, the more you think, the more chances you have to fail. The models tend to do something like overthinking. And the OpenAI docs show this. They're like, look, for these models in particular, you got to be very careful when, you know, giving them instructions. Be extra clear when you're giving them instructions. And don't tell them anything irrelevant when it comes to RAG. Okay, make sure that they only get the context that they need. So here's an example of this overthinking, right? So once again, very simple question, which is larger, 9.11 or 9.8? And here it's like says, well, I'm figuring out which number is bigger, 9.11 or 9.8, focused on ensuring the assistance response aligns with OpenAI guidelines, right? So it's like, you know, it's got all this stuff in its head that's trying to think about, and then it's like, oh, it's actually 9.11, right, which is wrong. I mean, hopefully most of you know that, right, if you're average or above average IQ, right, 9.11 is smaller than 9.8. Those of you who don't understand that, we'll talk about it later, okay? So, similarly, I asked it this question. I said, how many R's are there in Raspberry? And it gave me the right answer, 3 R's in Raspberry. And I said, how about P's? And it said 2 P's in the word raspberry, right? So sometimes one step forward, 2 steps back. And we also have this hallucination. So this is interesting, right? So this is 4.0. 4.0, right? Like, you know, we solved the how many R's in strawberry. That was a hard problem to solve. So now let's do an easier one. How many S's are there in strawberry, right? You guys know how many S's there are in strawberry? There's one S in strawberry, right? It's just at the front. There's no other S's in strawberry. Okay. So I asked it to 01 preview, and it said the average strawberry typically has 200 seeds on its surface. And what did it do? Really interestingly, if you look at the sort of the thinking pattern, it actually says, hey, you know, actually they figured out there's only 1 S in strawberry. And then it overruled its own thinking. This is a pattern that we saw when it came to tool use. I call this positive hallucinations. But basically the model, like if you say, hey, what's 2 plus 2? And it's like, hey, it uses a addition tool and then it comes out 5, the model can override it sometime. In this case, it's overriding, you know, unfortunately the correct answer. But I don't know exactly why. I think it's because the model is essentially incentivized to sort of trust its gut, which unfortunately gives it the wrong answer sometimes. And you see that even here, right? So like literally in the thinking it says there's 2 R's in strawberry, but then in the actual result to the user it says 3. So it's very, very early. And you know, the top line is great, right? Like we know that the models are getting smarter by a significant amount, but we also know that the error scenarios are getting worse. And this is very similar to how agents work, right? Like agents have the same problem. So, you know, I don't know if this is like the title of, you know, Agentic Asian world, right? Agents are taking over, right? I don't have to tell you guys this, right? This is what VCs were doing this year. Anytime somebody said, hey, I want to build an agent, right? They just run down and start giving them money, right? So, but what does it mean to be an agent? We're here at the Agentic AI World. What does it mean to be an agent? Really, it comes down to 2 things. 1, you're using LLMs to make decisions, and 2, you're taking actions based on those decisions. So let's talk a little bit about how this will work with RAG. Well, surprise, surprise, we've actually been doing this for a very long time. You guys didn't know this, right? We were already doing agents back in the day, right? So this is a problem called query decomposition. I didn't come up with this, right? I just implemented it in the JavaScript library. This is like sort of like one of the first things I implemented. And the idea is, if somebody comes in with a question and says, whose revenue is higher, Apple or Tesla, you have to do two tasks. You have to search for Apple's revenue, you have to search for Tesla's revenue, then you have to bring that information back to the LLM and have it then give the response. So this is something that we've been doing for, over a year now. And we actually have a whole bunch of these other sort of like, I'd say, RAG 1.0 techniques where it's the same thing. We're using the LM to make a decision and to take an action. So routing fits there, recency filtering fits there, entity extraction where you're generating the entities to extract, right? The LM's deciding, hey, I want to extract these entities because they're interesting, right? Like, let's say you're extracting keywords. My favorite is query classification. If you haven't done query classification in your RAG system, you're not doing a proud RAG system, right? Why do I say that? Because somebody comes in and they're like, hey, who should I vote for? The answer is, I don't want to talk about that, right? Don't, say, well, hey, look, I'm going to go into my little, complicated system. I got this graph and custom neural network, and I come up with it, and it's like, well, hey, actually, you should vote for Trump. Don't do that, right? Just say, I don't want to talk about that, right? I don't want to talk about that, right? So query classification is very important for any kind of prod system, right? So all of these things use LLMs to make decisions. So what's changed, right? Why has Agentic RAG become such a big thing recently? It's because as the LLMs get smarter, the more we can trust them to actually make decisions for us, right? So before, it was very much a proof of concept. Oh, hey, look, this is cool. Now it's like, oh, this thing actually works. So looking forward, what I expect more from agentic planning is we're going to have longer, more complicated planning, right? The LLM's going to put together the plan, more decision points, also more LLM as a judge live. So you're going to judge right then and there rather than after the fact. So yeah. Okay, let's talk a little bit about multimodal RAGs, because I think this is really interesting also. So going back to small to big RAG, to kind of explain this. Small to big RAG is a concept I came up with last year. Basically, you embed small and retrieve big, and you don't have to embed and retrieve the same thing. Why is that? Because you think about the embedding models, you think about how they work, they're really trying to figure out the meaning of the text. And the longer the text is, the less concentrated that meaning becomes, right? So if you embed a whole page of text, it becomes much less informative than if you're embedding like a paragraph of text. And sort of like what's the smallest entity that you can embed is probably a sentence, right? If you go down to like the words or the characters, it doesn't really mean anything. At the same time, you may want to retrieve more than that. So let me give you an example. So there's a couple of sentences here. Let me just read them. Steve Echtman is an entrepreneur and startup strategist. He currently is the founder of AIFI, an innovation hub in SF. Previously, Mr. Echtman was VP of Business Development at Lighthouse.one. Stephen Echtman is a graduate of the University of Buffalo. One of his hobbies is going to Burning Man. And then the query comes in and says, where does Mr. Echtman work? So we have how many sentences here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sentences. So let's just pretend that we have a little vector database running in our heads. Which sentence do you think it's going to pull out? What's the top sentence?
The first one.
The first one. The first one. Yeah, actually, so these are probably the 3 sentences that's going to pull out. And the question is why? Right? Because clearly, what we wanted was the second sentence, right? That was the one that had the relevant information. But the reason it didn't get pulled out is because Echtman is a relatively uncommon word in your corpus, right? In your totality of sentences. So when they see, when the embedding model sees this uncommon keyword, that's when it starts to say, okay, well, this is actually going to be more similar to your query. So what we want to do here with the small to big strategy is we want to retrieve that entire paragraph rather than retrieving a single sentence, right? So, okay, so sort of riffing on that, I built this thing with Elliot. He's a friend of mine, doing what we call small to slide. But this is a useful retrieval technique for slides. And what it is instead of giving the text, and we use llama parse to generate this text, we give it the slides themselves. And so you can't really see here, but basically the problem with these slides is that they have lots of diagrams. And even with a really good parser like llama parse, it's not going to be able to convert the images to text, right? So by giving the slides to the LM, it can actually get the right results. So you see here, like it's saying, okay, the software platforms are Getty and ServiceNow, Shutterstock, Adobe, and WPP. Whereas here, it doesn't get the right results because that never actually makes it into the text. Right? So with multimodal LLMs, this is one of the techniques you can use. Instead of giving the LLM the text, just give it the images. Right? Give it what you see. And so this actually, you know, some people have taken this even further and said, hey, do you even need to convert the slide to text at all, right? And the answer is, in some cases, no. So there's this project, it's called Copoly. It's not my research. I just think it's really cool, where they directly transform the PDF to images and just search over those. And so instead of searching with a single vector per image, like image embedding models, it searches with many, many embeddings per image. It actually reduces the dimensionality later on, but it's a different thing. And the vectors are then compared against the embeddings for the query. So I just I just ran this on one of their things, and I was just like, hey, let me just try it out. So I literally wrote like 30 questions for 30 slides, and it was like each one seeing which one to retrieve, and it did a fantastic job, right? It was actually, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Like the only one here is 4, and then I went back and I'm like, oh, actually that slide 25 actually answers this question better than slide 4. So, and this was the case for 30 slides, right? So I think it's definitely something interesting to look at, is to say, hey, let's just look at this visually instead. And this is sort of like how, if you run it, you can actually see like where it's getting that data, and you can see that here it's actually picking up the relevant chunks of text. So I kind of think about it as like sort of like visual n-grams. N-grams were the search technique to say like, hey, you have multiple characters in a row, and that's how I'm going to do search. So like if I search for like hello, then it searches for HE in a row. Here I think it's doing that visually, but I'm not a deep learning researcher. You can read more if you are. But then it also does the generation just like with small to slide. It sends the actual images to the LM. So downsides are that it needs GPU, so it's not super easy to run on your regular laptop. I'm working on a modal deployable version right now. And the models are language and training specific, and obviously it's still very, very, very early. But some really interesting things. If you're interested in retrieval, check it out. Lots of folks who are more knowledgeable than I am have already tweeted about it. So, back to the sort of the original question, have we reached RAG 2.0? Can we, say, hey, look, we're doing RAG 2.0, and like advertise that and put up our own billboard? And the answer is, maybe. I mean, a lot has advanced over this last year. Like, we've made a ton of progress, and we're still learning, right? And I think there's some really interesting things in the areas of agentic and multimodal and graphs, which I didn't cover for time reasons, but we can talk about them offline. So I want to end this with this thing about RAG 3.0, right? Is there going to be God mode RAG, right? So what's God mode RAG? God mode RAG is you give it arbitrary documents, and then you just like start asking it questions, and it just retrieves everything perfectly, and you never have to worry about it, right? No tuning required, no code required, just do it. There were lots of rumors last year that OpenAI was going to come out with their own RAG system, right? And when that happened, lots of my friends in the startup community were like, they had like these crocodile tears. They're like, oh man, what are you guys going to do if OpenAI comes out with their own RAG system and just blows you out of the water? I mean, you know, I feel so sorry for you guys, right? And but they didn't, right? They didn't come out with God mode RAG. They came out with assistance. It's useful. You can try it, but it's not God mode. I personally think that God mode RAG might be AGI complete. If somebody does come out with God mode RAG, you're going to make a lot of money. So, you know, definitely hook me up and give me some shares and that sort of thing. So that's it. Last favor, I have this very, very short survey. You know, you never do a presentation and people come up to you afterwards and they're like, hey, that was the worst presentation I've ever been to. Like, nobody ever says that. So, you know, if you thought this was a bad one or a good one, just you can fill this out anonymously. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Yi. Available for some questions? I'm sure we've got questions. We have a very technical audience also, so.
So you talked a little bit earlier about LLMs as a judge live, and I want to get a little bit more information on what you mean by as a judge live instead of where it is today.
Yeah, so LLMs as a judge today is primarily used in evals and primarily used for evaluating after the fact, right? So you build your entire system and then you're like, okay, I'm going to ask these questions and I'm going to see what the results are and I'm going to determine whether it actually came up with good results or not. If the accuracy becomes really good, and you know, it's going to take more than a one preview. People have been working on this and trying this out. But if the accuracy starts becoming really good, then you can start thinking, well, you know, why can't I just detect my hallucinations live, right? Why can't I figure out if the LM is, you know, misbehaving live or if my system needs some correction on the spot?
Thanks for your presentation. So besides RAG 2 or 3, what about the potential of incremental things like RAFT?
Of what?
RAFT, R-A-F-T.
Yeah, I mean, so, like, I think there's some, there's a number of, like, really interesting research avenues. RAFT's one of them. You know, there's, like, there's this tweet, they're like, you know, it's like, you got RAG, you got graph RAG, you got, like, I should know this, but it's like 10 different RAGs out there. And I think there's some useful things to be done with a lot of them. It's just a question of like sort of trade-offs and like whether it works well for your system or not. So that OpenAI slide, for example, if you go back, right, one of the things, and once again, sorry that you guys can't really see it, but one of the things here is you'll notice that there's some like X's and then there's some like green check marks, right? And the X's aren't that the strategy was bad. It was the strategy was bad for that particular use case. It didn't work for that particular use case. So I definitely think there's a lot of like interesting things being done that are useful for different types of use cases.
Yeah, hi. I had a question regarding the image retrieval. So I'm guessing they use, in Kolpali, they use something like VLMs for, you know, segmenting the image. Are there any studies on the performance of just like text extraction as opposed to like image retrieval, like using images over just text data?
So the question is like, are there sort of comparisons between the two? The answer is that up until very, very recently, text extraction was like surprisingly bad. Like, that's one of the reasons why I encourage people to use Llama Parse, right? Not because like, you know, I get like a little bit more money every time someone uses it, but because like text extraction was really, really bad. And Kolpali is really, really new, and it's like, it's a, you know, sort of proof of concept research project that was actually trained on, I think, like an 8 billion parameter VLM. So the short answer is no, but because there's still like sort of like a lot of room to be improved in both sides.
Do you think using graphs instead of just like vector databases will improve the search accuracy instead of like using images or?
Potentially, but I have a lot of opinions about graphs, which is why I didn't cover them in this talk, yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, do we have another question? Maybe one or two? Anybody else, raise your hand now. Otherwise, we're going to go to the next presenter.
In the example you showed with the paragraphs you had and broke it down to the small sentences, you didn't mention the idea. You didn't mention the idea of name entity resolution, where you could take the entity and map it to he, and then use that as an some sort of additional attribute to the sentence. Have you investigated those kind of techniques?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cool things to be done with entity extraction. We should talk more. Is the bottom line. Sorry.
So I'm actually building a RAG application for like a food company, and it's like a hybrid search kind of thing to like provide better like personalized search results. And what I'm experiencing in my results is that the vector search, the dense vector search is not actually giving good results. And we're implementing things like BM25 and like advanced key search filters to like improve our search results. So if you have any advice, like you mentioned llama parse, we're getting the data from like a database. Like, is it better to like use llama parse in that case as well, or is it more of a transformation kind of a problem, like transform the data better?
Yeah, so I have a couple good friends who are always like, hey, you should really look at your data all the time. And I would say that's the most important thing. Like, first see if the data that's going in is good or not. Then if it's not retrieving the right data, definitely hybrid search is a really good option. And you see why. Like, is it because you're chunking across? Sometimes if you're chunking in places where the sentence is no longer coherent, or you're chopping sentences apart, or you're chopping paragraphs apart, that could be something. So there's lots of different knobs to tweak right now.
If you were to summarize your opinion on knowledge graphs, how would you do so? Because you seem to have a pretty interesting opinion on knowledge graphs, especially when it comes to retrieval.
So knowledge graphs are really interesting, but
with your card, because we...
Hello. Okay. Hi, everyone. How is everyone doing? Good. Okay, show of hand. I want to see who here is a founder. Awesome. Who here is an engineer? Okay, great. Who here knows how to build a AI MVP? All right, a few of you. All right, so we're going to go through how to build one in 8 weeks or less, and I'm going to walk you through different steps to do that. First of all, maybe a little bit about me. So I've been leading engineering teams here in the Bay Area for the last 15 years. I helped take 6 companies to exit and manage engineering throughout that transition. Most recently, this past year, I've been helping a bunch of women founders build their startups. So I personally built 5 different MVPs for them, and the majority of them are in the AI space. And that's what I learned on how to do it in 8 weeks or less. I also run a nonprofit called Women Founders Bay, and we're on a mission to increase the number of funding going to women, because currently less than 2% of the funding is going to women, and we want to change that to be 50%. But we need all of your help doing that. So I will send you a link afterwards about us. So if you know of any women founders, feel free to refer her to us and come to our event and donate to us, spread the word. That would help us out. All right, so to start, I want to go through this slide. So I know a lot of you are engineers, but I think a lot of people don't realize that a generative AI has multiple components to it, and each one encompasses the other. So the first one, I want to talk about what is Gen AI, right, compared to regular AI. Gen AI is really a new technique, or kind of relatively new, that was invented, that basically you take a bunch of old data, and then with that data, you start creating new data set from that data. And that's really what was different in the past few years, where before you had AI that didn't generate new data, but that's when Gen AI really changed change the game for everyone. Within that, you have foundational models. And foundational models is something like OpenAI, where they spend 10 years gathering large amount of data to create these models that you can then customize for different use cases. Within that model, then you have LLMs. And LLMs, all they are is basically the ability for you to interact with text like you interact to a human being. And that's why ChatGPT went viral and reached like 100 million users in a few months. It's because you can really talk to it as you can for a human. And that's what LLMs are. And then ChatGPT is part of that. So there's multiple layers in it. So here's like 6 simple steps to create a MVP. The first time, and we're going to go through it, we're going to define the LLM use case, gather the right data, pre-process the data, you then choose the right model for your use case, you deploy and monitor, you build, release, and iterate. So we're going to go through each one of them. The first one is define your AI use case. So AI can do a lot of things. So one, figure out what it is. Do you want to generate new content? Do you want to use AI as a logical reasoning engine? For example, like if this chair is black, then sell it for $5. But if this chair is yellow, sell it for $2. So this is a logical reasoning. The third thing that AI can do is translation engine. If you want to translate, for example, French to English, you can use that. You can do a lot of like text retrieval, summarization, and search. Like take this text and summarize it for me, or takes this large amount of data and search for the right things in it. And then the last thing is computer vision. Those are all the image processing. So the gathering the right data is really important because that's what's going to make your startup unique, right? Is like the proprietary data that you have. And even VCs, when they're considering investing in your startup, they're going to look at, do you have proprietary data that no one else have, or do you have the ability to gather data that no one else has? And the way that you do it is 3 ways. Let's say you want to build a chatbot for cancer patient to receive the latest clinical trials that are happening. Well, you need the right data, and there's 3 ways to get it. 1, there's a lot of APIs available out there that you can connect to get that data. 2, you can get a paid database to get that data. You can pay someone who already collected that data. And the third thing, and that was the most intensive, is web scraping. Basically, you tell the AI, okay, on this web page, take all the content and then retrieve the data from the content and put it in my database. So those are the 3 ways to gather the right data. The third thing, so now that you have your data in hand, you need to pre-process the data. Most of the time, the data is full of garbage, so you need to remove any duplicates. You need to remove any information that is untrue. You need to convert it into tokens so that the computer can understand it, and then you structure it in a way that the model can understand it. And that's where like data scientists come in, is that they are kind of pros at doing that. So people that you can hire to do that is called like data scientists, and they can do that for you. So when you pre-process the data, then you need to try, to test, to find a pre-trained model. So a lot of people think, okay, well, OpenAI is the best one. OpenAI may be best for like text retrieval and content generation, but maybe other models out there are best for, for example, computer vision or logical reasoning. So one thing I recommend is that if you have your use case, open up those like 4 different models and try it out and see who or which model comes out with the best answer. And then you can select the right model for your application. All right, the fourth one. So now you have your model, you have your data. Well, that's when, AI ML engineer comes in, because you can do multiple techniques to make it better, right? Most likely, if you have the data, you pre-process it, and you ask, let's say, a question, it's not going to come up with the optimal answer. So you need to do all of these things to make it better, and I would recommend that you Google each one, you get familiar with it, or talk to an ML engineer for it. All right, so now you trained your model, you made it better, you want to deploy it, and I think that's where people don't realize is like, okay, now you have your model, now you need to put it out there on the cloud, and you can use like AWS Lambda, you can use Google Cloud to actually deploy it so that your web application can actually connect to it, and then you monitor it after you deploy it. One of the things is just remember to make it secure. I've seen so many startups in my career go down because their data got hacked, and then you no longer have a startup and you lose trust. So make sure that it's securely deployed. All right, once you have that, so now you can connect your web app, which is your UI, or your mobile app to the model, and usually you do that via APIs. You release, you gather feedback, and you iterate similarly that you would do a web application. So here I put together a list of tools for you that are pretty popular that you could use. So for data collection, there's Beautiful Soup and Scrappy. For pre-processing, NLT Case and SPA-SCI. For training, and then for deployment. So take a picture of that. But honestly, you probably need an engineer to be able to do that. And I wouldn't say like you necessarily need an ML or an AI engineer. I think anyone who has done coding in the past will be able to figure those out. Okay, so now let me give you a quick architecture about what an MVP looks like and how you can do it in 8 weeks or less. So you have different code bases for different parts of your application. You have your mobile UI, your web UI that connects to a backend. So that backend is what is going to communicate with this custom GPT or this custom model that you build through APIs. So this is an example how I build a cancer chatbot in 8 weeks. I basically went GPT. There's something called custom GPT. Even if you're not technical, you can create a custom GPT. You can upload your data and do some prompt engineering. Once you have that custom GPT is going to be accessible to an API that you can send your input and receive output to. Your backend is going to get that, and then it's going to give it to your mobile UI and web UI. And then, for example, for my data, we were able to connect with Daily Meds and get the data from their APIs. So that's just one example of an application. All right, and I think this is it. This was a lightning talk. If you want to book time with me, you can connect with me on LinkedIn. This is my email, marianne@foundersbay.com. Feel free to book a startup consultation with me. And also, every week, I send out a list of all the upcoming founder and VC events happening here in the Bay Area. We have over 10,000 subscribers that are founders and VC, and a lot of you are here because of that newsletter. So you can subscribe by following newsletter.foundersbay.com. And that is it. I will be there if you want to come chat with me. And thank you for listening, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Marianne. Oh, look at that beautiful card behind you.
That's me. All right. Any questions?
Questions?
All right,
how much would you charge me to create an AI app in 8 weeks?
So I was charging anywhere between like 15K to 30K, but that's because I was doing it for women founders. Typically, it's anywhere between 50K to 100K. One of the things now, so the reason why we're able to do it in 8 weeks or less is because we use ChatGPT to generate a lot of the code. So now in 2 weeks, I can create a full backend because like you don't no longer need to type the annoying part of the code base, which is like pretty cool.
So you can build it in 2 weeks, charge me for 8, and about 15 grand.
15 to 30K, yes, depending on the MVP.
Because I used to, running a dev shop, a web dev shop, I used to love when people asked me, like, how much is it going to cost to build me a website?
Yeah, I would say 15 to 30K is a pretty good ballpark.
That's
right?
great, because I could not answer that question. I would have to charge them to figure out what they needed to build. But let's get to more questions.
Hi, can you, does your model apply to like enterprise software, or is it more sort of consumer-based?
Well, I mean, this is, if you need enterprise, it's the same steps, right, that you need to follow. It depends on what you want your model to do, right?
But enterprise has a lot more scrutiny around security and some of those things.
Sorry, what was the question?
Oh, just wondering if there's more, I guess, more features or functionality you need around security and things if it's enterprise versus if it's consumer.
The thing is, it's exactly the same step regardless of what you're trying to do, but you do need to be careful more about the security, and then the data, you probably need to do more pre-processing and basically making sure that it has the right accuracy. So here in deploy and monitor and build, release, and iterate, for enterprise, you probably need to do more testing. You need to add on more security into it, but it's exactly the same steps to follow. There's not really any difference whether it's B2B or B2C.
Right, maybe I would add, maybe there's a trade-off. Maybe if you're not doing front end because you're doing it to plug into your back end to add functionality, then you've got some trade-offs. You may get more features on this side, but need less on the other side.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. I was going to ask a question on the step slide. I was just wondering what you see the most common failure points for people going through those steps.
The most common what?
Failure points.
Yeah, I would say a few things. It's when gathering the right data set. A lot of people, I think there's a lot of fake databases out there, and a lot of people also struggle to get the right data, because that's what's going to make or break you, is that data set that you are gathering. So I see a lot of founders think oh, I'm going to build this model, right? But then I'm like, okay, well, what is your data set? Where are you gathering? What is the source of your data set? And then can you clean it out? So I think that's definitely one big one. All the other one, right, once you have the right data and then you have a good engineer, all the other one.
Thank you all. It's been awesome being here. Thanks so much for having me. My name is Rush, and I'm one of the co-founders of Personalization AI. So what we do is actually AI-powered agents to scale your GTM. So scale your go-to-market. We're a former LinkedIn team. My co-founder, Sriya, she was a PM, and I was a machine learning engineer. And what we saw at LinkedIn was that consolidating the data sources is super key. It's not just one data source that salespeople need to go after, but really think about, you want to find out the right company, the right person who works there. You need to look into things like, is this company actually a right fit for you? Do they have the right tech stack? If you're a dev tool company, maybe you want to look at what kind of cloud they're using, what kind of tech stack they're using. So instead of you buying many data sources, we wanted a way to consolidate them and use machine learning to do that. So just a little bit more about Persona AI. So our mission is to amplify GTM teams with the power of AI to identify and convert these intents. So prospecting intents are scattered across the web. It's things like who's visiting your website, what's there on your prospect's website, have they been hiring for specific roles. But using the power of large language models and ranking models, we're able to take that data and just let the AI decide what's best. Because going through all these data sources is impossible for someone to do by hand. Last year, we saw a lot of the Gen AI wave was really about, going from wave 1 to wave 2. Wave 1 was just using ChatGPT. You just put in the prompt, it gives you some information. Wave 2 is actually taking that information and giving you insights. So now we're at the stage where it's really about what you put inside the large language model. And that's when we'll see things like becoming more enterprise friendly and becoming actually useful, is when you use a company's information in the large language model. So this is what we've built at Persona to really use the power of all these data sources. You take in tons of data. Look at CRM, HubSpot, Salesforce data. We have fine-tuned embeddings that actually help you use the power of the data. So think about things like, let's say you have sold to 40 different companies in the past. You want to find out who is your next best customer to go after. So you embed those 40 data companies, and you match them with our database of 200 million companies. And what it'll do is actually find you who the next next best fit is. And the way we do this is, doing a RAG, but also using our own AI analyzer, because we also need to throw out information that isn't useful. There is so much information out there, so what this actually does is, throws out the information that's useful and figures out what's actually important. And that goes into the RAG and gives you, actionable insights, recommendations, and personalized messaging. And what's really key is here is we're taking the information back into the model. So we're using it, seeing if that actually worked, and taking it back into the model. Our company DBs are live in production. We have tons of customers that are using this right now, ranging from SMBs to mid-market. And what this does, as mentioned, it looks at similarity scores and finds your next best customer. And it can automate hundreds of complex workflows that would be really challenging to do one by one. So, these are sales workflows. You want to find out lead scoring, who's in the market. But what our AI does is actually the agent looks into all of them and figures out what's best. We have tons of agents. The first one is our search. So just typing in a query like software engineers in the Bay Area who previously worked at FANG, but now are founding engineers at a startup, that can be answered in seconds. So it makes it really easy to find and do a lot of filtering on the data. But what's exciting is we just launched our newest agent last week. And this is super capable. I'll dive into a bit, and we'll also get to see a live demo. So this uses the term Agentic RAG, which you guys might have heard a lot of at this conference. As mentioned, we have 75 data sources. So the best data sources you can think of, you can use Persona for that. What it does, it's an agent that actually has access to all these 75 data sources. And it is able to figure out, what's the best email finder if you're looking for that, or even things like what's on a 10K report, and that would use RAG. So I don't want it to be too boring, so let's go to a live demo. I'll get back to the screen later so you can connect with me, but for now, let me just share my screen here. So this is the Persona dashboard. You can basically, search for your lead list. The first top part is cut off, but you can build your list using AI. So just, type out your query. For the sake of this demo, let's look at a sample list. So these are just a sample list of companies. Let me just zoom in a little bit. So you have company name. We can pull up all the company details here at scale. So think about you're doing this at scale for like 10,000 companies at once. You find out, what the company is about, where were they founded, how many employees they have. And now let's say you're a software company similar to the one that just went by, and you want to sell your Gen AI tools there. So you want to find out, director of data science, machine learning, you want to find out these people. So you can use our Persona agent to actually look up all the people at this company who would be the best fit for you. And it uses machine learning to rank and score them. So, at companies, it's hard to find out who is the right person to reach out to, but we're able to use a ranking model to actually score that. Then once you have the people, it's how this AI company can actually help this company sell. So Genie AI is the name of my sample company, and I'm going to sell to all these companies in this list. So it tells you exactly how you can sell to this company. So you can help them with, molecular profiling, as well as your chat LLM solutions. So really using that AI there. Cool, and you can also see if this company is hiring. So do they have active roles? And this is a key indicator because you want to know if they're in the market and have the budget to spend. Once you have this, you want to take all these people and you want to move it to another table. So let's go in here and let's look at our find people at company. And now let's generate some personalized messages. So you can say things like, I saw that you successfully implemented this and to drive business results, and you can use that in a full email here. So, hey Garrison, I saw your success, building software. So really taking those insights and building that hyper-personalization, but making you in control in the driver's seat. And you can also do things like, tweak the parameters. If you want to use something super personalized, you can create your own templates. And this is all done by AI. So this is our newest quantum agent that has, scraped the web, found the best accounts to go for, found the best people at the company, and even drafted the messaging. Next, you can use our AI signals, so like a job change tracker, companies tracker, and really use the automations and the workflows there. So if someone has recently liked your company page, you want to immediately add them to an outbound sequence. So really taking all the mundane tasks and making it super easy to use. And we also have a Chrome extension, so if you're browsing on LinkedIn, on Gmail, you want to take your leads, pull them into our platform, you can do that as well. And in terms of finding contact data, whether that's phone numbers, emails, we have the highest accuracy and the coverage out there. And the way we do that is we consolidate a lot of data sources. So if the first one is in a match, it goes to the second. If the second one is in a match, it goes to the third. That way you're always able to get the highest quality data. Cool, yeah, and feel free to give it a try. There's a free trial, so definitely sign up and give it a try. And if you need anything, happy to connect with you and stay in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, Rush. Do we have any questions? Questions for Rush?
Questions?
Grab that QR code. We do.
Can you explain, in layman terms, are you actually going into the web retrieving data on these people, or is all based on databases that you can actually buy?
So it's a combination of what we've actually bought. So we buy at scale. So we buy it in bulk. That way we're able to offer such an affordable price. And it's also information on the web. So things like what's on the prospect's website, who are they selling to, what's their recent launches, who are they hiring. So it's taking all those data sources, and the AI is able to pick and choose what's the best way to go after it. Oh yeah, you can just literally instruct the AI, go on the website of all the prospects in my list and find out this. And it'll actually go to the website and do that for you. Yeah.
Do you have any specials for the crowd here?
Yeah, I can definitely share a promo code with you guys, so just send me a message on LinkedIn and happy to get you guys on.
That would be great, that would be great. We love digital swag.
Thank you so much.
One right here, and then we'll come back that way.
So you're visibly handling a lot of personal information, and if you're doing this at scale, how do you secure this kind of data, and how do you deal with your compliance and risk footprints? Because a simple breach could bring you down.
Yeah, so the way we look at it is all the data on the platform is publicly listed, and we work with vendors that are all SOC 2 compliant and making sure of the privacy rules, as well as companies that are on board onto our platform. We don't share their data with another customer. So let's say if you are on our platform and you find the best leads using Persona, we won't share you can think of it like a private cloud, What you do on your Persona account is fully private and just for your company.
So it's on that front, it's more a directory than a repository.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
It's more a directory approach rather than a repository approach.
Yeah, so it's being very clear and transparent that, we don't share your data with anyone else. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, well, you do have more questions, so coming around.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. My question is about scraping website data. Yeah. You mentioned you buy purchase data, so that's not an issue, but I just read a headline about Cloudflare is now having a service where website hosters can audit and block AI web scrapers. Is this an issue that you've encountered, and how would you deal with that?
So usually the blocking happens is when you're repeatedly hitting the same website, because that's like spam. So if you're constantly hitting Google search, you'll be flagged, But if you're hitting different websites, you won't face that issue. And for the issue where you're getting blocked, we worked with vendors that actually own the data. So it works much better, and you'll never be blocked using Persona. So that's one of the reasons why people use us as well, is because they don't want to do the scraping. They don't want to have to deal with that stuff.
Okay, any last question? For Rush, going once, going twice? Well, thank you, Rush.
Thank you.
That was awesome, and thank you for your support.
Thank you.
So I
appreciate you. Thank you for letting me come here.
Well, thank you, and I want to appreciate Jess for rocking it out and enrolling and engaging people. And
she did do that. She recruited me to do this.
Yeah, and she converted me.
I appreciate
because I was like such a no yesterday, and because I wasn't hearing a yes coming from anybody else. And then when Jess came and she brought you over today, and I was like, no, we already got a no. I'm like, a lot of my education personally has been in being able to read the no and the yes.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people say you gotta respect people's no, but then I was getting yeses that weren't really yeses, and I had to like hear the no in the yes.
Okay.
So that's a little piece for people to.
I so appreciate you. I really honestly do. Thank you. Did you want me to bring it closer? Is that what you're telling me to do?
I appreciate everybody, but here's what we want to talk about. We want to talk about how AI can impact healthcare, okay? Because we understand that there is going to be an increase in dementia and other conditions. Some of them are mental health conditions, and some of them are physiological conditions. We need to figure out a strategy so that people can work smarter and not harder. So,
I agree with that. So one of the things.
So can I just do a little setup?
Okay.
I'm gonna interrupt for a second. So when you guys came over tonight, what inspired me to say let's get up on stage was that LaShawn, you had shared with me that you experienced a bit of a transformation. And that was powerful, because what I like to do with all of the speakers, and this is something, if you've spoken at one of these events, you can go to the website and you can fill out a form to present, to participate. And one of the things I will endeavor to do is have a one-on-one conversation and talk to you about, I want to know, and I want other people to know and to get, why are you doing what you're doing? What's the why? And what inspires you, and what has you get up in the morning? Because if you come from that space where you're coming from your inspiration, it's not about the thing you want to sell. It's not about the little bits that you put together to make this little project. It's about, what are you causing in the world? What are you inspired to cause? And what's your motivation and what's your inspiration? And the thing I was hearing was that you came to this event a little bit skeptical about AI's role and had like some doubt, and you experienced some transformation. So I'd like to let LaShawn talk about your experience, where you came, and I think that evolution is powerful, so please share that.
I agree with you. So thank you, for that. I just want to let you guys know that I'm not like fully converted, but I went from a place of,
And this is not AI Church, I just want to let you know.
No problem. I went from a place where I didn't appreciate what I was being told about AI to now understanding the possibilities of what it can do. And I'm not as afraid of it, anymore. And I want to be able to come into these kind of spaces and places and have these conversations with you guys so that we can do a level of facilitation. And that's where Jess and I are connected, and that we see the problems in healthcare. And now I'm understanding how AI can be a bridge.
Yes.
It's not, this boogeyman that I was looking at. It's actually a tool. It really is a tool, and that wasn't explained, to me before. So I hope that when we finish, that it's something that you guys can go back and communicate to your people who are giving you this skeptical eye, like, oh, what do you mean, AI, so maybe, and I would love feedback. Please come and let me know, and ask questions, of me, and let me know what you think about what we, have to say. But she's very right. We are entering into a space and a place where healthcare is not only, hard to access, it's also, one of the things where people are not.
Well, we all know that healthcare is one of the industries that's really leading the way, especially here in San Francisco. There's a lot of jobs out there, right? And in San Francisco, we have a lot of tech. We have a lot in healthcare, okay? And we also know that insurance is expensive, okay? And we also know that Medicare and Medicaid are pretty costly, okay? So we have to figure out a way so that our dollars are maximized, okay? And we can still have good patient outcomes, because that is the most important thing. So kind of what AI, I think, could do is if you use Fetch and Grok, you could probably look at some music therapy and other types of not really researched, but still good non-pharmacological interventions that are effective at helping manage psychiatric conditions like schizophrenia, but also look at some of the data and see how is it that we can really manage these conditions without medication, right? Or seeing how we can use AI to figure out which data is effective in terms of looking at medications and being able to look at not only qualitative but quantitative data, but also how that differs from the placebo effect, right?
Yeah, well, I think transformers are incredible, applying that to the data. So part of it is collecting data, collecting good data, and then prior to, and here's just a little bit of the AI piece, what I think is pretty miraculous in AI, is before we could do machine learning, we could do deterministic outcome analysis. And we get to statistics, but the qualitative part that you were mentioning, you couldn't use that fuzzy data to derive intent or, if something was good or bad or benefit. So we can use the AI advances in transformer technology to derive more meaning from the data. And I think the problem, which probably most people would agree, is healthcare currently is more focused on disease management, not disease prevention.
Prevention is key. It really is. And that's why I try to encourage people. I was speaking with someone, earlier, and, they have like an esophageal, thing going on. And my thing is, make sure, pain is not normal, okay? If you haven't hit yourself with a hammer, trying to hit that nail, and now your thumb is, doing this, that's normal pain. Regular pain, you should be able to sleep normally, you should be able to function normally without pain. You
and
understand?
without drugs.
Yeah, drugs are is another tool. Money is a tool, drugs are a tool, AI is a tool. You understand? So we all have to be responsible in how we use these things to help us in our daily lives. And I want to be able to potentiate to you guys. If you're having things that are going on that are not normal, instead of you circumventing and sleeping sitting up and, not eating, or drinking something past 6 o'clock, you should be able to drink stuff past 6 o'clock and then still be a normal, person.
Depends
So
what you're drinking
modifying-
after 6 o'clock.
No, I'm talking about like water or whatever, you're doing.
What she's saying is that AI could detect abnormalities and kind of alert the person as to, when something is becoming a problem, like a threshold, right? And we can see that in some of our lab values, right? When we draw blood, or when we do certain tests, like an MRI, right?
EGD, yes, EGD, very important.
But I could really see how AI could be applied to wound care in particular, because when you look at a wound, you can really analyze the depth and the color and what kind of treatment that you need.
You could even do that with a photograph and then letting the AI look at the photograph and provide suggestions.
Wound care is a cellular operation.
And it's hard because
it's very difficult.
It's really dependent on nursing judgment. But I think that nurses could be able to be trained how to use AI. But I also think that tech companies need to work with the hospitals and really send somebody in there, not just have somebody on a screen. People actually need to have somebody you can call, because emergencies are emergencies, okay? So
And I'm sure with our marginalized populations, especially homeless, going to ER as the first stage, and then a lot of that must be wound care, because that's what happens when you have poor health. And
interestingly enough, there's a population, so there are homeless who have insurance. There are homeless who do not have insurance. But what's more interesting is this other class of people who make too much money for Medicaid, but can't afford their own private insurance. And a lot of these people, unfortunately, are tech startup people. Unfortunately. And they hopefully can figure out a way so that they can analyze some data, so they can make it transparent, so everybody can see the prices for everybody. Because
if you don't have insurance, you get, but what you're saying is if you don't have insurance, you're getting gouged. You're maybe paying 10 times more than somebody that's got a health insurance policy where they have negotiated rates with the hospital. So the system is actually gouging the people that are least able to afford.
The ones that need it the most. So she said that homeless people have health care. I know that was like a Starlink, thing,
we
for
should call
some
them
people.
unhoused. Sorry.
And I want to be able to give a perspective, for that. I'm a veteran, and veterans, even if they're homeless, they actually have access to health care. That's one of the...
A lot of paperwork and a lot of money that goes into making a contract with a tech company. And tech companies and the government should probably figure out a way to reduce some of that paperwork so that the process for making contracts is not only concise, but it's clear to all parties, so that it's easy to understand what is being agreed upon in the deal, right?
Makes a lot of sense.
They call it bureaucracy for a reason. And that paperwork and everything that you just described is what is codified in the word bureaucracy. And it needs to come out of the government. I totally agree.
Right. Well, I think the thing that we're identifying here is that there's a huge opportunity for those overly complex insurance policies to be and that could be done now. Just take your PDF,
when they're buying something.
upload it to, give me a second, upload it to ChatGPT or whatever your favorite LLM is, and then get a concise, give me that in 5 paragraphs. Let me know what my coverage is without my having to read all this
10,
stack of
20,
papers,
50
get through
pages.
legalese in order for you to
click
understand
through
the bare
agreement that
bones of
nobody
what it is.
reads.
I totally agree with you. Totally agree.
Yeah. I think AI could figure out what kind of paperwork could be cut down first. We can make like a prioritization list, because there's a lot of insurance and billing issues that happen because of paperwork, unfortunately.
Human error.
Human error, exactly. And
So you're saying just get the humans out of the loop? Now you're coming back to
no.
AI will not
We
replace
actually,
us.
here's the thing. Exactly. You want to balance it. You still want people, when Jeremy was talking earlier today about having agents take over, okay? We don't want that. We want people to be able to supervise what AI is doing, because you want that human touch to it, because ultimately people know what makes sense and what doesn't, okay? And also, there's other factors that a machine cannot learn, unfortunately. And I don't want it to learn it. And the user might not also want it to learn it, and the investors might not want you to know either. So I think by having AI, if I had to figure out what solutions AI could work on, or what maybe Fetch, Grok, or some of these other companies out here, shout out to them, could do, is they could look and try to partner up with some of these government agencies and some of these hospitals, okay, and have people who are actually willing to, give over their data or whatever, but people actually need to be informed first, and they need to sign an agreement. And then they could be able to, get some type of incentive, like a tax cut or something, so that they can figure out how to cut down on paperwork, cut down on the insurance bureaucracy, but also look at more clinical issues. Because that, at the end of the day, is the most important thing, is people getting better.
One of the things that I am finding that I like about AI is that it can streamline time. Time, to me, is the most valuable thing you own. It's more valuable than your money. And if you can streamline time and then take that extra time that you're getting and reapply it, like you would reinvest your money, you would take your money and reinvest it back into your business. So now you have this extra time. What are you going to do with it? How are you going to spend it effectively, not only just for yourself, because as a clinician, we don't take care of ourselves as good as we try to take care, of other people. And I'm totally guilty, of that. So when I'm thinking about the time that I'm getting back through using, things and tools, like AI, then what am I going to do with that time? Am I going to reinvest it back into my business? Am I going to reinvest it back into me as a human so that I can continue to be a player, in this? Am I going to, flame out and burn out? Burnout is a huge thing, in healthcare. Right. And I'm hoping that AI can help, kind of be a mediator,
I don't know if AI can help with the self-care, because there's always a self, right. But let me
time is what I'm talking about.
So, and I think I would just want to bring that, bring this up a level then. So it's not just healthcare, and I think that's what AI gives us. Not that it's going to solve our own problems of self-care and management, but like any tool throughout history, it allows us to be more productive with the time that we're working to be productive. So if it can do that, we can choose to either reclaim our time or be even more productive and still be a workaholic and not sleep and whatever. I'm not saying that that's the right, but it's just a tool.
Yeah.
So I think what we're getting back to, it's a tool that can enable us to reclaim time. It can enable us to do more with the time that we do work or devote to our projects.
It is about time, and it's also about figuring out what people want what tasks people want to eliminate, particularly in the healthcare field. When she talks about burnout, one of the things that really burns people out is the physical manual labor of healthcare. People really don't think about how hard it is to turn and position somebody who's in a coma.
Every 2 hours.
Every 2 hours, just to prevent pressure sores. So those types of tasks.
And how do you avoid like probing them every 20 minutes? That's the biggest, one of the biggest issues I see for people in the ICU.
You mean probing them?
Maybe it's a little bit of a red herring. Well, you can't sleep more than 20 minutes in the ICU. How are you going to get well if you can't sleep more than 20 minutes?
Well, let me explain something to you. You're going to be able to walk out of the ICU without infections, okay? You're going to be able to walk out of it with your skin intact. You're going to be able to walk out of there, you know,
breathing
at another level of health. So you can't get at one level of
okay,
health.
well, maybe there's statistical.
We're trying to get you out of that door at a higher level of health.
If you're in the ICU and you're being checked every 20 minutes, something's really wrong. Like, you're probably really bad alcohol intoxication. You're like, it's bad.
All right, we're getting into the weeds.
What I can say is, we want AI to do some of the tasks like turning and positioning, okay? To do some of the really technical things that are hard for healthcare providers to do. One of the things that like Johnson & Johnson really tries to do, shout out to them, is they try to work on surgery. And for people with asthma, people with heart conditions, and really those like microscopic stuff that's really hard and technical to do, that would be really useful for AI to help us out with. And also figuring out those measurements that are really difficult to see and evaluate, that would be important. And also figuring out ways to reduce complications of any conditions, right?
So we're going to start wrapping this up.
Yeah.
And one thing I want to say is a little bit apropos because we're looking at doing an event in January that's AI in healthcare and secure AI in healthcare. So speaking to a couple of the topics that we started talking about today. So I want people to take a mental note. Reserve your entire month, but it might be January 17th. So just to drop an alpha there. And thank you so much for joining us.
My last word.
Last words.
I'm encouraged by what AI can do in the healthcare space. My thing, when I introduce myself to my patients and I go into the room, I'm not trying to be like the doctor. Okay, we all seen, doctors, so I'm not trying to be that knowledgeable, this is what, we're gonna do. I'm a partner. We're in partnership, and I tell all of my patients, I can only help you if you help me. So you tell me what's wrong, I can tell you and give you that level of next, care. But if you can't communicate with me, then it's going to be more difficult for me to be able to help you. And that's the kind of situation that I like to see AI be a partnership in healthcare. I don't know if this is like, if y'all are able to understand, what I'm trying to say, but it's such a balance. We can't let AI do it all. We can't just rely on humans. We have to be a partnership. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think we have so many cultures and languages. It's hard being a healthcare provider because how do you interpret what you're hearing to actually know what what they are experiencing? That's a huge interpretive task.
Yeah.
That's not only like maybe different languages, maybe different terminology. AI can really do potentially a great job in listening and translating in a way that's very localized to the situation.
So thank you so much for letting me come on, and thank you guys so much for your time and attention.
I got mine.
You got your last words.
That's my last words. AI.
30 seconds on the clock.
No. AI must lead with compassion, okay? If you want people to start doing well, if you want people to be more agreeable to give you their data, if you want society to function better, you gotta lead with compassion. Because if you do, people are actually going to do things for the right reasons, and you're going to get better results. And when you get better results, you're going to get more money.
Better outcomes.
Once you start caring, then you build community, and then you get the capital. Don't focus on the capital first. It's not going to work out. Trust me. I've seen serial killers. I've seen bad guys. You know what I also seen? I've seen them turn good too. Good. Okay.
Mic drop moment on Jess. Thank you both. Okay, LaShawn, Jess, thank you. Thank you for all the help. Thank you all for coming and participating today and all your questions. Go ahead. Who's the question for?
Actually, for everyone. All right. So here's. Oh God. All right. Well, then why am I? Yeah, well, okay. So my question is, right? Who's used GPT to go and self-diagnose something wrong with them, right? Yeah. You give it some, prompts, and you think maybe it's going to figure out something that the doctor missed, and sometimes that's true, sometimes it's not. My question to all of you is, what is the both benefit of large language models in self-diagnosis of whether that's mental or physical condition, and what do you see as the most intrinsic harm to this type of technology? And
I'll take that first. I'll take it first because I'm chronic. I'll punch in stuff all the time. And what I'm saying to people is, fine, you can get that first level, of information. Number one, don't panic because it may not be what you're, looking at, number one. Number two, make sure, just like people tell you, talk to a lawyer. Make sure you connect with someone in a medical space, and they should be telling you diagnostics. That's going to be your next step. And for the people who are doing this, you can't type this stuff in and then not be ready to take that next step. Don't walk around with symptoms and problems and issues that you know are going on. Type this stuff in and then just say, oh, well, I'm not going to believe. No, you've got to be able to take one step leads to another step, where the journey of 1,000 miles begins, with the first step. And so please make sure that at that point, you see that something's going on, diagnostic, the thing that's going to tell you your lab work, blood work, x-rays, MRI
Qualitative and
scans,
quantitative data.
PET scan, all this stuff is diagnostic to tell you that something is going on and then can help you fix it. I'm a solutions-oriented person, and that's what we all should be looking for in our healthcare, is solutions.
And evidence-based practice, which is very important. Okay, you talked about intrinsic factors, and the other part was that you wanted to see what interferes with interactions. Disinformation is a big one, right? Because sometimes you get your information about health from things that are not evidence-based, they're not very credible.
We shouldn't trust the doom scrolling.
Doom scrolling? Well, you know what?
You like doom scrolling?
It depends on what you're doom scrolling, right? If you're doom scrolling NIH or PubMed articles that are actually peer-reviewed, right? That might be a good thing. But figuring out how AI can kind of summarize these so that it's easy for somebody to understand, and trust me, I do look at the p-values, okay? I look at everything. So if you misinterpret it, I will know.
Okay. Well, I think I'm going to leave that to the professionals because I'm not a doctor. I say my line is I'm not a lawyer, but I play one on Web3. But I'm not a doctor, and sometimes I play one on TV, but not tonight. So thank you all once again. And
you can look us up on LinkedIn. She's LaSalle Wilson.
Okay. Speak to Jess. She's going to be our PR person. She'll give you all the information to connect.
And Jessica Pascal.
Yeah, I will share my information.
I'll share mine.
And we're gonna start wrapping things up. Let's free up the venue within about 30 minutes. Would be great. If anybody wants a last drink, let's go back to the bar. Thank you all for coming once again, and let's chat offline.
All right. Yay!